All right, all right, all right. I think I am live. Hey, Zen friends. Happy Saturday to you. Can you believe it's already the middle of the month, August 15th? What is going on? But wonderful stormy evening here in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Nice little dark skies, a lot of rain dumping on us. So that's good. We're enjoying that. So we have some wonderful balancing energy as the ions balance outside with all the trees and the water. Always lovely. I love storms and rain and uh, all that wonderful difference from a sunny day. I enjoy sunny days too, but I like cloudy, stormy days. I don't know why. It's just who I am. So I'm excited though to get into the messages tonight and find out what spirit has in store for us, what we can learn from one another, how we can grow. But before we get into all that, you know how I like to come back to this moment, get out of the chaos of the outside world, out of the future, out of the past, just to come back to this moment. And we'll do that by taking a big deep breath in. If you want to join me, hold it for as long as you feel comfortable, and slow exhale out is the key. That's slowing our roll. Just focus on coming back to right here in this beautiful unconditional love. And then we will bring in the singing bowl for more energies as well. So if you want to join me, let's start by taking a big deep breath in. So here we go. Ready? Beautiful. Wow, I saw a giant green praying mantis looking at me. That was weird. Not weird, weird fun. I was like, cool. All right, and then I will hit the singing bowl 3 times, and each time we can just imagine this beautiful love energy vibrating out, filling up our hearts into all of our emotions, vibrating up into our minds and all of our stories and all of our thoughts and beliefs and mindsets down through our chakra system, through our energetic body, out into our energetic meridians, out into our auras, all throughout our physical body, every cell, our blood, our joints, our muscles, whatever of our physicalness, and then filling us up, flowing out to the outside world, letting it do what it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet. Because we can use all the love energy out there that we can muster. And of course, what we can do to help raise our own vibration always in any moment, but especially in this moment, is focus on just one little thing that we're grateful for in this moment that immediately begins to raise our vibration, shoots it up, where we can open ourselves up to hear from spirit, but also magnetizes us to draw in that which is what we're grateful for. So it's always a win, 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 win. After the third gong, I will bring in the magic feather and I'm going to continue here sending energy out to all of the leaders of authority across the world, whatever that may mean for, and spirit knows our intention is to flood all these positions where people are making decisions for humanity that impact humanity, and just fill those positions up with unconditional love energy so they'll either have a choice, they can match that energy if they want and stay in that position, raising that up, or if they don't, if they're lower vibration, they can't stand to be in the light. They can't stand to be in that higher vibration. Just makes them feel heavy and they're like, I want out. And they'll get out of that position whatever way they feel they want to, according to their will of their higher self. So all we do is focus on flooding love energy. So that's what we're going to do. All right. So let's get into it. Remember, gratitude. Here we go. That was loud. Sorry. Beautiful, beautiful. It was really loud today. Never know. It depends on where you hit on the bowl. It's a very vibrational bowl. There's I actually had a friend who her husband had a little measuring for measuring sound, and when I went over to her house once with it, he heard it and he came in. He goes, "That's interesting that there's so many different. Can I borrow that?" And he went and took it out of his garage and tested it, and he goes, "Depending on where you hit it, it was putting out a different megahertz or whatever." And I'm like, "Wow." So, I got a well, yeah, that makes sense. Like, a singing bowl maybe is like a pet. It really reflects the owner of it, right? Like, I am Aquarius, multi-personality of the zodiac, so makes sense that my singing bowl probably has a multiple personality with multiple, sounds. So all makes sense. All comes together, right? All right. Well, hello, my Zen friends. So thank you so much for being here. I'm excited what we're going to have coming in here today. And if you're new to my channel or new to these readings, hey, hey, I'm your Buddha Z, and we are here to spill the tea from spirit. Find out what we can around our questions, our search, our journeys, what kind of guidance, advice they have for us to help us, because they're the know-it-alls. So I'm glad that we can channel them and hear as much as we can from them. So I'm excited for that. And if you want to know how the whole process works, all that's down in the description area of the video. I do have new process and procedure. We had some little updates that we started on Wednesday. There was a video that came out on Tuesday. Here's a copy or the link for it because I talk about the changes. I'm going to only be on 7 hours instead of going 8, 9, almost 10 hours because I had to balance. Got messages from spirit, and I get it. I need that message because I'm an overgiver, recovering overgiver, so I have to back off. But 7 hours is still a long time, so I'll start at 5 PM Mountain Time, and around midnight, and then whatever I don't finish at night, I will come back in the morning. We talk about some of the pricing a little bit, getting a little more structure around it. I hit my 4 years being on YouTube. I think yesterday, the day before, I get the little notification from, YouTube. They said, "Congratulations, 4 years of, lives," and I'm like, "Wow, I love that." And then I had, a couple days before that, I hit 10 years on YouTube. So I have been having my YouTube channel for 10 years. I'd only started doing live readings about 4 years ago. I was doing, like, monthly readings, weekly readings, like, by zodiac and different things here and there, for off and on, very slow in the beginning, and, of course, I've ramped up since this is all I do now. So I like this energy with all that. And then also I mentioned a new type of reading that I'm giving, which is a YouTube chat only live stream private reading. It'd be like this. Well, not like this. It's like my morning sessions. You'd see my hands doing your reading and you can chat with me and it would just be you and me one on one. Or if you want to do a group one, I'm looking into how I do that too, but if you share the link, people can appear there and join your own personal live reading. Um, and if it's a group one, everyone can ask questions and do readings for them too. Um, but if it's just one person, then everyone else is kind of more like a watch party. They're watching your reading, and if you want a friend to be there or a couple friends, they can be, and they can chime in. You know, make fun of you or whatever, support you really, right? That's really what they would do. But they would make fun of you and support. At least that's how my friends are. They're like, "Oh, they got you between the eyes, Brother Z." I'm like, "Yeah, they sure did, didn't they?" That's the way my friends roll. So I like it. And then there's also a little secret in that video there. Can't tell you more about that. If you want to know the secret, got to check out that video there to find out more. And so that is the skinny there. We do have a great group of Zen friends here. Huge hearts, great senses of humor. I almost feel like it's a private group chat sometimes when especially we get into these similar situations and we all glean and learn from each other. So I love that. So, huge hearts, great senses of humor here. There's a room for more Zen friends, so you're always welcome. And if you want to make well, all the explanation of the readings is down in the description area, as I said, and you can make a donation. Donations do get first priority. Can use the super chat, which those take about 30. YouTube takes about 30% of those, just so you know you're aware. And then in the description area of the video, I do have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay. Cash App and Venmo don't currently take anything from me. I don't have enough uh, where they're requiring me to get a business account yet. But and then the other 3 are about the same. PayPal's the only one that if you do like $1, they take like 58 cents of it, so they take more than half of those. But the higher amounts really PayPal, I'm sorry, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay are all about the same kind of, they charge a certain percent of the donation. So all that's just information, no expectations. I just want to make sure everyone knows because some people are like, "What the hell? They take 30%? I'll do it a different way." And I know it's not available in every country. And so no guilt, no shame, no expectations, just information with all that. But if you make a donation, you do get prioritized. And if your donation is $5 or more, you do get a little piece of cake, which is the Sacred Creators Oracle, is what we're using tonight, little spiritual piece of cake. And if your donation is $5 and under, you still get a fortune cookie. And the ones we're using right now are these beautiful moonlit forest, which have a little saying on them, like a fortune cookie does in a way. Not here's your lotto numbers or whatever, but those others. And then tonight we're using this new circular tarot card deck. So it's a beautiful deck here. I don't think it's by a particular artist, but that's what we're going to use tonight. I love circular decks, and hopefully I won't spill them all over the place. If not, we'll have a 78 card pickup. And then I am using, for any clarity that I need, I might be guided to use this little everyday tarot deck as well. It's a cute little one. So that is the skinny on how that stuff works. At the end of every session, I do put a pinned comment listing all the readings completed with timestamps. And I also put at the top if I was able to complete all readings or, some of the free readings or none of the free readings. Sometimes I have so many wonderful donations from you amazing Zen friends that I don't get to the free readings, but I do pop in the morning and will complete everything that I don't finish in the nighttime, including if I get to 7 hours and I haven't hit all the donations, um, then I will, complete those in the morning. You'll be first up in the session, like I do now with that. So I think that's the main stuff. I know that's a lot. Blah 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 blah. I feel like I had a lot of caffeine and I haven't today yet. And then, I didn't have a makeup session this morning because I completed everything last night, so we are good there. And then if you haven't checked out my podcast, I do have a podcast called The Easier Path, and we talk about all sorts of different subjects to help us have an easier path as these humans instead of a harder one. We know it's not an easy path as a human, but it can be easier, and that's what it's called that. And the last one that I had was episode 21, which is What They Think of Me, where we talk about why we care as humans, what people think about us, and why, what are they feeling about us. And it helps us understand why we all humans have that. That's normal, and how we can make that easier, an easier journey as well. And I'm working on the other one. I'm a little late on, I usually do it, try to get it out every 2 weeks, but life has been saying, no, not this time. So it'll probably be next Thursday, quite honestly, with everything I've got going on right now, to when the next podcast will come out. So that's what we got. Blah, blah, blah. Let's make sure here we've got everything on the list and updated, and then we will get in to the readings here. So, let's say left off down here. We got Bird Girl in the house. Hey, Bird Girl, good to see you. I'll get you on here. I do see your question. Oh, you're down here. I'll grab it when I get down there. And we got Debbie O in the house. I know we're excited about your read today. Of course, you're number one and number two on the donations, and number one on the free reading list as well. So we got you there. And yeah, I'm excited for your little cha 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 group as well. We got the peanut gallery, and then we have the little cha cha chas coming in. I pictured them doing that little, how like the bunny is it the bunny hop when they're all da 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 dun dun dun, but they're doing there's a cha cha cha, like a cha 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 dance, right? That people do in the holding on to each other's hips and da da cha 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 da da cha cha cha. That's what they were showing me in my head. This big group, and I'm just like, oh my lord, of course. But anyway, so I'm excited for that too. All right, and Lauren Smith. Okay, I'll get another deep dive one too. Waiting on one from C. Okay, good. So I will. You got a little ways. Yours are numbers, 5, 6, and 7, so you got a little bit of time to get it in there too. So, I like that here. I'll put over here, I'll put another $6 question marks around it so we know that there's one coming in. Ooh. Let me close out I didn't close out my email on this thing. I hate to do emails on my tablet because otherwise some reason it uses a lot of memory and it freaks out the chat and it closes everything down. I know math is hard. I get it. The struggle is real. All right. So we got you there. Thank you for the congratulations, Debbie. And then Bird Girl, there is your free reading. I see it here. You'll be number 7 on the free reading list here. And why? And the heater. You pick the great. Oh, isn't this a good one? Dare to be yourself. They're always, I get them. They're reminders for me a lot. They always have something behind. Not don't try to be something more or whatever. Getting caught up in my head. It's remember who you really are. Right. We come back to this colorful being that we are. So I love it. All right. So I think we're all caught up. Well, let me check my emails here. Make sure these are updated. Come on. There it is. Okay. I think that I'm gonna just delete the header. Whenever you get an email with an attachment, you kinda are like, "I don't recognize this person in that subject." I'm just like, "We're just gonna delete that." We're not gonna have hackers interrupt us tonight. All right. So we have here. So for free readings, since I'm down here for free readings, we got Debbie O and then Minnie Heals, Sudeshna, Butterfly, Cat Mia, Rose, and Bird Girl is where we're at. And then for donations, up first will be Debbie O times 2. And then Diana, your first one. And then Lauren of Light will be number 4. And then Lauren Smith, your number 5, 6, and 7. And then we're back to Diana for number 8 after that. That's your lucky number. Bing, ding, ding. You are a winner. So I love it. All right. So we'll do a quick little cheers here just to say thank you. Thank you guys so much for the thumbs up, for all your love and support, and commenting on the videos and watching my podcast and all the comments you make after the streams. Of course, all the donations, all that stuff you guys do that you can do for free as well. All that helps spread the Zen love, and you're part of the Love Tsunami, helping get this channel across the world where individuals are able to get messages from spirit as well. So you are why I do all this, and I'm so grateful for all your love and support. So cheers to you. I love you guys. Salute. Just make sure this is mixed up. Okay. Yum yum. If you guys haven't seen me drink that before, that's beet juice with some lemon juice. I think it's one tablespoon Yeah, 1 tablespoon of lemon juice and 1 teaspoon of apple cider vinegar with beet juice. It's supposed to be good for you. I'm not a licensed medical professional. Check, check on that. But, it's really good. You think it would be like, "Whoa, my god," but it all balances so well. I say that all the time. Okay. So, let us get the party going here. So, let us dive in here. We got Debbie O up first. 2306 is for yours here, for your first one. And this is for your general reading and the peanut gallery. So let's take a look here and see what we got going on here. Let me try shuffling one more time. I got to use my big old hands to make sure the cards don't go flying off everywhere, right? All right. So let's take a look here. So first of all, what do the spirit, what do they want you to know today? Yeah, see, I'm going to have to be on my feet tonight. These are newer cards, so they're still slick and slippery. And they and they're circular. So a dangerous combo sometimes. All right. And then they want this one here too. All right. I think we got it here. All right. So, bottom of the deck, don't worry about this. It's the Tower card. And this is an energy of you removing things out of your life, not things being removed out of your life for you. All this energy is about your uh self work, this freedom work, this moving of things, because you're in this beautiful journey. Your first card in the actual tarot is in the reading itself, Page of Pentacles, which is it's like you're reformatting, or like you're taking this beautiful self-worth of who you really are, right? And you've been chunking and clearing things off of it and removing it so you can get to like this. It's like an Indiana Jones movie where there's this old, statue it's muddy and it's got all this stuff around it and it's caked in mud, and people are like, "Well, it's a nice, whatever," and then they hit it and everything falls away and you see the golden, bright, beautiful statue that's inside of it. That's what this is here. This beautiful peeling away of what you already are, and you're not becoming something more, you're just removing that which is not you, that doesn't show the shininess of the brilliant golden statue that you are. So I love that. I love that energy. Um, what else around that? We've got 3 other cards that surround that particular one. Yeah, we have the 5 of Wands. So they are mentioning here about, there is, growing pains come with that, and any conflict we have in our life that rises is for us. That's how we learn and grow, is through conflict, through challenges and things coming in, right? So this is about when we have a challenge that comes up, it's not happening like to us, it's happening for us, and we're like, "Okay, what is this showing me that I can remove? Woohoo! Something else I can throw away out of my life, and I can feel lighter and brighter and more golden," right? So I like that they're mentioning that, 'cause that's good for us all to remember. Yeah. 5 of Wands, 5 of Pentacles. So those feelings we have, the fear of being abandoned, being left out in the cold, being left behind, there's this beautiful energy here of all these fives. What's this other one? Is this a 5? No, it's the 2 of Wands, which is your power of energy, right? Which is also what you're learning here, is that kind of these 4 cards together is that life doesn't happen to me, it's happening for me, and no one is ruling my life except for me and my energy. Whatever I focus on is what draws in. The creator doesn't have "Oh, you're having a bad life, a good life." They're going, "You're having an adventure full of all sorts of stuff," and they love being along for the ride and going, "Where are you going? What is this, what's this journey? What's happening?" And they're always there to support us, but there's no failure. There's always just discovery and exploration, and I like that kind of energy that's coming in here for you. Then you have these 3 cards together. Yep, you do have the 6 of Swords, which is leaving behind old ways of thinking, seeing things from that higher perspective, which moves you from all those choppy waters. You see there are like in choppy waters here. There's calmer waters in the back, I mean, where they're headed. So it is allowing you to move from a place and you've noticed how much calmer your life feels than a year ago, you know? It's like you're just like, "Yeah, I have more peace of mind, I have more peace of heart that comes in with all of this as well." So, I love that. Yeah, because you are definitely on this, shaking and rattling. Here's your Capricorn rising. Oops, forgot these little nudity just in case. But this is the shaking and the rattling of long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve me anymore. All those that your peanut gallery always apologizes for giving you, right? So they have that moving. And yeah, and you're on the quest of your self love at the same time, both of mind and of heart is what is coming in. And I feel like this is a lot of this. I feel like this is like a celebration, right? Showing that you're letting go of so many expectations, so many things that make you feel, you know, blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small and all these things that used to keep you up at night and a lot of anxiety. You've chunked away so many of the big things, and you're working on, you know, eventually it'll be just polishing the golden statue, because all the gunk is away, right? So I love that. I love that message for you there. And then we'll take a look at the peanut gallery, see what they got going on here as well. Let me just put these cards back in here real quick. One more. I love the designs on the back here. Isn't that beautiful? I like black and white and then stuff added to it, obviously. All right. So let's hear from the peanut gallery. They're letting Mama O go first. She took the first chair. She's like, why does he always get to sit in that chair? So Mama, Mama is in chair number 1. And oh, they're gonna take turns. I love that because Chuck is up next. He's in number 2. And then Daddy O, not Daddy O, Papa O, or Daddy O. I think you say Dad O. They get the 3rd chair. Oh, yeah, right. I love it because she's like, "I get to go first," and so I feel like they're gonna rotate, as per wanting to. I don't feel like it's gonna be organized, like I would go, "Okay, next time it's gonna be Chuck, and then your dad, and then your mom," and it's gonna rotate each time. I don't know if it is gonna do that, but that's what I would do as a Capricorn rising. Alright, bottom of the deck, the theme for the peanut gallery's little interview today is the 8 of Pentacles, which is about doing the work and the transformation to become a butterfly. You have 3 cards, 3 cards, 3 cards. So they're bringing in that 9 energy for you today. And Mama O is talking about the Hermit. Here's the Virgo energy, another 9. I feel like she's talking about your birthday. We have the Strength card, Leo energy. Yeah. And the 9 of Cups. So she brought you in a 9-9 with the Strength card, Leo energy that's coming in here. And so I do feel like she's focusing in on your birthday itself, and how she does look at it with the 9 of Cups as a dream come true, you know, next month, can you believe it? So I like that energy coming in, and there's the Strength card about it's time for you to be able to step forward. It's time for you to shine. And I like this. I feel like she's encouraging you to do something special for your birthday. Um, oh, this is the big number 6 number, right? Because I know you turn you turn that number right before I do. So, celebrate, I love it. They're like, "It's a wonderful, wonderful, do something special for you, mija," you know? It's coming in. That's funny. She's like, "You deserve it, celebrate it." It was a blessing. It was a dream come true and a blessing when you were born, and every year since then, and you've been on the earth for 6 decades. And she's like, celebrate it, celebrate it, right? So I like that. Shine, shine. It's time for you. And that because this Leo energy is me energy, was what she's bringing in. She goes, do something special for you. Don't worry what anyone's gonna think. Do something special that you want to do. So I like that. I just feel like she's just celebrating that. Chuck is coming in. He brings in the Page of Wands, which is action energy. Let's see what these other 2 are here as well. Yeah, and he likes this here, the amount of energy that you've been investing, and here's that Empress, the way he'd see you as someone with so much emotion, and then he goes this is funny because he's like, "On the left is me, I'm the one that's kind of stagnant in emotional energy. This is who I was. And then you come in, and you are this empress, the ruler over so much, all the queens, but you've got 5 parts water, 1 part fire, earth, and air, right? And they're like, I, and he was, more fire energy. And I feel like he's again celebrating your in a way, your Cancer moon energy. I know that the Empress isn't Cancer moon, but it's so much emotional energy. And I feel like they're kind of bringing in here this transformation, this birthing, this movement in your life that, you chose to be that for this lifetime. And though sometimes it felt like a curse, here you are at, hitting 60 years old, and you're having the biggest freedom in your heart than you ever had, and you're not alone, humanity, right? And that it's never too late. And I feel like they're saying here you chose for have this transformation at this time in your life, of course, on purpose, for a purpose. And there's this beautiful change of, like, perception and what you're doing, and that you'll help other people that feel like, "Oh, it's too late," and you're like, "It's never too late," and it's so worth it because of this freedom that you feel. So I feel like he's with this Page of Wands is encouraging you as well at the same time that, you'll be able to, um, help others, right? And then Daddy-O comes in. Oh, yeah, he's bringing up childhood memories, the 6 of Cups. So he's bringing in again, I feel like this is kind of like a pre-birthday kind of a little just starting to look at your birthday and go, "You know what? I remember when you were a young child and you were so full of joy, and, celebration, and he loved your laugh, he loved your smile." And he always loved that. For some reason, he felt like out of all his children, you were the happy one, at least in his eye. Probably because you were his favorite. Shh, don't tell anyone. But you're like, I know. And then the 9 of Swords. It's interesting here. He's bringing up one. He's gonna be visiting you and bringing you um, some bizarre dreams, just so that you remember them when you wake up. They're gonna be odd, not like nightmares, but he is talking here too about, that he remembers once when you had a nightmare, and he came and, I think you went to their room, into his room, and you were like, and he was like, "Come here, tell me about it, what's going on?" And I feel like whatever the nightmare was about, he, it struck him as funny for some reason, and I feel like he did want to laugh, and he was trying not to laugh because the way that you were explaining the nightmare to him, it kind of felt like it, um because you were, like, so tired and you were waking all night and you were, that it wasn't coming out the way you wanted it to. And he's like, it was cute, and he was like, and he's just bringing up some memories, and that I feel like he will bring up some memories from the past in your dream time, is what he's saying, so that you can, remember them with them. And so it's not about reliving them, it's just to remember them. And I like that. So a little bit of a looking back over time kind of energy. So I like that. I was his favorite. He's like, still are. All right. So that is for that. Let's see what your fortune cookie for that is. And then I'm like, catch up on the chat real quick here and we'll go into your second one here. The family reunion that's coming up here. All right. All right. Oop, there it goes. Right. Leave the hall light on. Look, I like this. Bravely market your magic. Here's the bravery, right? So 39. And I feel like this is what Chuck was talking about, right? So, what biz or life project are you working on that you feel compelled to courageously cast out into the world? Spiritual misfits, philosopher poets, soulpreneurs, and creative catalysts. Bravely market your magic. It's your gold. And as gold, here we're talking about gold again, right? As gold, it is fascinating and compelling, and people can't stop looking at it when it's shining from the heart. There we go. I love how they're bringing that in, the vision they gave me of that golden statue. When you draw back the curtains and expose the true colors of your soul, there it is again. It is blindingly brilliant and beautiful. Shut up. You can't make it this up, right? Make no mistake, someone out there is looking for what you're offering, and they will be thrilled to find you when you are honestly sharing your unique magic. Unveil your weird, your wonderful, and your quirky. It's normal for it to take a few years to find your way and to build your dream, so don't be hard on yourself if normal happens. Have patience and faith, even when it feels vulnerable. Share of yourself honestly and always put your soul into your message. Not sure how to share your magic? Well, your unique essence and humanness is the right place to start. Wow, I love that. Right? Isn't that amazing? I'm just like, boom. All right. I love that. So in alignment with what the peanut gallery was saying, especially, right? Well, Debbie O, you know how that works, right? If we try to, I need it, I want it, why isn't it here yet? What are we doing, right? We end up pushing it away. We come back to the now. We are in gratitude. And we trust, right, that the creator is gonna bring him in the perfect timing, the perfect way, and of course, the perfect person, right? And we just focus in on what we want and why, focus in on ourself. The more you raise your love vibration, the faster you guys are drawn to each other. But if we start to get a little bit too excited about, then we start pushing it further away, right? So it's like, all right, come back, come back, come back, come back, come back to the now. And then we stop pushing it away, right? That want and that need energy, right? All right. So let me take a look here. I did get a few donations and let me catch up on the chat here as well. So let's take a look here. Let me just get into here. All right. And I think I saw your name up. Yep, your name's up here. So I got the heater came in via the Venmo. So thank you so much for your donation there, and I do see your question in there. So I will grab that there when we get to that. And then let me take a look here. And then Jojo came in. Let me make sure. Yep, right there. So Jojo, hello, hello. You are number 10 on the donation list there. And I don't see a question yet, just in case YouTube removed it. I just always have to say that since it happened once, now I have this little trigger, little flag to always say that. I know. All right. And then I do have here, I think I've got 2 for Ruby G. Let me just make sure here. I sure do. All right. So thank you, Ruby G. Good to see you. Hello, hello. So we'll get your 2 in here. And let me get to all your questions all organized here too in just a sec. All right, I got all those. I think that let me just update just to make sure. And Lauren of Light, yeah, I did get yours earlier, so I'm not gonna. I don't want to zip by you here. You are number 4 on the donations, so we'll be circling to you here shortly. All right, so Ruby G, the X. Let's see here. So, oh, all these say the X adjacent for the X, and then the X adjacent stuff. That's funny. You crack me up. All right. So this is the X. So this is the first stuff here. So we'll do that here. That'll be for that first one. In the custody child support. We'll get that added on to that first one there too. All right. And then what can we know? All right. Is all of that for the $5 one? That's general. Saving on by the slots general. Energy on my son's. Okay. Yep. Looks like all that is that one, right? That's not the X adjacent stuff. That feels like all about the X, right? Or all those. Whoops. Don't do that. Try that again. There we go. All right. We'll just get all that in there. All right, so I've got all of that there. Everything you've put up to this point, Ruby, I kind of put under the first one. If that's both of them together, I can just do that and make it a extra big deep dive into all of that. Or if you have for the X adjacent, I'm going to put that X adjacent. I don't think I spelled that right. No, I sure didn't. It doesn't matter. I know what it meant, but it just looked weird. All right, so I'll have that there. Yeah, yeah, I know, right, Debbie? People looking for it's their little inner child crying out for love. They just when they realize that's not the way you're gonna get it, but they also probably only got the negative attention when they were growing up, and so that's why they go that route. And, if it was just one-on-one, I would respond differently, but when they're impacting an entire channel with a lot of people, it's like, that's not nope. Time out for 24 hours? Oh, I blocked her from mine. When you politely ask and they still continue to do it, I'm like, "They're not gonna change," so I'm just that's it. Get to go. You get to go. Just like in my own life, like, I don't have to we get to choose what energy we're gonna have around us, and I get to choose not to have that around me. Alright, I think I'm all caught up again. We'll get back in here. The moderator, don't mess with Debbie. Oh, the moderator. Alright. Yeah, 4725 is for this one. So thank you again for your dual donations. And so, and I removed all name like last names. I just kind of have first names throughout your thing. Just I know they're all on the other side, but just in case it doesn't hurt, because you know who they are. That's what matters. Sorry. Just do a little quick cheers as I make noise. We'll just get rid of that. How about that? All right. All right. So the cha-cha-cha game. I love that you ask, "Who needs to speak to me? What do I need to know?" And here they come, right? So I love that. So we have Mr. Leroy is the first one there. Um, and the big thing you wanted to know about that is, like, you felt like he was trying to tell you something about his ex-wife, and to see, is he trying to tell you that she's also going to be joining him soon? And he's like, "No, she's not coming up here." No, I'm just kidding. There is no hell. He's like, "No, no, she has the other ticket." But he's just joking, just jokes. Her higher self is already up there, with them. Oh, I love that. I love how they are showing up that way. So let's see, what message did Mr. Leroy want for you here? Yeah, an interesting energy because we've got the Hierophant, which, you know, represents here. It's interesting because the Hierophant is, in a way, like our higher self showing us a higher perspective as well. And I feel like he's bringing in this because here's the 5 of Pentacles, which is the fear of being abandoned, being left behind, being left out in the cold. And what he just had said about, "Oh, no, her higher self is already up here anyway. There is no hell." I feel like they're bringing this in here because they're like, there is no missingness on the other side because we're always there and we're extending like our little pinky down, and to dip into the earth lower vibrational to experience this as our humanity. It's even less than a pinky. It's like a cell of our body, you know, lowers to lower vibration to experience it here. And, that there's this, there is no loss. There's no true loss. That's something that humans experience as part of our adventure here, but there's no true loss on the other side. And this Ace of Wands is like it's an energy. We have the power to choose. And we do consciously choose loss kind of energy here to see what it feels like. But yeah, it is kind of like Alzheimer's. We don't realize, it's like we're oblivious to what loss is on the other side till we experience a low vibration and go, "Oh, that's what it might feel like to feel like something's not present." Because on the other side, we're we're so closely tied and connected that there isn't ever a place of not being together. All of us, all of, like they would say, God's children, right? All of the souls, all of the beings of love and light that are part of Creator, all and everything is part of the Creator. We're never alone. That's just something that we experience here. And I feel like there is that I feel like they're bringing up their ex-wife to want to say, "I didn't miss her when she became my ex, but we never really missed each other either," And I feel like that's kind of the message that's coming in here, he said, um, we'll see if Darren has anything to say here. Darren's just being himself up here. He's putting on his little show of putting on the character, "Look at me," because it is. This is like a little puppet of our higher self, so we can put on the little finger puppet and go, "Hey, everybody, look at I'm Bretta Z," up there. So I like that energy here, I feel like they're like, um, with this feeling of loss, I do feel like with the 5, oh, I'm sorry, that's not the 5 of Pentacles, that's the 3 of Pentacles, but there is this sense of loss, how it changes. Oh, that's what he wanted to show me because he showed me it as the 5 of Pentacles, and now it's changed to the 3 of Pentacles for me, and I don't know if that actually did change the card. You never know these days, but, there is this energy of we change from feeling lost to feeling like we are creator. We're little mini creators. And I do feel like that is the energy. She is getting ready to pass away soon. But there is no real sense of loss that comes in. That, the conflicts that we have and that come in, is what we come here for. And they're like, it's okay. You go feel our feels, but then when we are ready, turn our eyes upward and we see who we really are, right? So let's see here. Does Daryl want to say something? Does he want to chime in? Did you? He says, just a quick hello. Yeah, the 9 of Pentacles. I'm solid now. He's saying, I'm solid now. Kind of energy that's there. So he's like, Um, right? Oh, yeah, I was a wild child on earth, right? I'm solid now. I'm solid, and that's the thing is when we realize, these characters we played are not who we are on the other side. That's just one little expression of trillions and trillions and trillions of expressions that we've been. And that's just a small teeny part of everything else that they are and who they've been. Will she pass away this year? Let me just verify real quick and then we'll move on here. We have the 7 of Pentacles. Yeah, this is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. This is slow. I feel like it might be at the beginning of next year. I don't feel like I don't feel like it's this year. I feel like it's at the beginning of next year. Yeah, the Magician, January, energy coming in here. So, oh, well, that makes a lot of sense why he was a crazy wild child. All right. So I feel like that is what's coming in from Mr. Leroy there. And then this is when the little thumbnails of neighbors and friends and relatives started to pop up, right? You got Judy D and you heard her laugh and Jerry D. And so I feel like when I was reading your email, the vision that came to me was Batman and Batgirl. And I don't know why they came through that way, but they were like, "Yeah, we're the dastardly duo." Da 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 da. Da. You're just like, "Okay, I get you." So I like their energy. Let's see what they have to tell you here. I can imagine. Yeah, here's the joy, the laughter, energy here, joy, celebration. We are part of your crew. They're part of your spiritual posse. Yeah, and they agree with mom that, you were a dream come true. 9 of Cups, such a joyful child again. They were like, you were a joy to have around. Um, they liked it back then. You were really balanced between your head and your heart. Before Chuck came along. No. That's funny. They all kinda stopped and looked over at Chuck. He was like, "Hey." And then the Hanged Man hear this beautiful transformation, and, they love again, they're kind of joining in with this transformation that you're going through. They're supporting you, giving you love along your journey. So you're not in any of this alone. They've been watching you grow up. Um, you know, and what's wonderful is anything as soon as we go to the other side, like if I passed away, I could know every thought, every emotion, everything you ever went through all the way back into the womb. Just I have immediate access to that. and then it helps me understand as this higher vibrational, unconditionally loving, non-judging being, right? That I understand more of where you're coming from, and they were just like, "Oh, it was beautiful." I feel like they say when they were able to see all the things, and they were like, "Wow, everything that you've gone through in your life," they're just proud of you. It's almost like surrogate parents, they're like, "We kind of thought of you as our adopted daughter," that, I don't know, the daughter we never had or the daughter we wish we had. Something along those lines is what they're saying, you know? But I love that. I love that energy coming in there for you with that. Oh, yeah, you said here even he's your protector, like, Jerry was your protector on the earth. So I love that. They're a fun group. All right. And let me just put these cards back in here. And then you said your dad, your mom, and Chuck popped in. Of course, the peanut gallery had to go in and go, "Hey, it's a family reunion. Where's the open bar? Let's go. Cheers, cheers." Too funny. Um, and they came in to tell you that they're rooting you on and are helping you. And I don't feel like we need to pull cards for that. I feel like we did get that in your first reading, and they're the ones leading the rooting of all these other individuals. They're supporting you, absolutely helping you, the others, giving you love every moment, giving you support, um, sending you love, 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 love energy to use it how you would. They're not trying to control your life. None of them are judging or thinking that you should be doing things differently, supposed to be, need to be, blah, blah, blah. They're just like, "What an adventure you're on," and they love everything that you're doing. There's no wrong choice at all, and I love that. Um, so then I wrote on here, then came in the cha-cha-cha party. You said it was like they're part of your protection. You had some chuckles. I like that joy. Not sure what they were there to say, right? A nice experience. So we wanted to kind of look at each of these and see what they all want to tell you. Or was it part of your imagination? Definitely not. It wasn't part of your imagination. It's interesting though. They do use our imagination. It's because our imagination is the video screen that we project dreams and like our night sleepy dreams. And when you think back to a memory and you can actually remember seeing it, that's what we're seeing in our imagination. And they go, it it wasn't like you generating something in your imagination, but it was us using your imagination to bring up the little PowerPoint presentation of the images. All right, hit enter. Let's go. Let the PowerPoint begin. So that's funny. So let's see what we got coming in here. We have Aunt Chacha, Uncle Cardona, Tia Cello, Uncle Roberto. It's funny you said Uncle Robert. I have to say Uncle Roberto, and then cousin Rosiba, right? Or Rosiba. All right, let's take a look here and see what they have here. Like, well, was Robert a white man? All right. So, Aunt Cha-Cha, what do you have to say? She's the fiery one. As soon as I read her name, I was like, "Oh my god." She's a spitfire. So I love that. Let's see what she has to say here first. So, yeah, I like this here. I mean, we've got this, the Death card and the 7 of Cups. She knew when she passed here, she knew all the emotions you felt. She was there seeing everything. And with the 6 of Pentacles, she always saw you as such a big giver kind of energy that were there, right? Black and white, that's funny. But she specifically wants to say when she passed, she was there feeling every emotion you felt, And, with the 6 of Pentacles, this is a big giver energy, and she goes, "You always gave so much, overgave so much," energy that's here. And she goes, "You deserve to receive so much too." She goes, "You always had such a huge heart. You always felt everything so big and so beautiful." She goes and she says, "Your tears are beautiful," is what she wants to say. "Your tears are beautiful." Wow. Woo, that hits deep for some reason. But she does. She's like, "Yes, that's beautiful." Like, she's gonna make me cry, right? She goes, "Like that." Don't make me cuss at you, Aunt Cha-Cha. All right. So I feel like that's a big message that she wanted to mention to you there. And then Uncle Cardona, let me just do this so I can see it here. Yeah. And then Uncle Cardona, what did they have to say here? Okay. Yeah, and here we've got this beautiful message here. Oh my god. That's the thing about circular cards. Come on, you can pick them up. But you got the Hierophant and the, 5 of Swords with the Page of Cups energy here too. This is part of your self-love, and I feel like they're more serious, at least this right now, they're being more serious, of a message. They were like, "Yeah, I'll let, Aunt Cha-Cha, I'll let her do the emotional stuff, but I just wanna let you know," he's, like, serious and in the mind kinda stuff, saying kinda like what they were in your previous reading about, that we're up here and we're helping and, giving you love all the time, but, know when conflict comes in, it's not a punishment, you're not doing anything wrong, it's happening so those emotions can rise up so you can transform it. Oh, he was a professor. That makes sense. I feel like let's go to the chalkboard, right? And then this is why, and this is what happens, and da 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 da. So it makes sense that, oh, and the Hierophant is a teacher student energy. So it makes total sense. He's coming in like a teacher, like a professor, explaining that all these things happen on purpose for a reason. And if you ever wonder, in those moments, because sometimes when we're in conflict, we can't, see beyond what's happening. Just remember, help. That's the perfect way to ask us. He's funny. Help. And so, if you're like, I don't understand what's going on, he goes, just look to the sky and I'll be there going, waiting for you to go, help. And they're like, yeah, that'll be the clue to tell me what the hell's going on. Why is this happening? Bring me clarity. Help. So I like that. That sounds like him. That's great. I like him. He's funny. So I feel like that is what he has for you. And then Tia Cello, let's see what she has here. So just 2 for you. All right. Oh, she was there too? Um, so we've got the Magician and the Empress coming in from Tiacello. She seems like a feisty one, like the sensual one, like she's, like, saying, "Girl, I can't wait till you find your magician." You know? She's saying something, like, almost inappropriate, because she's saying, yeah, because there's nothing like a magician with their magic wand, and that's all she's saying, and I'm just like, "Whoa, you're going a little far there, Tiacello," but she's like, "I just have to come through as my character." She kind of feels like she's a spitfire as well a little bit, and she's like, "Love yourself, girl, and, give to yourself and allow yourself, you are the empress. You are the one who gets to receive." And she goes, "That's what the empress is. This is the divine feminine. You get to receive. Remember that." Because the magician is the giver, the divine masculine energy. And she's like, remember, because you're an overgiver. She goes, remember, you're here to receive, baby. She's like, all like the hood kind of talking. She's funny. But that's what she wanted to tell you. She goes, that's it. We'll add Emma Rita on here to the end as well. I asked her if she wants to speak, and she's like, duh. So we're gonna bring Aunt Emma Rita in as well. All right. And then Uncle Roberto. Robert. Oh, sorry. I guess he did want to be called, he likes to be called Robert, huh? Oh, yeah. So he's like, I'm the one that gets to bring through your moon energy. He goes, no one else is. I'm going to do it. So here you go. She call you babe. I love that. So Uncle Robert, yeah. So Uncle Robert, he's the one bringing in this a simple message that says, slow down. He was in the military. Yeah, he's like, slow down. That's interesting. The Knight of Pentacles, the Knight is a warrior, right? I love that. But you got the 10 of Wands, which is doing too much, and the 7 of Wands, which is also fire energy. And he was like, just balance your energy. Don't overdo it. Take your time. There's not a rush. I almost feel like um, I don't know if he would tell you that because I feel like he would rush eating, rushing doing something. He would be like, because I feel like that's not the first time you'd have heard from him. Slow down. But that's what he's bringing in for you there is like, take your time, enjoy every bite of life. Don't just blah, 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 blah. That's what he's showing someone just eating, 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 to get to the end. And you're like, what's at the end? You know, he's like, just enjoy the meal of life. Just savor every bite, chew it 40 times and then swallow it. So I like that. Yeah, he seems like a sweet guy, but he's like very, very concerned about how much energy that I gotta. He's like, calm down, slow down is more his energy is slow down, enjoy every bite is his message. And then cousin, is that Rosiba? Rosiba? Let's see what she has to say here. Oh yeah. She has I feel like she's really working with your emotional energy. Queen of Cups, this is like you know, both cups energies. I mean, 2 times the cups energies, right? And I feel like she's bringing you a lot of, with your transformation with the Hanged Man here, she's bringing in um, a lot of the energy around the story, the power of the story, what things mean. And I feel like it's because it's almost like there's a lot of parallels, it feels like, between your 2 lives, where she felt, um, because of her emotional experiences, she's a Spitfire, yeah, that she's the one that can really help you transform the stories that you have around, things of the past because she went through so much. She was like, you know, uh, there's some sort of Air Force term, mock something with your hair on fire. That seems like her. But because she did so much and experienced so many things in the amount of time that she was here, she was like, I can do this. This is so I feel like they've taken on a role to really help you a lot in your emotional transformation, especially when question a lot of your stories. She's all about let's change the story. Let's change the story. I feel like that's her. All right, and then lastly, we got Aunt Emerida coming in here. as well. And I don't know. We've got Aquarius star energy. She wasn't an Aquarius, right? I don't know, but we've got this star card on the bottom. Oh, she's saying you save the best for last. Just saying, she's saying that. You save the star, you don't bring the star out in the beginning, you have all of the she's just making a joke about, you have all the opening acts, and then you have the star that comes in. That makes sense with the air energy. That's funny. Yeah, and she's Hav's here too. She's like, I feel like she's like praising she's joining in the praising, the applause, and I feel like she's saying, "Alright, one more hand for our little Mija who is putting all this energy, connecting to the upper world with the Queen of Wands, the emotional world behind the scenes, and she's removing obstacles out of her life." I feel like she's saying, "You're making our job easy because, there are some things you asked. If these things weren't removed by a certain time, then, um, remove them for me and bring in those things." But she's like, you know, let's give her applause because she's making our job easy. She's removing stuff before we even get close to having to have a tower remove these things that you've asked to be moved out of your life. So those safety nets that you had, they're like, oh, don't need that anymore. Take that down. Oh, don't need that anymore. So they're saying, you're making our job easy. And that's okay, you know. But I like that. I like that energy. Such loving individuals. Great group of souls, especially as they are now. So I love that. And let's see what your fortune cookie brings in for this one too. Not your fortune cookie, your piece of cake. Stop, drop, and ground, not roll. Stop, drop, and ground. So that's kind of a little bit of a we're so proud of everything you're doing, but you can slow down. I feel like that's their overall thing is take your time. Your grandma. It says, how long has it been since you gave yourself a moment to pause, just for the joy of it? There you go. If you've been caught up in the hustle or feeling anxious or stressed about the future, it's time for a pause. Full stop. It's time to ground yourself with self love. Drop onto your yoga mat, drop in on movie night with family, or drop into laughter with your besties. Seriously, your soul is asking for this. And while stopping and dropping can feel drastic, especially if you've been on the hamster wheel of busy for a while, it's also perfect medicine for resetting and realigning your goals with the path that you're on. If you're taking on unnecessary work that feels soul sucking, you need to stop. If you're repeatedly worrying about metrics, relationships, or money, you need to stop. Ruminate with Rumi instead. Grab a tea and play hooky from your to do list for a while. Know that you are deserving of this sacred pause. Stop, drop, and ground isn't about sticking your head in the sand and pretending that everything is wonderful when it's not. It's not about chanting positive mantras when you honestly feel like muck inside. It's about finding the real happy wherever you are. It's about actively pursuing grounded presence today while remembering that it doesn't have to be perfect to be perfectly blissful. I like that. What a great message for them from all that. So, that is what they got for you, my dear. So, what a happy group. I love channeling people from the other side because they just they're remembering the contrast between being their human self and their higher self, and it just comes in, whew, more powerful energy. So I love it. I love it. I love it. All right. So that is what we got for you, my friend. Thank you again so much. I'm looking forward to our little chat only tomorrow. So cheers to you. All right. So I don't think anyone else came in. Yeah, everyone's part of our tribe. I mean, realistically, um, everyone we're all part of a huge sea. We're all each other's soulmates. When it all comes down to it on the other side, we all are each other's soulmates, and it's like a giant litter. It's a giant pack, and we're all part of all our tribes together, and, um we have those that are more involved in this human lifetime, but there's, groups and groups, and then it just goes and goes and goes, and it just keeps going. So we've got a great support system, and they're definitely around you there. So, alrighty. All right. And then we've got Diana is up. So Diana, we got 11805 for you. Thank you for your donation here. we didn't get that. I I didn't get those kind of messages from them. They're giving you love, but I don't feel like they're on assignment, kind of energy. So, all right. So, Diana, thank you for your donation. And your second one is going to be number 8 when we get down to that one there. So, you want to know, can we tell you what we're just going to call them P's current friend group, what they think of you? Yeah, absolutely. Yep. So we'll take a look here and see. Let me just step into your energy here. All right. So overall, of course, every individual, all of us have we all see the world differently because we don't see it clearly, right? We see the world as we are, not as it is. So every individual would see you differently and think about you differently than the others, right? If you haven't checked out, I just had a recent podcast, well, a couple weeks ago, what they think of me. And it's a great, it talks a lot about this subject here. So if you haven't seen that, I will paste it under your timestamp when I get done with the session at the end on the pinned comment. But if you're watching this now or in between, if you go to my Easier Path podcast, episode 21 will be the last one in the playlist. It's what they think of me. Great information on like, why do we care so much as humans? Things we can do to make that easier too. So let's take a look here. The overall energies, is there like, well, we'll do 5 cards here. 1, 2. Things called flying around in here. I got those. I got those 4. What's the 5th one here? What's this one? Okay. All right. Let's see what we got going on here. And then you also wanted to know if they think about me at all. Yeah, thoughts or feelings, whichever calls to you. Yeah, we'll see what cards come through here. Bottom of the deck, I mean, you've got the 9 of Cups. This is like our dream come true energy. And it's funny that because you said that if they think about me at all, and usually people don't think about other people much at all. We kind of think it's like, um, everyone's paying attention to what's going on in my life, and they're judging me, and they're comparing me to other things. And like, no, usually most people are worried about what's going on with them. What are people thinking of them? Where's my dream? How am I going to get my dream come true? I need to do this. Really, people don't pay a whole lot of attention to other people unless it has something to do with them, you know? And you're right. So I feel like we'll take a look here and see what's going on. The first card that showed itself in your 5 card spread here is, the 6 of Pentacles, which is this balance and scale is what's coming through here for me. And they're just like, yeah, they kind of think, well, like anyone else, yeah, there's some growth needed, and there's some awesome things too. And they're not. It's like the scales are just not moving up and down. Like, oh my god, I bet they're reacting, to what P is saying in the group and doing all those kind of things. And it's like it doesn't seem like they really care. You know, Usually when someone's complaining about someone else, we're not so concerned about, especially if we don't, interact with them a whole lot. We're like, what's going on with you? Because you're freaking out, you know? Mhm. Yeah, and we have the devil card here. Let me just cover up some private parts here. Um, coming in here too, which is, everyone has different expectations and thoughts and beliefs and mindsets about what things are supposed to be and should be and not be and must be. And so everyone is like, yeah, in a moment I might, be feeling ornery and I'll be like, yeah, yeah, that's right. I can't believe Diana's doing that. And then after it's over, I'm like, "Pff, whatever. And I'm gonna go do what I want to do. It's like in the moment, maybe we'll support and not really mean it. It's just I'm reacting off of like whatever experience P is presenting that they've had with you, if they are. We'll see what these other cards are, but they're more thinking about when did that happen to me before, and they're more reacting from their own experiences, not really concerned about what's really going on over there. They're more going, "Oh, yeah, I don't like that when that happened to me, and now I'm getting riled up about my pain, my trauma, not yours, not hers or theirs," right? So, it's interesting how we as humans are thinking that everyone's judging me and watching to find out what's gonna happen, right? So, um, interesting. Um, and then, what else we got here? Yeah, we got the star card. So we got Aquarius energy too. And this is the we energy, Aquarius, they're on the other side of the astrological chart from Leo, which is usually more of a me looking at our self energy. So there's, other people that are all about the we and how do we get together? How do we get along? Let's look at things differently. And I feel like there's a mix of people that are there, and I feel like they're kind of showing you some different personalities that are coming in here. But with this Capricorn and Star Aquarius energy here, with the devil and the star card, a lot of thinking energy in there. A lot of people that aren't like emotional, they more looking at and analyzing what's going on than jumping on board with kind of feelings energy with these that are coming in. Um, yeah, we got the full card. Like some people are going, move on, P, move on. I feel like this isn't the first time um that they've done this before, and I feel like you're saying, like, in what you've mentioned there, that they don't often come in here a lot. They used to, though, until they did something like this, and everyone kind of didn't bring the drama like she wanted them to, and that's why she kinda backed off, I feel. And if it's not this group, it was another group, because I feel like she, um does it because it's a cry out for love, right? Whatever triggered inside of her going, "I want love, I wanna be attention." Um, that's why people share a lot of what's going on, because they're wanting people to pay attention to them, and they learned when they were growing up, he learned when they were growing up, if you act sad and hurt, then you get people's attention. If you act angry, you can get people's attention. If you pretend you're rejecting someone and ignoring them, then you get their attention. That's what they were taught, because that's kinda how they were manipulated as a child growing up, and so they don't know that that's what they're doing. That's just part of who we are until we realize, "Oh, I see what's being done, in this situation, and I see how I'm allowing myself to be manipulated by someone's emotions, and oh, and I do that too." It was a big epiphany when I realized that about my own life, and you're like, "Yeah, you don't need to play those games, can just be honest." And but I feel like that's this energy that's coming in with this group anyway. Yeah. And I feel like the hermit, I feel like this is that energy I was talking about where, people are going, I feel like she's gonna withdraw back again like that hermit, because I don't feel like she's going to get the response or the reaction from people that she was hoping. Um, and, uh because people are more concerned about their own selves, mainly, kind of energy. Interesting, right? Let's see what the fortune cookie brings in here too. And you've got integrate your knowing. Is that a fox on there? We got number 9. So let's see what we got here. So you are a spiritual being with animal instincts and the resources inside you to totally rock this life. Integrate all of your wisdom as you navigate your current situation. The fox, it is a fox, has many traits that guide his joyful life. He's clever, he's cunning, aloof yet adorable, instinctual, wise, and creative. And he calls upon all of these diverse aspects of self to calibrate his inner guidance system. He lives and moves as a whole being, and that is where his magic lies. Your wholeness will be more compelling than any one aspect of you. Your answer lies in adding your options together and in making something new out of them. There's no need to pick a single alternative, nor to niche and focus on one tiny aspect of who you are. Your pure, integrated essence radiates magic like nothing else does. It's time to infuse your book knowledge with your own innate wisdom. Meditate on your situation anew, refusing to fixate on past negative memories and choosing to focus on present possibilities. Spending time in quiet reflection will allow you to really hear what your whole heart advises. I love that. Getting to yourself here, right? So I love that for you. And that is what they've got for you, my dear, for this one. And like I said, you're number 8, I do believe. Yeah, number 8 is for your next one. And we'll be circling back around for that in a momentito. All right. So many blessings to you, my friend. And we got Livia Vagata in the house. Hello, hello. Today's your mom's birthday. Wow. So your daughter and all of you Leos, because you had your birthday, right? And then right? And then your daughter, and now your mom. A house full of fiery wolves. So oops, that's not where I want that. So for the free readings, you'll be number 8 when we get to those. Let me just make sure I put that in there too. There we go. Oh, and while I'm down there, Ruby G will grab your freebie. The Ruby G freebie. It'll be number 9 on there. All right. Just take a quick sip here and we'll dive back in. So cheers, cheers, everybody. Looks like the storm is over here, but the sun is out over here. So it must have gone over the mountains and heading out east. All righty. So up next, we got Lauren of Light at 1:31 even. So Lauren, here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. And thank you for your donation via Zcash app. And let's take a look here and see what we've got going on here. So we've got it split off into 6 little sections here. So the first one is Jake, the person, your person. Strong, flow, free, truth. I love it. Being in your Empress energy, it always feels wonderful, don't it? All right. So is he your person? Is he your person? Well, you got the 4 of Wands. I think, I don't know. That's kind of a sign. And on the bottom of the deck, you do have the star card too, which is like what the dream come true energy, kind of. So, yeah, I know, right? You feel it in your soul, but it's been a journey, right? And it has been, and that's what you guys agreed to, right? I mean, that's why you guys chose to come down here, right? You got your Queen of Cups energy that's coming in here. This emotional journey to reveal emotions, to help him reveal emotions, for each other here. Yeah. Yeah, I like this. Yeah, his mission, right? So you've got here, right? This is the 8 of Cups, the coming and the going energy, right? And what's funny is with that Queen of Cups, we've got it's like you guys are the opposites, right? Queen of Cups, you're the 2 times emotion, he's the King of Swords, 2 times swords, right? 2 times the mind. And I feel like you guys, definitely, let this, come together kind of energy, you know, that comes in there. Sent him a message. Uh-oh. All right. So, yeah, I do feel like that, you guys did choose each other for this, as well. Oh, it's not sassy, it's truth. Well, yeah, but, it's a mirror. Yep. Um, but I do feel like for number 1 here that it's, there's this the journey that you guys are on is that, right? Oh, have the tea, right? Because the bottom of the deck, I mean, the 10 of swords, that's the thing that this is the thing that freaks him out, right? So, if there is, like, communication that we feel we have to give someone, if it's not love, then it could be he hearted it, then it can be, you know, it can scare him, right? Um, when we start talking about if there's anything about expectations in there with that being on the bottom of the deck, it is an important energy to, kinda, be aware of, right? That if I'm focusing on gratitude for who someone is and what they are doing, that's what's gonna get them, um that's what's gonna grow it in our life, and that is what other people want to create, right? And if we're focusing on something that someone's not doing, then that's what it sends it away. That's the 8 of Cups. That's when that he goes when he feels he's less than, then he heads in the different direction, right? All right, let me take a look here. Oh, this is long. I'll have to read that later if you don't mind. I'm gonna finish the readings here, but yeah, that's a long email. So, I will read that later and I'll respond, either tomorrow, um, depends on how late I go tonight, of course. Obviously. Alright, so, um, so number 2, it feels like he's going through deep rebirth right now. So what's happening? What's he unearthing? What revelations is he having, and how does this impact us? All right, we'll take a look here. Yeah, I'm sure I will be. I'll be proud of it no matter what, because I'm just proud of you for speaking up and not shrinking, right? So it's we all balance, right? We go from being walking on eggshells, fearing rejection, fearing punishment, right? Like we were talking about last night. And "Brah," and then we go from, nothing like, silence to yelling instead of consistently communicating from a place of love, and that's how we go back and forth, right? So, I love that. So, yeah, my pride in people is unconditional. I don't have like, "Oh, you should be doing this, you shouldn't be doing that, and blah, blah, blah," I'm like, "It's your adventure, I love it." Yeah. Yeah, without overthinking it, I am proud of you. You have to tell me how you did that, 'cause Alright, so let's see here. What is what's happening? What's this deep rebirth that's happening here? Yeah. Of course, we get the King of Swords coming out here. Let's see what else is this about here. What is he unearthing? This is about his overthinking. Speaking of overthinking, right? Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean We have he definitely is going through a rebirth. We've got the World card and the Hanged Man coming in here, right? Both of those are endings and beginnings energy. Of course, we've also got the Sun and the Empress, as well. Oh, you had a mushroom gummy? Maybe maybe, you should send, Jake a gift basket of mushroom gummies. But so there is a bright light. I mean, the Sun card shining a bright light on things, and a lot has to do with that Empress energy, right? But his what's being unearthed, of course. Oh, you left some at his house? I like that. Um, this 7 of Swords, he's realizing his choice of story that he gets to choose, and I feel like he's really realizing that 5 of Pentacles, energy that he had, and this 5 of Cups energy of sad energy, because it feels like he's getting that revelation of what is my ultimate fear. I feel like he's getting to the root, because there's these things that are coming into his life in addition to you that are bringing up these emotions, bringing up these things, and he's realizing, what am I freaking out about? I'm going to be okay. Why am I afraid? I feel like there's so much conflict that's coming up around him right now, that it is designed to show him with his little being on the spectrum, looking looking and seeing patterns. I feel like he's starting to go, "Oh, wait a minute, I'm seeing something here," right? How does it impact you guys, this unearthing, this revelation here? Yeah, I feel like it does. We've got the Star card coming in again, so I gotta cover up the nudity. But the 5 of Wands, it's the conflict, it's the growth energy that's coming in here. Growing pains, you know, but growth, there is no comfort in the growth zone, and there's no growth in the comfort zone. So if we want him to be able to have the space to grow, then we have to know that it's gonna be uncomfortable for us, when it's the 2 of us, doing something right, that it's like, yeah, that's right. This is growing pains and there's growth. Otherwise there'd just be silence. So I like that. Oh, perfect. And then his feelings for you. Okay. His thoughts for you. Okay. Thoughts about himself with you. And does he feel good enough? And what is he learning? And what's going on in his heart, right? All right. So his feelings for you, we got the Ace of Cups here. So, there is this fountain of love energy. And I feel like he knows that when he needs to feel the love, he knows the fountain to go to. And I like that, because that helps. And, realizing as well, this is a good message for you with this Ace of Cups, because, you know, his ability to show love and feel love for you is uh equal to his ability to show and feel emotions for himself. And so when we're expecting him to give big love, but he only loves himself this much, and that's not a fair expectation. It's like, someone that has a straw, like a straw, like, well, like, one of these, it's a straw like this, and going, you need to put out 10 billion gallons of water an hour through that straw. And we're like, oh, you know um why do you expect that? Well, because I'm a dam and I have these big, how they have those big tunnels when they put out that water and it goes, when they have to drain a dam, a reservoir and stuff. And so, when we realize they always give us exactly what they're capable of giving. in the moment, then we can that's the expectations. We start being grateful for what they can give and not show them the deficiency, right? But I like that. I mean, he sees you as this, dam of water, it goes flooding out, right? His thoughts about you, you have the 6 of swords. I like this, that they're letting go of some old ways of thinking, seeing some things higher, and, moving from more choppy waters to calmer waters in their mind, which we like that because instead of being in white water rapids, he feels like he's going into a lake, it still might be a little bubbly and bumpy, maybe like the sea where there's some waves, and maybe if they don't watch out, a tsunami will come and take them out. But, I feel like he feels more calmer, when he's thinking about, you and relationship with you. Thoughts about himself with you. Oh. So I gotta cover up some more nudity here. You little naked minxes, you guys. So you got the Lovers card and the Temperance card, of course. This taking our time with this, right? So can't make it up. Lovers card. So that's his kind of exclamation, right? Does he feel good enough? Yeah, well, we've got the 5 of Pentacles, which is the fear of not being good enough, having enough, being enough, right? The 4 of Cups. Again, this is like, I don't know if I can give you all the emotion that you're wanting. The 4 of Cups, I can offer you this, kind of energy. And, but we do have the 10 of Pentacles, abundance wise. He feels I can provide a lot for you. I feel like the area where he doesn't feel good enough is the amount of emotion that he's able to give right now. 2 of Wands, this is an energy of planning, planning things. Um, so I feel like, that kind of sums it up, right? I mean, I just don't feel like it's the emotions that he feels good enough for. Mentally, great conversations. You guys can talk and brilliant minds, you guys get together, your energy, your fire. We know about the fire. In physical world, abundance, fullness, that heart. So 3 out of 4 nailing it, right? That's probably a poor choice of words, but boom, 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 right? It's just the heart area. And that's the one where you are the master of, right? That you want connection from, right? I wonder where area he feels, is there any area that he feels um is not that'd be an interesting question. We'll have to do that, but not with this one. So what is he learning? Yeah, he's learning balance. He's learning what he wants in a relationship. He's learning to let go of old ways of thinking around relationship to, see it from a different perspective. And his heart, yeah, his heart is planning an escape again from his mind. The 8 of Swords, right? Uh, Peeling away the thoughts, the beliefs, the mindsets that don't serve us anymore, that make us feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. So the heart is going, you know, I'm planning a coup or, to balance, I feel like is what's going on here. And that's the big thing that he's learning with that King of Wands and the Emperor that he gets all the time is how do I stay out of my um out of my head so much and able to stay in my heart as well, right? So I feel like that is what we have for that one there. And number 4 is next actions to you. All right, it came up here. It's gonna come he's gonna be a nightmare. No, I was kidding. He's gonna he's gonna come to your dreams. I actually feel like this is a message for you before I actually get these because the 9 of Swords is, when we are worried about, are they gonna do what I'm expecting them to do, what I think they should do, or are they gonna disappoint me? right? Well, they can only disappoint you when you have expectations. When you're in gratitude about what they are doing, we never have disappointment. We only have disappointment when we go into expecting them to be and do something, and then that gives an opportunity, that creates work, right? It's there's this, um, uh, we put them into the negative, right? They're here, and we're like, "All right, here we go," right? And then they won't, these things won't happen, right? Yeah, exactly, right. But I do feel like their next actions towards you may not meet the expectations that you were wanting them, which expecting them to do, right? But we do have, his next actions are to balance. Here's that emperor energy. Sorry, sorry for the glare. I should close this because the sun's like bouncing because it's starting to set. It's ricocheting off this white house next door. It's like a spotlight. Okay, let's see. Is this better? Yay! Yeah, there you go. So, balancing the head and the heart, both the Emperor and the Queen of Swords bring that in, right? That's their next actions. And that's like the goal, right? That's like the next action that I wish for us is for them to be able to be as balanced as they can be in that, because that is what is peaceful for them. And as a side effect, it's also good for me. But the goal is, we're looking going, what they need in their life is to be able to balance their head and their heart. And then we work on our own selves, because that's really what kind of we all what sends us, out of whack is when we are out of balance either in mind or in heart. But when we're in this wonderful balance between the 2, then that's where we're at peace, right? So, I feel like they're saying, um, that's his next actions towards you, and I feel like that's what they would just wanna give you that much, because it's like, "But I wanna know what they're doing," and you're like, "Not today." Your spirit guides are just sit in the gratitude of what is the journey. I feel like they've been giving that to you a little bit more this week, and I feel like that's kind of maybe where your growth is, expanding, right? Is that being able to sit with what is in this moment in gratitude. And then number 5 is, what is spirit revealing for us? Yeah, you have the 10 of wands, which is moving from burden to, yeah, you're enjoying your gummy time. That's why you're not worried. But the 10 of wands is moving from, like uh, something that feels like burden to something that feels like abundance, and that's when we move from expectations to gratitude, right? That's the big change of energy, is what they're revealing here for you. You should have gummies more often, right? And then what is spirit revealing for you, and what's exciting surprises are coming in for you this week? All right. Yeah, I mean, we've got here for you, you're learning a lot of the unseen emotions that are below the surface that are rising up for you. Things that are, been down there for a while. Some of the deep, 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 deep things, right? Because you've cleaned the ocean of a lot of the debris, right? But there's some treasures that are down there that sunk and that are sitting on the bottom of that emotional ocean that you are going to be getting to here. And I like that this is what this is bringing up. You're really seeing a lot of things, right? Yeah, I love that. I love it. I love it. What exciting surprises are coming for you this week? You've got creation with the 3 of Pentacles. So some beautiful creative things. You're in your zone. Whenever you're in your 3 Empress energy, with that major arcana creativity, you put some stuff out. Boom, 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 right? And the 6 of Wands, victory energy. You feel like this wonderful movement, this flow. You're creating, you're getting stuff, really collaborating with others, as well with that energy. So I like that for you for this week. And that's what you get to do instead of, you know, we when we start being concerned about what's going on over there in his camp, then that's when we get distracted and we like we're walking around in a supermarket going, "Where are they going?" And you run into stuff, right? So it's like, I'm watching where I'm going, I'm watching what I'm putting in my cart, and I'm doing what I'm doing, and this is the energy of this freedom, this beautiful empress. I'm ruling my kingdom. The emperor, whatever he's doing over there, ruling his kingdom or empire, that's theirs. But I'm ruling my empire. They're ruling theirs. And we'll let this um, courting, continue. Let them court me, and I'm going to, in the meantime, rule my empire, kind of energy. I like that. He gets to court you like a emperor would an empress. Uh, an empress doesn't go chasing after an emperor, at least in our story, our timeline. All right. And then for number 6, you've got what signs and symbols do you look out for this week? Oh, that's always fun. Let's see here. And what do they mean? All right, okay, thank you. These cards go flying out of the deck. Let's see what we got here. So you have the Page of Pentacles. Um, I feel like here, yellow, um, like yellow circles and coins, finding coins. So finding a coin, and yellow circles appearing is to slow down. To slow down. Yeah, I like this because they showed me yellow in a street light is to slow down. Don't floor it to get through. When you see the yellow, you slow down. Slow down, come back to the now, look down because, if we're watching where we're walking and we're focused in right in front of us, we'll see the coins on the sidewalk, right? We're like, "Oh, wow, look at that," you know? And I feel like that is the meaning behind it when you find a coin and you see a yellow circle or a yellow light, it's slow down, right? And enjoy the moment. Come back to the now, not to the future. I feel like that's that one coming in. And then the other one is the infinity symbol. Um, and the infinity symbol, when you see that, that means remember who you really are. Remember, one, you're an empress, but remember, you're more than even that empress. The empress is the character you're playing on this physical plane, but the actor behind the character, remember, you're powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being made of unconditional love. So I feel like those are your symbols and what they mean for this week. I like them. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. And you've got fierce serenity. I like it. Here's that Leo energy. Fierce serenity. Card number 8. Let's see what that brings in here. Fierce serenity. It's a quality that's embodied by the peaceful warrior and by the majestic beauty of a resting lion. It's a feeling of power and one of flexible calmness in the center of a raging storm. Regardless of any fear or vulnerability that you're feeling right now, this card reminds you that you are strong enough to handle this situation. Stand up for yourself with love and courage and insist on integrity. That's probably what your email is all about, right? Both from yourself and from others. When the world around you is challenging your inner peace, what gives you strength amid uncertainty? Root deeply into that truth, as being fiercely grounded will change the outcome of your current events. Now is not the time for brute force. I love it because this is what you were saying, right? Lead with love. The gentle serenity you project will be a steady force that will allow you to remain unshakable. Channel your love from the center of a pure heart and bless the quiet strength of your soul. It will prevail when it is given the chance to shine in the face of adversity. Wow. It's a powerful card. Fierce serenity. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So thank you again so much for your donation. I love this journey. Enjoy your mushroom gummy. I don't know. I've never tried anything like that. I imagine at some point I will because at some point I'll be ready to see dead people because I imagine that's what will happen. If I ever do like a gummy of any kind, I'll be like, whoa. Anyway, cheers, cheers. Mushrooms. It's more of a calming, like mushroom coffee or like mushroom drink. It has the mushrooms that stabilize and calm and bring you down. It's not like uh, a you know, cannabis gummy. Yeah, Lauren Smith. The Laurens. The CBD TH 2.1 ratio gummies because you don't like the THC high. Oh, yeah. They bond you so you have the experiences you want. If you want happy mind, deep explore, that's what you get. Oh, interesting. Good to know, good to know. I know one of my friends, he tried one and he misread the package and he didn't realize the potency of the one he was taking, and he was like, "Dude," he's not a dude guy. He was like, "Dude, I was playing," he goes, "I was right in the middle of playing a video game. Suddenly, ooh, weird things started to happen." Hey, Chels, good to see you. Yes, pretty experiences. I like it. Oh, 30 minutes, you cried. Like, oh, good a good cry. Everyone crying. Crying is good, right? I love it. Alright, I feel like you guys are just telling me I need to go try some, we'll see what happens. I'll have to do it, like, on a Monday because 'cause I'll be like, "You guys won't believe what happened." Release. It was not a good cry for you. It's a I get it. Alright. Well, so up next, we've got Lauren Smith times 3. So, Lauren, you're here. Yay, yay. So let's dive in for you here, or for C, right? On behalf of C. Whoops, let me grab this here. So, here is the first one. So, thank you again for your multiple donations. Did you get your the additional deep dive from C by chance? I just see my little question marks that'll come up here next in the next question. I mean, the next donation, but we've got like stuff before that too, so no pressure. But and it can always come back to it too. I can leave that open, and once you get it, we can come back to it. Oh, I get you. Okay, no problem. To see what triggers, what triggers. All right, let's try that again. All right, that's better. All right, so this one, let me remove that out of there. So, has T been thinking about C more lately? I almost sometimes feel like I'm in a math class, right? When T is going 50 miles an hour towards C, what time will they arrive if they're going, this many miles per hour? All right. So, is T, have they been thinking about C more lately? And if so, what? And What else can we know here? Let's take a look here. Yeah, what kind of subject is it here? Bottom of the deck, we do have the 4 of swords. Now that's more of a restful energy, there it's a resting mind. So I don't feel like there's um like a ton of thinking. Like it's not a consistent thinking kind of energy. I feel like it's just a calm thinking. So let's see what we got here. Have they been thinking? Yeah, Knight of Pentacles, taking things really, 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 really slow. Slowest moving night out of them all, right? So I feel like they're focused in on work and job and, the outside pentacle queen. But they're on this adventure. The Knight of Pentacles is quest for their self-worth. So I do feel like they're on that adventure of looking into that. So they're more focusing in on themselves than outward. The thinkings that they have when it is about sea and other people and other things, it's about they're reflecting on them, which is how we mostly are, even when we're wondering what other people are thinking about us, that's about us, right? We're like, "What's going on in their world?" Well, why do we wanna know? Know? Because 3 fingers pointing back at us. Because I wanna know what that means about me, right? We all go through that. That's that podcast, that I think I've shared. I shared it once already in the chat today, but just in case someone wasn't here, here's the link to my last podcast, What They Think of Me, What They Feel of Me. We talk about why we care so much and how we can make it an easier path with all of that than a harder one. So that might be something to since they triggered me to share that. Um, what else? Because we wanted to know here, is there thinking? The 10 of swords, that comes in here. The 10 of swords is about letting go of expectations, supposed to be, should be's, need to be's, have to be's. And I feel like what they're thinking so far, I feel like these other 4 cards are answering what are they thinking about? Well, one of the things is what expectations that C has and, um, because if they're like, "Wow, they have this many," then, there's this, "How far am I underneath? I'm in the negative, and if I don't meet up to expectations," it's that thinking, and I feel like they're thinking about the expectations of a lot of different people, what they've had on him, and that's the scary thing for him, right? That's the thing that I can be fire. If you have expectations around fire, I can be fire. But it's the expectations around, you know, the other that's not, right? It's, especially when it comes to the heart, because they don't have a whole lot that they can give from the heart. So they've got that, that energy of, thinking about what expectations do you have that I couldn't meet? And I feel like they're focusing on that's one of the things that they're focusing on. But again, not just see, it's like with this person, what did I fear I couldn't meet their expectations? What about C? What about this one? What about that one? And I feel like they're looking for trends in a way too. It just feels like they're in this mental kind of energy. Yeah, I feel like they're thinking about the conflicts that we've had, the disagreements, the different perceptions, and and this is why they're thinking about that as expectations too, is where do we feel like uh, there's conflict? Where do I feel like, when you look at those little, actually, it's just like this. I was going to say, when you do two circles together, usually, you can see the things that are in common would be in this little area here when you have 2 circles, right? And it's the stuff outside, like, so this is the stuff outside of what they believe. So yeah, Venn diagram. Thank you so much. I've been trying to remember that forever. I'm gonna remember Venn is like Venus, a Venus diagram, because it is. We look for the commonalities. Like, this is what I believe. This is what they believe. and this is what we have in common, but this is what we disagree on, right? And I feel like that's a big piece of what they were looking at with that, right? All romantic people, expectations, or everyone, and not just romantic wise. Um, all people, even fire people, anyone that they've had interactions with, they're feeling that they're going over their exes, all the different people. So it's not just romantic people, it's everyone because he's really trying to see what's the differences in the expectations. And I don't feel like this is like something they're just like journaling and prompting and creating a you know, spreadsheet on or anything. I feel like it's more reflective going, yeah, I wonder, you know, when they get into that mood after they're having their little whiskey on the patio, watching the sunset, reflecting kind of energy, that they're kind of looking at that going, and that's the kind of energy that's coming in is, the commonalities that I've had with these individuals and what's been different. And they're trying to just kind of see a pattern with it all. Yeah, trying to see things from a different perspective with the Ace of Swords, trying to gain clarity around all that. And the Devil card. Yeah, definitely in their head. This is looking over, whoops, I always forget. Looking over the long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, that have shaken them, their expectations, their beliefs. So I feel like that's kind of where the thinking is going on with this right here. They're not fantasizing or wondering what's going on in her life and that kind of thing. I feel like this is their journey of they're looking at themselves. And so when they're on this journey of finding their self-worth, they're more looking at how does everything relate to me? You know, not so much interest in what's going on in all these other individuals, lives of the thinking. The the more the more often of the thinking is that, right? I feel like we have other questions that will kind of cover more um because uh, I think she asks other things in here about, when he thinks of me, like my photos, what would he think of me if I was dating? I feel like those are the kind of things that are I don't feel like he sits there and thinks about that like consistently. I feel like when they see a picture, they think about it and then it's gone. I don't feel like they are pondering, pondering, pondering because I feel like they do have that kind of ADHD mind where they're on to the next thing, on to the next thing, the next side quest, the next side quest, the next side quest kind of energy, right? So let's see what the fortune cookie brings in for that one too. So for this one, we've got prosperity's sisters are happiness and joy. Yeah. And it's such a wonderful thing. I mean, we talk about so many messages about, when we focus on what we do have and what we're grateful for, happiness and joy and prosperity follow when we're focusing on what's not happening or what someone's not doing or what's not unfolding in my life. We get more of that. And that's it's not right or wrong, but it's definitely a different energy of feeling tense and trapped and restricted and small versus free and powerful and limitless, kind of energy that comes into, right? Okay. You mean for the next deep dive one? Okay. Got it. Got it. Got it. So I'll add that here in a moment. I'm gonna grab JoJo question real quick too. But let me do one thing first. I'm all speaking of side projects, right? Or side quests. It says sisters, brothers, siblinghood. Are you tapping into it? Have you found your place in a supportive community of like minded explorers? Are you having face to face interactions with souls that make you a better person and with people who help you share your gifts? Find a community of cheerleaders who will help lift you up and launch you out. Right now, doubling up on your exposure to other people's positivity online and in person will quintuple your results. You may be underestimating the power of connection on the journey. Do it for the friendship, do it for the experimentation. Take logic out of the equation. Gasp, it says. And do it for the sheer joy of just being with high vibration peeps. Go deeper with others. Risk cracking wide open and allowing some of your hidden brilliance to escape into the room. True prosperity comes with happiness, joy, health, wealth, and go ahead, add your own non negotiables. It's time to stay rooted in communal happiness and joy while you're taking the steps to build your dream. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right. So thank you for that one. Let me move that away there. And then Jojo, thank you for your question. And I'll get that added on there. You are number 10 if you're here right now. You'll be number 10 when we circle back around for those. All right. All right. So up next, we've got the myriad, the gauntlet of deep dives. So we'll go into those. Oh, let me grab your. I didn't even grab that. There we go. I know, right? Such a good uh, fortune cookie or piece of spiritual cake. So, cheers, everybody. So up next we got Lauren Smith times 2. We've got Diana after that, and then Heater, you're after that, and then JoJo, and then Ruby G times 2 for you is where we're at. I think that's all we got right now. All right. So next in the gauntlet, we'll just do it at 2:15 even is the gauntlet. We'll tell that. Boom, boom, boom. Here we go. All right. So the $1 question, has T looked at C's photos lately that she sent him when they were together? Ah, okay. Okay. Sorry. I was looking because I was like, is that emoji? Oh, that's a bomb. Is that a bomb or something there? I was like, I go, that's not an eggplant, right? I was like, whoa, we didn't know this. Okay. All right, let's take a look here. So, first of all, has T looked at C's photos? We'll take a look here and just get a answer here. So this will be a one card answer for this one. Okay, maybe two. You know, I feel like, we've got the 6 of swords more in passing since this, this is the, that energy of feeling abandoned, being left behind, being left out in the cold. I feel like in passing, they've done it, like, they're looking through the pictures that they have, and they'll see it, and they'll pause, but I don't feel like they've intentionally gone to go look at them with this since they kinda stepped away, right? So, I don't feel like they've intentionally went to look at those, but they're still on their phone or, uh, you know, that they had. So they, among all their other pictures, right? They'll be scrolling and they'll go, "Oh, wait," and they'll go in and look and then, continue going on after they pause. So I feel like that's what we have for that one. All right. And then for another $5, 5 card spread is the next one here, which is T's energy the same as the other night, and he's ready to do the work to make real changes. Let's take a look here. So, based on their current energies, or is that just, were they high or drunk at the time? Let's see what we got here. All right, let's see what all the cards are here. A lot of bright cards here. So on the bottom of the deck, we do have the Magician, which is intention and energy and movement. Um, and I do feel like they're, you know, when we say like, are they ready to do the work? When we look at ourselves, it's not like a yes or no when we're ready to do the work, right? It's not black and white when we look at our own selves, right? Some days we're like, I'm at 100% and I'm doing the freedom work and I'm doing the journaling and I'm doing this and I'm reading the book and I'm taking the quiz or doing whatever to discover about myself. Other days you're like, I just want to get through this day. And so it's up and down, right? And so we're never just really ready to do the work um, or not, right? We're always on a path. We're always on a path of discovery. It's either a slow um, path of things are showing up through conflict, showing us and bringing things up, and it and in that is doing the work. Every moment we're alive as a human, I feel is doing the work, right? But when we're talking about consciously doing the therapy, doing the whatever self-help or whatever, that um we all never are at 100%, right? We all fluctuate too, right? A roller coaster. But with that Magician, it does show that they have that intention, that is still there, just so that we know. The Moon card is the first card in the reading, which is revealing the emotions. There's stuff that's below the surface that wants to get revealed. So I do feel like they do feel like there's this, they're wanting and they have this intention to dive and go into the deep of the emotions. So they have intention still to do that. We have the King of Swords, which is 2 times the mental energy, 2 times the swords, right? So that is big thinking energy. And so they're more, um, looking at here, um, planning, investigating of how I want to go about doing it. It's not that have invested a whole lot of energy specifically into it yet, like a specific action. But they are planning, and we have the Hermit card too, so they are wanting to kind of try to be more alone and spend alone time and to pursuing that lantern, to try to find truth. So I would say that that is that energy that's coming in there. And with this 6 of wands and the 9 of cups, which is the emotional dream come true, I feel like they're also contemplating kinda doing a cost benefit analysis, right? Is doing that work, is that gonna be worth it? What is the end result I think that this would bring me? So very kind of analyzing energy right now. I feel like they're determining it and they're investing action into this of wanting to make a change, kind of awareness around it. Even got underneath the Magician, we've got the Justice card, which is Libra, rolls over the house of relationships and the clarity, right? in that Ace of Swords with that clarity, and we've got that, the scales. An interesting thing that's come up lately with those scales, might even been in one of your readings originally, but it's about seeing what's on the other side of the scale, not assuming that everyone thinks about relationships the same, that everyone has the same expectations and stories, but that instead of this fantasy we all humans have, that we're gonna find someone that our side of the scale matches exactly like theirs, and we're like, "Oh my god," it's just, "Oh my god," right? And it's like, "No." We realize there's a lot of junk on our side that make us this certain weighing of emotion, and there's certain junk on their side that's all piled up that kind of equals the same weight, right? And we're like going back and forth, putting things on, taking things off, and they're not matching. There's just a bunch of different stuff that's on these giant scales, and we realize, wow, they're in a different place. And what we're looking for is someone in our life that's not like this, where we're not on the same energetic level at all. We're looking for someone more here, right? Um, and so where sometimes we have a fantasy that, you know, we're weighted and that they're going to get rid of stuff so that we can be equal, right? As we're piling on things and removing things, and that could help, balance things out. But sometimes we might have unreasonable expectations that someone can do that, right? But, that's what we have for that. So hopefully that helps. I feel like that is everything we wanted to know and more about that question, right? All right. And then we have a deep dive. $6. Why did C, dating again, have such an impact on T? All right. We need a sip of coffee for this one, right? Cheers, cheers. All right. So, why did C, dating, have such an impact? All right, interesting. On the bottom of the deck, we do have, the Tower card coming in here. I know, drink up. Where's my shot? Where's my mushroom gummy? No, no, I'm totally good. It's this Tower card, like the sudden movement of someone being removed out of their life, and the Queen of Cups underneath that, and the expectations underneath that on the bottom here. So, this I'm getting with the Tower that the sudden movement of this other fire person, removing out, left this empty spot in time, in their time and in their fire energy as well. But I feel like, um, in that emptiness, it's like, what was this? I feel I'm trying to understand what they're saying, echo. There was an echo, 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 because it takes it back to the Queen of Cups, which we would say this would be C's energy, like the Empress. Queen of Cups, Empress energy kind of represents C in her readings, because she's the uh, ruler of emotion, right? And but then the Ten of Swords coming in here too. And I feel like with this, because we had that expectations came up, right, with the fiery person, right? The other person that was, that they were seeing, and that expectations weren't gonna be there, and then suddenly we were like, "Oh my god, they're there," right? Here comes the expectations, and I feel like with this sudden movement away, I feel like when they saw that they were dating, it brought back this echo of the pressure that they thought they were under with C, but they realized, but I feel that same thing with this one who was just fire, or supposedly just fire, right? And then that's when they started to think, well, this one I felt that way, that one I felt that way, that one I felt that way. I feel like there's almost like this epiphany of realizing, yeah, the devil card underneath. Whoops, hold on. Beep beep. That the devil card coming in, they were realizing, wait a minute, all of this thinking of these expectations, maybe there's something more to this. Is it all Is it, all women that have these expectations, or is it me projecting something onto all women? Like a, "Ooh." There's a common denominator. Is it females, or is it me, or combo, right? So, I think he's gonna try dating men now. No, I'm just kidding. But I'm bunks. Just to experiment. I'm just joking. So, so what else? What else had the impact on him here? So we have the 6 of swords. Underneath that, we've got the page of pentacles as well. So, yeah, there is a little bit of energy here of, how we went back to saying that page of pentacles is like a second return kind of energy, and that it's like that caveman energy of, well, You know, yeah, I didn't choose you then, but I want everyone to wait for me in case I do choose someone. What if my mind changes and I want to be with someone? I want them to be available. So I feel like that's one thing here out of these. We got 2, 2, and 2 more cards here. So I feel like these are the 3 things why it impacted them. So first of all, we probably knew that already, like, they're like, "I want everyone to wait for me, and then I get to choose, and then whoever I doesn't choose, you can go find relationships with other people, but, you know, until I make the final choice and I've, sealed the deal, and then everyone else can find someone else, but until I do, everyone stay ready and available for me." There's a little bit of, like, kid energy underneath, right? So, I feel like that's one thing. The other thing here, yeah, we've got the Ace of Wands here. Yeah. What? I know, right? Wait a minute, and in his mind, he knows that, but the heart goes, "I wasn't chosen." Right? They're like, "Oh, wait, they're not waiting for me?" The heart is like, "I want everyone to love me," right? And the mind's like, "Come on, you know better than that." But, it's the heart, this a little heart inside that was like, sent a memo to the brain, "Hey, what happened?" And they're like, "That's normal, that's okay." "No, it's not." It's like, because that turns into the little child, right? So what else? What else? Why did this impact them? So we got the Ace of Wands, which is the fire energy, and the Hanged Man, energy. And this is an interesting combo because I'm getting the fire of the Ace of Wands from them. Um, and the Hanged Man is like transformation kind of energy. But I do feel like there's this, that is the you moved on quick energy. Like, wow. Um, and, they don't see the mirror of, "Well, you did. You said that, and then you did this," right? They're like, "You don't realize, what's this going on here? What's this thing," right? Um, so it does feel here, there is this, um, that energy of, "Wow, you transformed and moved on to someone next." I feel like that kinda hit them in a different way as well. Um different than that first one, like, "Oh, you're supposed to be available," and the other one is like, "Oh, wow, maybe I didn't make as a big of impact on you then." And there's is this energy of the way you made it seem, you know, like, when I talked to you, it was like, I don't wanna say it, this isn't exactly the way they felt it, but it sounds like this, right? You made a bigger deal out of me stepping away than it really was then, right? If you just moved on somewhere else, I feel like there's some of that mixed in there too. Like, wow, you moved on quick. And evidently, when you were, expressing the disappointment and questioning things that, you know, you weren't really as like into me as you seem to want to communicate to me. If that comes through clear, right? Yeah, right. So, but I feel like that's kind of where they were confused a little bit too, right? But let's see. And then this other thing here. Yeah, I just feel like it encouraged them here to go, you know what? I feel like it gave him this. I have transformation to make on my own. And the full card is like letting go of expectations um, and look at possibilities instead. And um, I don't know, it kind of just gave them this release in a way. "Oh, you've moved on, you're dating someone else. Alright, well, now let me just focus in on myself," kind of energy. I feel like in a way that kind of gave him a release and some relief. We talked about that before, I believe, where, it's that energy of, um sorry, all these cards are falling all over the place. This energy, um, to I'm just gonna focus in on where I'm going, what I'm doing, and kind of flow with that. So hopefully that makes sense with that. But it's that, oh, it's the release. Thank you. I go where I was going. I went off when I was my cards were flying everywhere. But they were like, yeah, it's that now that you've moved on, I can let go of some guilt. I can let go of some energy that I was investing there and just focus that energy on me. So that's what they were saying. You guys got to witness it in real time. Where did I go? Can also feel the pressure of the storm, another storm coming in. I'm a human barometer. I can feel the pressure of the barometric pressures dropping. I can feel it. Pop. Hopefully I don't explode live on camera. Cheers, cheers. All right. And then for the next deep dive, we got what does T all think about C, right? So let's take a look here. Is she a standout? These are examples. So I'll answer those because these examples are good. And we'll see if they have anything else to add as well. Let me just kind of separate these so I can just take them one at a time. Sure, 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 sure. Okay. And then the etc. All right. So is she a standout from the women he's been interested in and dated? All right. So let's take a look at that first here. Yeah, I definitely feel here, you've got the Judgment card, and the Chariot. The Chariot is Cancer moon energy, so huge emotional energy, right? Um, 2 major arcana, so that really feels like with the Chariot that rolls over the four horses, um, all the knights of the minor arcana, it does feel like it's the difference between someone having a chariot with 2 horses and someone that has a chariot with 4, right? And this judgment card is this calling, to see things from a different perspective. So, that would tell me that it's a standout because we're, literally doing that. And there is something here, especially with this the judgment card. It's like this resurrection of something from the dead. And I do feel with the chariot card here, with all that moon energy behind it, that this emotional, EMP pulse of emotion, and that their heart got activated, that was a standout for them, a lot in that, because they were like, a lot of people can look beautiful in a lot of different ways, and, you know there's so many things that so many people, you can group together a lot of people, that the standout thing, I feel like the big one was that, because they were like, wow, you have so much emotion that they couldn't not do it. It's like the difference between going to a pond and going to a small island in the middle of the ocean, and you can walk around the island and see it surrounded by water. There's a difference in that, and I feel like that's the standout, right, between, "Oh, yeah, we went to visit a pond, they had water," and then to the ocean, "Did you see the ocean?" And we were on an island surrounded by it, It wasn't a big it's not like going to the coast, because it's, a continent, it's the different way, right? So I feel like that is that piece of it there. And then what about, how does he feel about her as a person? We're all talking about his current energies, right? Yeah. Well, this makes sense, because heartbreak and sorrow, that's that's that energy, right? They're like, because 'cause they're so emotional, they're they also feel so much sadness and so much, because that's the emotion that they feel most uncomfortable with ever feeling. They're like, "Wow, you experience a lot of that." Well, yeah, when you're in ocean, you're going to have a lot of that and a lot of all emotion. But I feel like there was this, a lot of disappointment, a lot of sorrow that they feel. That's their idea. Now, remember, when we go in, that think episode of my podcast. Watch that first. Pot don't listen to any more of this, see, go watch that, and then come back to this reading, right? Because it is all about mirroring, and when we realize a lot of what T thinks about you and everyone else in the world is a mirror of things that they see in themselves. We don't see the world as it is, we see the world as we are. All of our conditioning, all of our pain, our sorrow, whatever. So what I see out there is something that's wanting to be seen within me. And so when we're wondering what they're thinking about me, it's not about us. That's why one of the best memes I've seen in life, one of the top 100, right, is other people's opinion of me is none of my business, because it's really has little to do with me, more about how they're seeing the world through their own eyes, because we don't see the world as it is, we see the world as we are. And so it's important to know that when we're looking at these things, it's a good check-in to realize, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. This is their opinion through their eyes of their own past, not an accurate picture of who I am. So when they look at someone, and again, as a person, they see you as someone who's sad a lot and disappointed a lot, that's what happens, right? Yeah, sees sadness. That they see him as, because it's the 5 of cups is more sad energy, because the 2 emotions from fear are sad or anger, right? Sadness or anger. 'Cause that's the fight is the anger, the flight is the sadness that we withdraw when we're sad instead of angry and we fight. We can do either one, but and it all depends on our life growing up. I'm a sad person, you know, um, I would withdraw and I wouldn't fight. I'm a, "Nope, no thank you." I'm not a, "Rawr, fight, fight, fight," energy. Um So, but this is their viewpoint, and it could be that, um, C reminds, T of their mother, a bit in the emotional sense because their mother was emotional, um, like bipolar, and she was an alcoholic too, right? Um, so he experienced the "whoa," and that's why he projects that on because it looks like that, so you get all of the projection, not just, you know, what you deserve. So so that kind of I feel like is the standout thing, beyond, they think you're intelligent and because 'cause they've met a lot of intelligent women and, motivated women and talented women and beautiful women and, that, but because they usually choose fire, they don't their express anger, right? They usually express anger and passion, not emotion and sadness and lower vibration. So when he's used to getting attracted and drawn to the fire, and experiencing those, he's not used to he's used to the in your face, which he can handle, that as well. But I feel like that sad emotion is what makes it weird for him. Or not weird, but it stands out as something like to be aware of, in that case. And then you as a partner, what was his thoughts about that here? Yeah, I mean, we've got the high priestess, which is, Pisces moon energy as well. So kind of that emotional high priestess, mysterious, individual, and the sun card that comes in here, as well, a bright light, energy. And, there is this I don't know, like, as a partner, it's like the sunny side would be the fire, right? So they are like, when you're in your fire, I could see us, they could see compatibility, right? But that's that emotional piece, that's the one that kind of scares them, right? Because they don't wanna end up with someone like their mother. That's why they keep choosing fire. Oh, wow. That's a good little thingy. We sh If we knew their therapist, we could send them a little note. "Hey, have you guys noticed this yet?" But that's why because he doesn't wanna end up with someone like his mother, that's why he tries to seek the polar opposite. So as a partner, you can see when they're in because his mother was bipolar, so when she was happy, it was great, when she was sad, it was horrible. And I feel like that's the thing he looks at with the and even with the high priestess, she's got the light side and the dark side. It's Pisces energy, which does that kind of energy, being a Pisces, stellium in mine, I have a Pisces moon, my mom is a Pisces. I've experienced that with my own mom where, she's either in the bright side of the pond or the dark side. There's not really a middle ground, with it here too, right? Yeah. All right. Yeah, and again, this is not about reality. What's confusing is that you're putting your experience of what you experienced from your life growing up, saying this isn't what happened, and on their side, they're seeing a completely different story through theirs. So what confuses us as humans, right? We think everyone's seeing the same movie that's playing in our Google glasses, right? But our Google glasses are or it's like you're watching a movie with one of those, goggles, and we're like, "This is what I saw. I was watching a comedy." Well, they were watching, a sad romantic movie, We don't know what they were seeing and experiencing, And that's the whole thing, right? Um, we think from our emotional standpoint that we weren't being emotional because our bar of emotional is way up here, and theirs is really, really for something to be emotional, it doesn't take very much because they're not used to emotion, versus it's like how we grow up. This is a good example. I love this spirit because like if you grow up in a cold climate, then you go somewhere and it's 50 degrees, you're like wearing shorts and flip-flops and a shirt. Other people who grow up in a hot climate, um, when they go to somewhere that's 50 degrees, they're like, "Oh my god." It's like my dad. Um, I'm a mountain boy. I love cooler temperatures and snow and, rain and all this, and he lives in Hawaii, and he'll often say, "Burr, winter's coming. It's getting down to 70 degrees. We have to wear jackets and close our doors and put on socks." And I'm like, "Ugh, I don't wanna go," because they want me to come visit them. I go, "When is it coolest there? February? Maybe February of next year," you know, when it gets into the, upper 60s, that's the difference. Like, we're like, "It wasn't even hot," and they're like, or "It wasn't that's not cold," and they're like, from their idea, it's cold, but from our perspective, it's not, and that's the difference that we can see things differently, right? Especially when they're coming from a place of, if someone's not fire, then I'm projecting my mom onto you, then, there's emotion. I'm not sensing the heat of fire from you, I'm sensing emotional energy, and this is triggering, the past because that's what we do, we project our past onto our futures. Not We're not in reality a whole lot until we come into the now and we sit in the now kind of energy. So, hopefully that helps. Um, and then here, fire, passion, like the other readings we did where there are fire, 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 passion, action, movement, that kind of energy, whereas emotion is water energy. It's a different feel. It's a depth. It's not it's a be still, or it's a something that, streams. This other is fire consuming energy. And when they're from that kind of, growing up, that they, um, because we can be fire and water, and that's when we have steam and passion, and when we're balanced with those things, can be wonderful. But if we're just passion and closed off emotion, then we're fire, and if we're a lot of emotion with a little fire, then we feel like we're flood, like, we're having monsoons, there's flood warnings out, it's flooding of emotion instead of a nice balance between the 2, and it's like there's this the way he's picturing it is he's one extreme and you're the other, because again, it's when they don't see the extreme fire, then they're like, "Oh, you're water, you're emotional like my mom," and that's dangerous to me, kind of energy. Yeah, anger is, um yeah, and that would, crying, uncomfortable, getting upset, I can handle that because when his mom would, that's when she'd get abusive is, when she wasn't, um, she was sad, but then, I mean, she would turn into she'd also have fire, which is the thing that's confusing, right? But she would express anger, but it would start off as sadness. Like the sadness was the precursor before she switched personalities, and then it was punishment kind of energy. Um, and so that's the kind of thing that the whole thing is don't get caught up too much in that and more of that the where he's coming from, is that emotion means danger because that's what I experienced when I was younger, especially, you know, um, I mean, it's emotion because fire, energy is more passion energy. Um, Anger or emotion, I mean, sorry, anger or sadness are the emotions we feel from fear. But we're talking, that's emotions, that's all water. Fire, like anger is still in a way water. It's more of a wave smacking you and knocking you over of water, right? Instead of water receding away before it comes in. So, all right. So let's continue on here. We got so potential for wife and mom. What does he have here? Yeah, he could see that with the 3 of Cups because he knows emotion is important for a family. This is like a tribal energy. So, I mean, he could see that, as a mom, especially focusing on there that that's what a child needs. They're like, they need to have emotion. They need joyful, place. Um, and, we've got the King of Pentacles, the Emperor energy that's coming in here too. Um, because this feels like this is what I feel like they focus more on what kind of father I would be than more whether you would be a good mom, wife or not. Because I feel like they're focusing in on their ability, and I feel like that's a good reminder for us to come back to this is all about what's going on inside of them. This is not an accurate picture of you. When we're talking about what other people think and feel about us, it's 99.999% about what's going on inside of them, not about what's really going on inside of us. What we think of them is a lot of what's going on inside of us, right? That's the mirroring that happens with all this, right? Let's see here. I like this. What does he admire about you? So let's look at that. And then, yeah, do need to move faster into these here since we have another deep diver coming up here too. So let's move into. So what does he admire about you? Yeah, your creativity, energy that's coming in here. Um, Something about how easily you get along with people. Because I feel like he felt that, he saw that how you get along with people really well, interact with people really well. Balancing energy, they do see here, there is this balancing, with this as well. So, I feel like, um, in the scheme of things, what is this? We've got here the raging storm, like, here's the tsunami of water, right? And it's, that there's something about your presence calmed things within, and that's part of your empathic ability. Like, your emotional energy just makes it you're depending on what emotions you're putting forward, right? But when you're happy and you have this love and joy and laughter flowing, your energy you pulse out as a huge empath with huge heart. We make it easier for people to choose higher or lower vibration, so it, like, changes the emotional weather in a room, and it's calming. It can just be calming, and, of course, if we're irritated and fear and anything else, then we're bringing in the electricity and the storm and make it easier for people to choose lower vibration too. So, emotional empaths, that's our gift and our curse, right? If I'm in a bad mood, other people around me are gonna it's gonna be easier for them to be in a bad mood, but so I like that he admires those things. Those are, again, standout things. And then does he compare the beauty, the physical features to others? What does he think about her physically? Yeah, I mean, I feel like with the 3 of Cups, I'd feel like there's he kinda has everyone lumped together with these 3 of cups. We've got the 3 of wands, which, is a comparison kind of energy, um, and the 2 of pentacles, again, this balancing energy. It doesn't feel like it's not like a standout thing where, um, you know, there's things they like about, all these different women that they've had. They see beauty in a lot of different ways, and I don't feel like there's like um because he's seen so many, in the business that he's in, and the things that he does, and all the, places that he's seen so many women that he's like, they're all, there's so many beautiful eyes, there's so many beautiful lips, there's so many beautiful facial structures, so much beautiful hair, so much beautiful bodies, da 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 da. It's not like, it's the first woman we've ever seen, he's just seen so much. It just feels like that's not a huge thing for him with this energy that I'm getting here. It's just like joy energy, thought you were beautiful. You weren't stand out where they were like, well, for a hunchback, you're not bad looking, it's not that, um, so, you know, you guys are learning. All right. And then for the last one of this one's here, we've got, in oh, not the last one, but the last one of this deep dive, which we went really, really deep dive in this one. Maybe that's why you originally gave, there was an extra $6 because we were going like 20,000 leagues under the sea. Intelligence. Got the 6 of cups energy here. What is this about here? Let me take a look here. We already had that other one. Think about things. Let's see. What would his thoughts be if he did or did not think those things, right? Yeah, because I feel like that's kind of what we've been talking about this whole time anyway, right? Um, but let's take a look here. I'm going to sneeze. Maybe I'm not now that I said I'm going to sneeze. Can feel it tickle, tickle, tickle. All right. Yeah, it's it's interesting. We're talking about intelligence and the mind, but all he could focus in on is these emotions, the 5 of cups, the 6 of cups, childhood emotions, and trying to find this, here's this emotional dream come true energy. Um, so I don't feel like he thought she was stupid, or that she was like a rocket scientist. I feel like they were like, yeah, we have great conversations, good thinking, different perspectives and different things. But I feel like the emotions is what was his distraction. I feel like the emotions really distracted him a lot, right? Um, and so, when we're checking in to see, he hasn't done inner work, right? So, if we were expecting him to suddenly have a different viewpoints and stuff with his, blinds over his eyes, it's like he still sees the same thing, nothing, right? Blackness. Because he has a blindfold on. It's like, open your eyes. He can't see from his heart, he just sees from that fear of emotion kind of energy, right? So, um, yeah, so I feel like that's enough of that stuff, right? And that's the whole thing when we get into someone else's mind and we understand a lot of where they're judging themselves and where they're coming from when you ask all that, you know, um, about what others are thinking and feeling, we realize that they're not thinking about us, they're thinking about their past being projected outward onto others, and that's what we all do, right? Um, And, that's why if you ever have a chance, anyone to check out Byron Katie, she's actually in Southern California too, um, but her YouTube channel is Byron Katie, BYRONKATIE is what it's by, and then her website is thework.com, THEWORK.com. She has this judge your neighbor worksheet, which we put a situation down and blah, throw up on it with all of our emotions and our ego, whatever it's feeling, and the more honest we are and what's going on, the more the turnarounds show us what projection we're putting out on other people as well. And it's amazing in that, um, as we discover that, about ourselves going, "Oh, this was me projecting this, and this is about me." When we start to see other people say things and do things, we start seeing that that's about them, and it just really clicks that comes in that, right? So so the fortune cookie for that one we've got is gratitude again, right? What are we grateful for? Not what's not, happening, but what is that we love, that we wanna grow. We live in a post The Secret world, and during the last decade, we learned a lot about gratitude, positive thinking, and what's possible with the right mindset. There are still many people who believe magical thinking is a load of poppycock, and even more who are fence sitters who dabble now and then just in case it brings them $1 million check in the mail. So it's time to get real about gratitude again. Every time we repeat something, we get better at it, right? Did you tie your shoelace the first time you tried too? Okay, maybe you did, but lots of us had to practice that shizzle. Gratitude is your secret mindset shifter, and engaging in a thankful perspective long term will shift how wonderfully rich your life is. Like sacred geometry spiraling from the center of a plant, gratitude grows in strength exponentially each and every time it spirals. Learning to live in a state of being grateful is part of your sacred story. So let go of any lackluster attempts you've experienced and call abundance into your life. This is part of your medicine, right? The gratitude for who someone is, who we are, what something brought for us, you know, it changes stuff. All right, let me catch up here. We have one more here. Let me just make sure. We do have Twin Flame came in. Hey, Twin Flame, good to see you. Hello, hello. You'll be number 13 on the donation list. There we go. And thank you for your additional one. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, let me give that 11 a like. And 11 a like. See below. All right, we got that one. So you're number 13 and number 14. Twin Flame, good to see you. All right, you're very welcome, Lauren. I know I learned a lot. I'm like, whoa. I'm trying not to process it while Spirit's speaking through me because I'm like, I have to stay in tune with them because I'm like, wait, now how did this apply to my life? And I'm like, okay, okay, don't do that. This is so I understand. So Chelsea, you're saying you see yourself as as bubbly and also passionate and fiery person, but I've had a guy see me as emotional in past readings. Yeah, because we see ourselves differently. It's the whole thing, right? I want a gummy. Yeah, gummies all around. But yeah, it is because you know when we realize, I mean, that no one sees anyone clearly. We don't even see ourselves clearly because we're seeing ourselves through our experience, and that's why with spirit, we see things differently from because they see things clearly. They're not impacted by all of our, drama and trauma and experiences. And Excuse me, so they see things, in a clear way, right? Yeah, right? Yeah, as your C, right? Yeah, yeah, and that's the kind of feeling because his mom was an emotional crazy woman. So emotion to him, if it looks like a duck, then that duck that attacked me when I was young and it bit my pee-pee. That's funny. It's like a little boy. "Ow, the duck bit my pee-pee, and so now I don't like ducks. Ducks scare me because 'cause they're gonna bite my pee-pee." Ah, my goodness. Right? Yeah, yeah. And that's because that's the experience of the child, and when we step back and look at what his mom went through and who his mom was, we just see it was someone expressing pain, but that's what happens, people in pain, sometimes, express their pain, and if someone's close enough expressing that pain, people experience something painful, either physically, mentally, emotionally, and it happens, right? Yeah. Yeah, it goes back to our upbringing, like we were talking about, how, um, you know, if if you're an Eskimo in northern Alaska, you're gonna think Phoenix during the summer in Arizona is hell, right? And that, "I can't live here. This is crazy." This is how can anyone live like this? And then people that live and grew up and don't know any different, and they go to Alaska and go, "These people are crazy. How can they live in ice igloos?" No, now they don't live as much as that, but, you know, there is this, uh, awareness that we're all different. We all have different perspectives. We've all grown up differently, and we all don't see ourselves or the world clearly. And then so we're taught, and this is part of our journey, and I talk a lot about this in that podcast, the Why I Think of Me, I think, because it's, we we are taught, look out here for our worth, and we attach our worth to relationships, situations, and things. And all those things disappoint us because when the idea in our mind, our expectation, the belief, the story that we've have been taught of how things are supposed to be and how reality is supposed to be, when this doesn't match up with that, we feel out of control, right? We're like, what happened? We're confused. And then we realize I can't change, what's happening out there. The only way I get relief is to question this projection, this story, this expectation, and go, where did this come from and why is it upsetting me? What fear is it? What story have I created about what that means about me? Because that's where our uncomfortability comes from. It's all comes down to what story have I made that mean about me? And then when we realize none of that defines me, it always all points us back inward till eventually we go like, why am I looking out there for my self-worth? Let me go in here. I find my self-worth rooted in the eternal, unconditional love of the higher realms, never changing, never ending, nothing I have to do to earn it, nothing I can do to lose it. When you find that self-love, that solid foundation, then we're we don't stop wanting things in the outside world. We just don't need it. We don't define ourselves by it. We don't attach our worth to it. And then we have peace and enjoyment. And, we still, you know, going to have conflict in our life because we're still going to have these mindsets, these old triggers. It's like after a war, sometimes there's still mines out in the minefields that weren't removed, and things blow up here and there. I'm like, oh, there's a mine there. Let me remove that now. But it's it's a different experience. So I like it. All right, let me jump back in here. Let's see. I think we had Maria P. I thought I saw Maria. Maria, where are you? Where are you, Maria? There you are. All right, so Maria, we got you on the free reading list. You'll be number 10. Oh, I just closed it. Hold on. Hit the wrong button. Closed it down. Didn't hit the little button I wanted. All right, there we go. Now you're number 10. And then I'd also get PayPal here. Is this you? It is. So Maria, thank you for your donation. We'll get you up here. You'll be number 15. All right. And we don't want that. Get rid of that. All right. Let me just make sure I didn't miss anyone. So get to inflame, to inflame. Yeah. And Ruby G, yeah, I mean, trying to see ourselves from other people's perspective, we don't like it because, of course, we were punished when we were younger when our who we were being wasn't matching up to what these people wanted. So they either punished us or tried to praise us and reward us into being who they wanted us to be. And that's a lot of what we talk about in that why we care what people think of us and feel about us. So definitely check out that podcast, anyone that's interested in getting to the bottom of that. Yeah, because that's what happened. It's that whole, this whole thing. In case if someone wasn't here when I was yapping about it here, I'll just keep putting it out there because it's it's so clear, it just brings so much clarity when we realize why we are caught in that loop, and then we're like, "Yeah, I don't need to do this anymore. I don't need this to have such an impact on me." We can relax, right? So, cheers, cheers. And it's not like we're perfect where we'll, I mean, perfectly every single time, not care what people think. When things rise, I mean, like when I changed my donation process and stuff on Tuesday, I had that it bubbled up that the fear of disappointing someone, and I because whenever you make a change, it's gonna impact people differently, and then it's like, "Oh, no," and when people mention, it broke my heart when you did that change." I'm like, "Oh, now my heart feels like it's breaking." I'm like, "It's the fear. I'm responsible for someone's emotional choice." And it's like, "No, we're not." But we do that, right? Cheesecake Factory. Don't make me ban you, Chelsea. I'm gonna block you for 24 hours. I know. 100 pages, I know, right? They got those in Denver. They don't have a Cheesecake Factory down here, but they have them up in Denver, and, oh my god, it's like a journey. All right. So let's dive back in here. So Lauren, thank you so much. We got 31606 for this one. The best, the best. They do have great cheesecake. They also have great, oh, what was it? It's like something that you get creme brulee. Oh, yum, yum, yum. How rude of him, Ruby G. Okay. So, Lauren, thank you again for all your donations. And C, thank you again as well. With especially everyone that shares your vulnerable moments. I mean, obviously, you're seeing how other people feel the same and learn through all of this too. And that's what I love about our community is just how brave and vulnerable you guys are with each other and with us to be able to learn through it also. Thank you so much. All right. So, oh, this was the spicy questions, right? So, has T been thinking about if C is someone seeing someone casually or if it's growing into something more serious? Let's take a look at that here, right? Pay attention, paying attention. Right. Let's take a look here. I want this one too. Okay. So, have they been thinking about this here? I'm sorry. I know my face doesn't hide anything, but we got the nine, the hermit energy. So they're kind of in this, you know, kind of withdrawing stage here. So I feel like they're more focused in on, the 10 of swords, which is expectations again, right? And the 8 of cups walking away from, you know, relationships that don't serve them and I feel like they're really focused again in on them and what they're going through. And it's interesting here because I don't know. It's almost like he has this underlying belief. That's what I kinda went over because when it came into my head, it was like, it's not like that's what they're thinking all the time, but they have this thing of, relationships don't seem to work out, and expectations are what happens. So, you know what? Even if you are seeing someone, it probably won't last, forever either. So, I'm gonna focus in on me and eventually you know, um, things don't unfold right, right? It's like it it probably won't last anyway because they won't live up to your expectations. And they're not even thinking like you have too many expectations in regards to this person. I feel like they're just saying that they're not gonna live up to your expectations either, you know, kind of energy. I know, right? His thoughts about her potentially, uh, growing a committed relationship with someone, right? So, because that feels like a subconscious kind of a passing thought that kind of rises up, and then they're like, "No, no, no, that's" they don't spend a lot of time thinking about that, but it's also a way that we can kind of convince ourselves of things by going, "Oh, that won't last anyway, so don't worry about it." It's how we kind of instead of feeling emotion, we derail and go around the emotion, right? So that's a derailment. That's a better word. We are like, "Oh, nope, there's an emotion on the track. Derail. Okay, okay, back on, onto it." So what are his thoughts about her potentially growing a committed relationship? Not with him, but with someone else, right? This is what this was about. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Bottom of the deck, we got Mama Moon energy. So here's all that emotional energy that's coming in here, right? Um, sorry. Just um because we got so we had the seven of wands, which is about, being true to our authentic self, not dimming our light, not asking permission to shine, you know, it's like here comes this, tower card, which is an explosion, in the relationship, and 3 of cups energy. So, they've got this thing too that, you know, it's like trying to be true to your authentic self, and then someone tries to cage you and make you be something that you're not, and then, um it blows up and then these relationships end up with, affairs and third party people involved. It's like there's this committed relationship bitterness in a way, right? He does, right? Well, he does. I mean, his mom was an alcoholic, right? his dad wasn't a cheerleader either, you know, and then all the experiences he had were echoes of, you know, his childhood. So, you know, it definitely there's a lot to be, you know, transformed, right? Yeah, so there you go. Well, that one makes sense why he has this belief, right? But and it could be that also, you know, that he experienced that when he was younger, right? Um, but, you know, that's like his immediate but he has this belief here. Let me see if I could do this. You know, whoops, maybe I can't do it. So we've got the emperor energy, you know, which is, you know, this is why the emperor pulls back, clears the throne room, right? To try to get out of his head and into his heart. And, you know, he has this, you know, hope that we can find love and we can have, you know, this you know, an abundant energy, you know. And he feels like healthy individuals can, you know, there's a possibility that that's out there, that people can have a committed relationship, you know, that's going on there. But that, you know, that, you know, is that energy of, you know, when some people might believe that, you know, I can never be in a romantic committed relationship because, um, all this always happens, so why put your heart out there when it's just gonna be stomped on, right? And I feel like he's getting tired of not, you know, when you don't connect your heart, then you don't get hurt, but you also don't get to feel the pleasures of deep emotional connection either. And after a while, fire, it just wears out. How much physical, passionate interaction can you have before it becomes bland? Then you have to make it more exciting, and then you get into, um, you know, more extreme things that bring you pleasure, um, you know, um, you know, all sorts of fetishes and different things that it keeps getting extreme, or extreme, or extreme, or extreme, or extreme, because it tends to be, you know, that, right? Yeah, right. Well, the thing is I don't feel like he's very far off a lot of other guys in Southern California and the world across the United States, you know? There's a lot of this similarities that come up in a lot of readings. As I tap into people and tap into energies, there's a lot of the same pain. So much it all goes down when you talk to thousands of people throughout your life, which I have with customers and direct reports that I manage and doing readings and interacting with so many people. It really comes down to, you know, basic fear of abandonment. And it goes back to, if you go back to a child, you know, there's very little um, difference between what children want, and everyone wants to be loved, and no one is loved to the extent they needed to be when they were children. Like almost, maybe there's one in the world. You know, there could be a few in the world that were loved so much and nourished from when they were babies, right? And it's possible there could be, you know, a fantasy island out there, or you know, Wonder Woman's. I think that's where she grew up, Fantasy Island, or but you know, it could be. You never know, but you know, everyone has things that are impacting them until we do something about it, right? And everyone's at different levels, and that's why we come down here to experience these adventures, right? So I do feel like, again, they're like that and so this isn't personal towards C, but they would apply it towards C that, well, yeah, you can get into a committed relationship until it's not, you know, until you get cheated on, until because they'd feel like you wouldn't be the one cheating, you would be the one cheated on, um, because they wouldn't be able to give, um they wouldn't be able to keep up with your giving and your ability to love and everything, and so they would feel less than, so they would need to go to someone else who's less than more less than them, so that they could feel like they can give something to someone, and that's what happens is if they feel I can't compete with you, then I'll yeah. If I can't beat you in kickboxing, then I'm gonna go beat up a nun, is what they said in my head. I'm gonna go beat up a nun because they won't fight back, you know? So, I think that was some of that we talked about, right? That they feel like, um, that they're gonna get hurt, and that's that protectiveness that comes in there. You know, it's like well, another thing, it'd be like, um, if I can't if I can't beat you in a race, then I'm gonna go, race someone who's disabled that's not in a wheelchair, that needs, that has to use a crutch. I'll go race with someone who can't keep up so that I win, That's the thing is, you know, it's humanity. Oh my goodness. All right, let's go on to your other one here. So what would he think if she was just seeing men casually and hooking up with multiple men? I know, right? Chels? We were talking about something else. I think um we're talking about uh what he was thinking about I forget, we have to rewind to see what it was about. I've already gone on to the next question, so she's like, "Hey." All right. So, what if C became a garden hoe? What would she think here, right? Yeah, I can't remember what brought us onto that subject right now. Um, I feel like spirits, like, going, "Let's go, time to move forward." So, I think we've beat the horse there. Um, yeah, so, well, interesting enough, on the bottom, we have the Queen of Wands, which is passion, fire. That's the world of fire, that you can just casually do that, right? Um, yeah, the 9 of Cups. Here's the dream come true, right? Let's see what this is about. King of Cups, yeah, and the Justice card. Yeah, they're like, "No," the 9 of Cups, they're like, "No," they wouldn't believe it. Yeah, the Knight of Cups and the King of Pentacles. So, they're like, "No," because the Queen of Wands is fire, but behind the scenes cups, emotion, right? And I feel like that's who, um, this queen of this fiery person is who he normally ends up with, and he's like he wouldn't believe it if you were just out doing that because it's like, you want an emotional dream come true. You want the King of Cups, this perfect person who's compatible, that's both emotion and mind, the justice card, the balancing scales. That's not what you want from a relationship. You know, you want something more. You want this Knight of Cups. You want a romance. You want someone who's stable. You want someone who can give you that stability in the outside world. You know, they're like, no, they wouldn't believe it. They'd be like, this is a farce. You're making this up. Or they're like, it'll balance out and it won't last long with you doing that because that's not who you are. You know, I feel like that's what they would think is like, that's not you, you know, kind of energy. So, you know, that's, you know, they would think of that like they wouldn't even they couldn't get past, you know, it just doesn't look right to them. They're like, no, no, that's doesn't make sense. It doesn't compute for them kind of energy. Interesting. All right. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. And we've got you are epic. See? So it doesn't matter what other people think. This is what spirit thinks of you, see, and all of us, right? You are epic. Number 4, that's where the solid foundation comes in. It's realizing you're epic. Yeah, right? Why, right? Are we wanting him to be punished? Are we wanting him to be punished for his conditioning growing up where there by the grace of God go we, if we grew up in his exact situation, we would be thinking exactly the way he is. Ooh, that's a deep one, right? And that's the whole thing. There by the grace of God go I. That whole thing is about if we were had the exact life as someone, that's the who we would be because of what has happened to us as children growing up, right? And if they were in our shoes, they would have been like us, but they weren't. And that's the whole thing is, yeah, right? Yeah, see is epic. So, your epic life, can you see it yet? It's just over the horizon, and you are at a point where you have the wisdom and experience to make it happen. Your stamina and hard work are paying off, and you're being called to bring order from any chaos you've been experiencing. It's time to take the leadership role at the helm of your life and navigate confidently into areas that you haven't explored yet. You are ready to handle it. Be strategic as you plan your route. And as you build your future, know that your guides and angels are supporting the evolution of this dream. The universe is offering you a chance to steer toward the epic success you've been imagining. So trust in the foundation that you're building. An empire of light and love surrounds you. You're never alone. So don't allow this opportunity to be befuddled by doubt, frustration, or fear. Dig in with determination and head into a new phase of prosperity and growth. I love that. And they're showing here, you know, something that we can do, when we get um, caught up and attached to the vision of who someone could be, we will that's when we stay connected. That's when we kind of stay obsessed with someone, right? That I can't move past them because I want that. And I feel like I'm less if I don't get that. The amazing thing that spirit is saying though is that person is you. That person that we think with all these qualities and all that stuff, that's the you you're looking for in here that you already are. You just haven't brought it out yet. And and that's the thing. The love of our lives is us. And so this vision that we put of we're hoping to find someone like this is actually the me that I'm trying to find. And I'm trying to find it out there. And I'm like, well, I'm not finding it out there, but I can see the potential of other people, and I'm like, "There I am, over there." Eventually, they can get to be that, but cut out the middleman and find him in here. I love that. Wow. Spirit's so smart. All right. So that's what we have there. So hopefully that helps a little bit. My goodness, my goodness, my goodness. All right, let me just catch up on the chat here. See where we're at. So I think we had someone else come in. Let me just make sure here. We got Ruby, Chelsea, Chelsea. Got all those. Got all those. Got all those. Blueberry, that's right. Hey, there you are. So Blueberry, we'll get you added on to the free list. You'll be number 11 on the free list. Oh, I did it again. My goodness. It's like I've never done it twice in a session. What am I doing? All right. What am I hitting? Maybe I need to switch my keyboard a little bit. Maybe that's I'm off a little bit. I keep hitting the wrong button. All right. So you are number 11 on there. Yeah, baby Adolf. That's right, right? It's all about our conditioning and, you know, there we would be if we were born under that same exact astrology, life, surroundings, energy, experiences. Um, and that's why we all have different experiences in life because we're like snowflakes. We didn't wanna all experience life as, baby Adolf. We wanted to, you know, experience life as individuals. All of us are individual and, you know, um, unique, as well. So that's what we got. Hey, Twin Flame will grab your free general. We'll get you on there. That'll be number 12 coming in there for the free readings. All right. And I just got Marilyn XO. Hey, Marilyn, good to see you. You might be on your way here. I did get your donation via the Venmo. So thank you for that. I do got you, and I think your question is in here. Yes. So I got your question on your Venmo there. So you'll be number 16 if you're here now, Marilyn. You'll be number 16 on the donations. I feel like I should be on the microphone. Hello, number 16. All right. So up next, we do have Diana for your second one, and then the Heater, JoJo, Ruby G times 2, and then Twin Flame times 2, and then Maria P, and then Marilyn after that. All right. I might need to take a break here in a few just to hit the facilities. So cheers, cheers. Since I almost been 4 hours. My goodness. All right. So let us jump in, Diana. 340.33 is your timestamp. Thank you again for your additional donation. And then more than ever, P has been more active and more interactive in your friend group. She typically keeps to herself or a friend or two, but now it's different. You wonder what is on her mind about that and the blocking, right? When she blocked you, right? Um, does she have any plans or is she just running with her emotions? Yeah, right. Anything you can find out would be great. All right, let's dive in here, see what we got going on with this situation here. So, what's on her mind about this activity in the friends group? Why is she so active there? Okay, thank you. And what about the blocking? What can we find out about that? Those. Okay. And the plans. All right, I think this is what we got here. Yeah, I mean, we've got on the bottom of the deck, we've got the 9 of wands, which does have to do I'm getting this barrier energy where she's building this barrier of protection. So and we'll find out more about the blocking. No, they wanna go to that first. So we're gonna go by the blocking, see what we have here. Yeah, we've got conflict energy, this growing pains with the Hierophant. And the 8 of Cups is walking away from a relationship that we feel we don't s that doesn't serve us anymore. So there's definitely with the blocking, there's a source of conflict. I think we got that the other night when we looked that up, right? And we might even have gotten a 5 or a Hierophant, because I feel like there is this, you know, um, seeing things from a different perspective, not necessarily a higher perspective in this case, but a different perspective and this conflict of interests. What is this about here? Got the Page of Wands and the Four of Cups. There's something here. Are you guys interested in the same person? Because it almost feels here like there's this passion with the Page of Wands, like there's this, energy with the Four of Cups is like a stagnation. I kind of get this weird message of like, you were flirting with someone I liked, and you know I like him, and I didn't even like them, but why were you flirting with them? Because 'Cause they'll choose you over me. What kind of friend are you? Block, and that's their perception, right? And I don't know if this resonates with you, but that's the kind of energy I'm getting with this that's coming in. And then you got these 3 cards too. Yeah, lies, deceit, deceiver, doing something behind my back. Yeah, collaborating with someone else. Ooh, yeah, and relationship energy. So it does feel like there's like seeing someone behind their back that they like, or, this is their perception. Again, we were talking about earlier, right? If you didn't listen to our deep conversations that we were having a wonderful adventure through humanity, right? That there is a bit of this perce it doesn't matter what's happening in reality because we see the world as we are, not as it is. And if there's fear being betrayed and lied to, or I've done that, and so I'm, oh, they're doing this and like, well, you did that too. And like, I don't want look at over there, that's what they're doing over there. There's this energy of feeling betrayed by a friend. And that's the kind of energy that comes in. It's almost like a movie, right? You knew I loved them and you know I cared about them and you flirted with them anyway. Now they're gonna choose you over me, and that's that whole thing is, "You're not my friend," you know, kind of energy. So I feel like that's what has to do with the blocking energy that's there. And then what about the friends? What about the friends active in the friends group, right? Yeah. This death and this rebirth. We've got the 10 of Pentacles. Oh. So this what do you guys ever see the light bulb go off in my head? There's like this, um, I'm going to end like the death card, I'm gonna block you, and then I'm gonna show you, that I can be friends with all these other people, and I'm gonna show you I'm fine and that everything's good. It's like a retaliation, kind of energy that comes in with that. Um, yeah, we got the Ace of Swords and the World card, which is the ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure, and they want you to see it with this Ace of Swords. They're wanting you to witness it, even if it's in writing, I want you to witness it. It definitely feels like a protection type of thing. The blocking is protection, and then this, you know, showing you what a real relationship or friendship is, I'm gonna show you that I'm happy without you, and you need to see it that I'm happy without you as my friend, kind of energy. And then what else we have here too? Yeah. I do feel here that sort of does feel like that, right? We've got this, 7 of Wands, which is, "Here I am being me." It's like the Sun card. "I'm gonna be me. I'm not gonna dim my light. I'm not gonna ask permission to shine. I'm not gonna defend my actions. Here I am." So it does feel kind of like, any plans? Is she just running with her emotions? It feels very reactive with that 7 of Wands energy. It feels like, "Fine." It's like the rebel, the one that, you know, goes and dyes her hair, she's like, uh, you know, kind of just brown hair and dresses regular and does everything, and then she goes goth and dyes her hair pitch black and black makeup and gets tattoos and, her, uh, earrings pierced and her nose pierced and wears, all the goth stuff, just a extreme change. Not that that's not a bad thing for anyone who's goth. I really love goth, culture, but someone sometimes will, in rebellion, think, "I'm gonna do this because 'cause I'm gonna, stand out." That's the kind of thing, right? Yeah, right, 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 right. And it is this, realizing that this is her way of self-care with the Empress, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, the Justice card. It will balance out eventually with this, but I don't feel like she has a plan. I just feel like there's this need to break free and to be there and, um, to be seen, and I'm gonna be seen, um And, uh, and there's a little bit of that negative attention too that, I'm gonna be a rebel and rebels can get attention too kind of energy because 'cause I'm tired of competing for the higher, emotions. I'm gonna, you know, uh, take the market on lower vibration. Yeah. That would be that energy of going, watching you to see how are you reacting to what I'm doing now, because I want you to feel the pain that I felt in this feeling ostracized and, not included, like, I'm not, because it was the other night, right? They're bringing back the because I'm not your best friend, that's your best friend, and after everything I give to you, am I just an acquaintance, kind of energy. This goes back to rejection way before they ever met you, 7 years old and younger, not feeling included, not being chosen, and that's just, this situation is an echo of what they experienced when they were younger, and this is the reaction. They're acting like someone who's 7 years old and younger, right? And that's what happens when we experience a trigger that takes us back to a trauma, and we don't mean to do it. We just, as humans, are a bunch of this is funny. It's very good. We're a bunch of humans walking around with broken toes, stepping on each other's feet, reminding us of our pain and the original, uh, and we don't have it, it keeps on getting stepped on, so we keep on, it keeps on. It doesn't give it a chance to heal because it keeps on getting stomped on. Wow. Your fortune cookie for this, though, is cut the cords of doubt. Like that little birdie. Number 42. Let's see what this is here. Doubt can taint the most beautiful of circumstances or change a trajectory by keeping it unnaturally constrained. It can be an incessant tether, and it may be getting in the way of something that you've been thinking about doing. So, this card's a wonderful sign to take a risk on your brilliance. It assures a journey of success and freedom, and it whispers of pure potential when you embrace your true nature. Your desire, your essence is like a phoenix rising from the constraints of its old form, or like an angel rising up to the heavens. When you let go of your anchors and are unbound by the gravity of fear, you will easily see which shackles, habits, or beliefs need to be released first. What is weighing you down, creator love? It's time to let go and release sadness or anger, guilt or shame, and to exhale doubt and inhale love. Spread your wings and glide home because the whole of the universe supports this radiant rising of your spectacular spirit. I like that, because they're as I was doing that, they were pointing out like a question, why does it bother us so much when someone blocks us and then is interacting in public? One, we fear that they're going to tell people bad things about us and people are going to believe it. And if people believe it, what does that mean about us? And again, so it's always the story of what do their actions mean about me? And when we get to that root and we understand, okay, you know, what they're doing is about them. What I'm feeling is about me and something in my past that's echoing forward. So, it doesn't have to be that exact situation, but when we close our eyes and go, how do I feel when I experience the uncomfortable feelings of this? When did I feel that last? That feeling will have a different situation, right? We'll go back and then we'll keep going back and keep going back and keep going back to when did we feel that before? When did we feel that before? When did we feel that before? We'll get down to 7 years old and younger and we're like, there it is. When when my mom got mad at me and she ignored me, didn't talk to me, didn't respond to me, sent me to my room or sent me to the corner, told me to get outside. She didn't want to see me. That original rejection can be it, right? Echo, echo, echo forward in different things in our life, right? So very, very interesting, right? But hopefully that helps a little bit, Diana. Just a little bit of reflection there, but it is happening for you as well. The situation isn't by accident. There's a gift in it to show you something you want to see about yourself. So hopefully that helps. All right. Many blessings to you. All right. So, Marilyn, thank you so much. I got a little uh, three additional donations. So, thank you so much for those. You'll be 16, 17, 18, and 19. So, thank you so much for that. Let me get these updated on here. So, thank you so much. The cable was right. All right. Oh, I'm very glad. Yeah, right? It's like clarity, clarity, and I like how when spirit brings through these things, we really it frees us from feeling responsible for everyone else's choices. And then the whoopsh, the backhand of it, right, is that then I take responsibility for my own my own stories, my own emotional choices, my own actions, my own energy, and then it's like, "Oh, yeah, no one makes me feel any way." My stories that I put to that is what determines the emotional soundtrack I choose to put with that story, and so if I'm miserable, it's not because of what they're doing, but we're also released from a responsibility of what everyone else is doing, and we get to focus all that energy here where it makes a difference instead of trying to control something out there where, you know, it it's a waste of energy sometimes. We don't get to, you know, we don't get to change people. No matter how hard we try, we can't, right? All right. So what I'm gonna do here, um, I'm gonna take a quick break, just to hit the facilities, and then I'll be right back, and then so Heater will be up next, and then just let you know, and then we have JoJo, and then Ruby G times 2, we got Twin Flame times 2, and then Maria P, and then Marilyn times 4 is where we'll be at right now. So, I'll be back lickety split, and we'll dive back in. So thank you guys so much for your patience, for all your thumbs up too. Hey, Lily, right? Or Lily. We'll call you Lily. No, we'll call you Lily, right? Call you L, like, from Legally Blonde. We'll call you L. All right, I'll be right back. All right. Thank you guys so much. Also grabbed my dinner tonight. We've got strawberries and cream. Yum yum. So we'll see what we got. These cards must be shedding. All right. Let's see. So did ever. Okay, very good. So thank you. I'll get you on the free list there. The most nicest way that someone said your name, Lily, Lely. All right, you'll be number 13 on the free readings when we get to those there. So thank you. You can tell me how it actually uh, is supposed to be said, and I can try to remember that too. But you're like, I tend to give people nicknames. Name someone Santa once because their name. I'm like, you're gonna be called Santa. All right, so let us get back into it here. So we got the heater at 401 even. So heater, here is your timestamp, and yours are down here. So thank you for your donation via the timestamp. Oh, you're Egyptian. Oh, ni hao. Oh, is, Nihal? Is that pronounced correct? Nihal? I love that. I love that. All right. So, a general, whatever you're supposed to hear. All right, let's take a look here and see what we got going on here. What is it for you to hear today? We got those. We got these. I got this one here too. All right. Ah, very good. All right. So, heater, the bottom of the deck, I mean, you got the 10 of cups, big, beautiful, joyful celebration energy. Can be relationship energy. We'll see here with the other cards, but the underlying energy, is this, kind of, um, that's the flow, the foundation here. We'll see what we got going on here. Yeah, it does here. You got the full card and the king of pentacles coming in. There is this the full card, of course, being the 0, the first card on the major arcana, is about a new beginning full of possibilities and opportunities. It just feels like there's this wonderful flow headed your way here because the King of Pentacles is one of the big abundant cards, right? So there is something that's opening up here that's bringing abundance towards you. And that 10 of Cups is happiness, celebration. Let's see what they'll tell us about it here. You got these 3 cards together. So you do have the Hermit energy that's coming in. I feel like this is something that you have been going through and that you will go through just a little while longer. I don't know why I turned into Elmo Fudd, but there you go. But you got the 9 of the Wands, which is like this barrier. And here's this 9 energy, the 9 of the Hermit and the 9 of Wands, with the Ace of Swords. You are getting this energy here, this kind of pocketed away. You're not like in solitary confinement, but you are definitely in the space of having space between you and people, having time to pocket away, to focus in on your own self. And with the Ace of Swords, it's bringing a lot of clarity around your life here. I feel like these other cards will tell us around what area of your life, but you definitely have got this. Um, it almost feels like people are leaving you alone. People are busy. People are not as available as they normally are. And that is happening for you to give you time for this. Because the more you kind of step back and you kind of, connect with spirit, do your inner transformation, looking at your freedom work, you're getting some great clarity around things, some big epiphanies, some big ahas coming in. Um, Yeah, changing of stories here. There's this conflict here with the 5 of swords. I do feel like you're kinda looking at what was the cause of this fight? What was going on? What happened? I don't understand. And the 2 of swords is that this is the clarity you're getting of where's the true conflict, right? Because it takes 2 people to fight, and we understand that when our inner child feels unsafe, out of control, or uncomfortable, whoop, whoop, alarm sounds go off. It boots out our intelligent, loving, compassionate adult self, and we go back to the age, the trauma we are when we were first had the trauma, right? So 7 years old and younger, it's some sort of emotional trauma, right? And so when we realize that, we realize their actions, like a 7-year-old, have to do because they were in fear. Not it wasn't personal, it wasn't an attack, it was a reaction from a fear. They were panicking. When people are panicking, they do all sorts of crazy stuff, right? Like, um, if there's a fire in a theater or someone yells fire in a theater, people will trample over each other that are normally very caring, very loving people, and they'll trample and kill someone trying to get out because 'cause they're scared because they became animals, reactive, right? Same thing with all this water, someone drowning, you're trying to rescue them, and they're smacking and they're resisting, and sometimes people are, knock them out so they can take them back to shore, but, not that I'm encouraging violence or smacking anyone, that's just the example, right? But there's this, this energy of this understanding the conflict, understanding getting to the root of this situation that happened between me and someone else. was because they were in fear, and then when they, um, expressed their fear in this fight energy that my inner child felt unsafe or out of control, uncomfortable with that, and um then I went out of my mind and went back to my trauma when that scared me, when it was the first time I heard my dad yell or my mom yell or something, and I went back to that scared child, and I reacted like that child, which could be fight or flight, right? Where it's withdraw or fight back, right? And so we realize more here, and I feel like you're getting clarity around what's going on, and you're changing the story, the definition of what their actions or non-actions, their words or their silence, because maybe they're not a fighter, maybe they withdrew because they're a flighter and not a fighter, which I'm a flighter. I won't fight. I've never been on a fight in my entire life except for my brother growing up. That's normal, but that wasn't real fighting. That was just pecking order, being the younger brother. But I run. I will withdraw, I will shrink rather than fight, at least up to that point. I'll probably kill someone now if all that built up stuff over all those years, right? Ah, the rage, you have all these fights I did not fight, now I'm gonna fight you. Yeah, so I won't do that. I've released that anger, right? Yeah, that's right. That's why I'm Bretta Zen, not Hellraiser. But there is this energy, you understand what they did, and you're changing that story about what they mean, and there's this transformation that's coming with that, right? So, let's see what these last 4 cards are. Night, night, Debbie, Debbie. Good to see you. Talk to you tomorrow. Woo, woo, woo. All right. So what's the final here? You got the Queen of Swords. Yeah, this brings in a beautiful balance between your head and your heart. It does give you that clarity. It allows you to see things clearly, more clearly, and you're stepping into your power of story more too, where you're realizing I'm the one that gets to define what all this means out here. Because if I'm not consciously choosing what it means, I'm defaulting to what I was told, old stories of what's supposed to be rooted in fear, instead of we can make a choice rooted in higher vibration, which is, unconditional love and gratitude and joy and laughter and peace and play kind of energy that comes in, right? We have the Hanged Man. This is about seeing things again from a different perspective, a beautiful transformation that comes in through this alone time here, which really allows you to, like, choose your energy differently than you've chosen before and kind of wield your energy to in a different way, which, you know, when we're focusing in on lower vibrational energies, we draw more of that in. When we're focusing on higher vibrational energy, we draw more of that in, right? And that's what the 10 of cups too is about: joy and gratitude, and realizing I get to choose where I invest my energy. And I feel like that is some empowering energy. And I feel like that, as you're having this alone time, this pocketing away where people seem to be, I wouldn't say they're disappearing out of your life, but it does feel like there's this, um, force field or hedge around you where you're like, Where'd everybody go?" But it's happening for you, and you're gonna, kind of come from um, that cocoon, you know, evolved into even a more beautiful butterfly. Sometimes butterflies go back into cocoons spiritually, and they come out with some really bedazzled wings instead of just the regular wings, right? We go through different things. Yep, I like this. So yours here is: magic happens when you most expect it. And again, focusing on the higher vibration, we get higher vibration. We focus on lack, we get more lack too, right? So it says magic happens when you most expect it. In a life full of structure and rules and the oh so very unmagical excuse of coincidence, one needs to expect magic to happen in order to prime the pump and bring it in. Actually, one needs to be actively waiting and watching for it. Magic and serendipity show up in your life all the time, yet they are often missed when they surface in ways that we least expect them to. It's time to call things into being by setting an intention, taking action, on that intention and expecting it to work. Watch for proof that it's coming to you and prepare for a few, oh my goddess, holy crap, it's working moments when offers, opportunities, experiences, freebies, and all the guiding help you need begin to show up. As you awaken miracles within an incredible magical mindset, start writing the signs down as they arrive. This act of co creation with the universe will build up upon the simple magic of serendipity, and the proof that your dreams are taking shape will accelerate their formation. I like this energy. So, that is what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully, that helps and enjoy. Thank you again for your donation. Very grateful. All right. And we got Dason in the house. Hey, Dason, good to see you. Let's grab this here. We'll get you onto the free list. You'll be number 14 on the free list when we get to those. All right. So we'll continue on here. Up next, we do have JoJo. You're up for 1329. Is yours here? There you go, Joe. Yay. Hey, Marilyn. Yes, yes, I sure did. You're going to be numbers 16, 17, 18, and 19 coming up. Hey, Jojo, good morning to you. Welcome, welcome. So, your question, a reading on your day and why you had a little crazy train moment. Hoot, hoot. Yeah, thank you, Marilyn, very much. All right. Venomous. Oh, did I get your venomous? Yeah. The Venmo. The venomous Venmo. It bites in a good way. All right. If you know, you know. Oh, venomous. You're welcome, Heater. All right, let's take a look here, Jojo. What was this day? Why did you have a little crazy train moment here? What was going on here? The other snoop that did. All right. Interesting, interesting. Well, you have the Two of Wands energy coming in here, which does have to do with, power of our energy and what we're focusing on. You also had the 10 of Swords, which the 10 of Swords is a little bit of course, that's the I'm tired of trying to live up to expectations, trying to control things that are outside of my control. And or trying to, uh, the fear of not living up to other people's expectations and, of course, the disappointment with that, but I feel like it's more the other. The bottom of the deck, you do have the Hierophant, which is the ruler of change and transformation, right? Growing pains. And it feels like it was bringing attention to here, like, to realize that everything does happen for you and everything is showing you something that you can release control over, because sometimes we have this belief growing up, right, that we're on an out of control drama train that's about to leap off the tracks and explode, when actually we're more like a monorail, like at Disney World, where it's on tracks and it moves in perfect, it stops at its exact place. Excuse me. Are you tired? Why am I yawning? Are you yawning, Jojo? um, yeah, the crazy train. And it has its perfect stops and perfect things here. So I feel like there's this this release energy that's coming in with that to release the expectation of, you know, because when we when we assign a word to something, that tells us a lot of what we're looking at something, right? Like, if I think it's a crazy train, and crazy is a feeling and out of control, then there's a fear that's bubbling up in that that wasn't supposed to happen. That's an expectation, and that's why we're feeling out of control, right? And then we learn with the Two of Wands, when I focus my energy on gratitude for a moment and, like, knowing that there's a gift in it for me always, and that after it stops and ceases being crazy, then it turns into what's opposite of crazy? Sane? No. Nah, that's too boring. It becomes enlightened, an enlightened moment, right? Oh, that's funny, I love that. So, there is that, when we look at something as, this kind of, how were we defining the moment, and then how can we redefine the moment? I feel like is what's coming in here a lot with this, because the Hierophant allows us to see things from a different perspective, allows us to change our perspective around it too. But it's something here with, like, I'm tired of trying to control things outside of my control with this 10 of swords, and, I'm ready to for me to know that I am consciously choosing the story about what that means about me, and not, allowing to be on to keep on the train theme, right? On a runaway train, that I get to control the train, whoop, whoop, and, pull the brakes on it. Yeah, that makes sense. So, the overwhelm mentally, this would be overwhelmed mentally, right? The 10 of swords, all the things you're trying to control outside of your control, and letting go of those things, because the only thing you can control is your story, your emotions, your energy, your actions, right? That's the 2 ones too, right? And then you get to choose what it means. So, feel like it's a good reflection energy to have you go, "Yeah, that's right. What am I taking on as my responsibility that's not mine? And let me bring my energy back to me, instead of out in the outside world trying to control the uncontrollable and feeling out of control." That's how that works, right? All right, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. You got the crossroads of fate, power of choice, which road, right? Choice, destiny, turning point. It says your life shifts the moment you choose with intention. There we go. There's your message, right? The power of choice. I get to choose the story. You know, it doesn't get to be chosen for me. So beautiful, beautiful. I like that for you, Jojo. That's what they got for you, my dear. So enjoy, enjoy, enjoy Aussie as well. So many blessings. All right. And then I have Ruby G coming up times two. We got 420, 28. You are welcome, Jojo. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. All right. So Ruby G, let's take a look here. So I've got two donations. So let's see. You want to know about the X? What kind of okay. And I feel like the second one, the X adjacent, was all this other stuff, right? I get it now. So your first donation, the $5 one, is to ask about your ex and his thoughts and energy around your son's illness. And then the $6 one is the deep dive into all the ex adjacent stuff. Yeah, I feel like that's how we'll do it. So for this first one here, what can we know about your ex and his thoughts, general energy around your son's illness? So we got one, two, three. I feel like doing count the count from Sesame Street. One Ricky Ticky. Ah, ah, ah. Two Ricky Ticky. All right. So we've got these here. So his overall energy, we've got the Empress, we've got this energy of Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing themselves, trying to take care of themselves, trying to create, trying to be abundant, trying to have a harvest, the things that we all want as humans. We all have our own dreams. We forget sometimes that the villain in our life, that they have a dream and that they're just reacting and going about it in a way that they only know how with where they're at in their life, even if it's illegal, um, in ways like an angry child would try to get things, a hurting child, how they would get things, and because they don't know any better, right? And when we're in our child self, that's why we get mad at adults when they act stupid, when they're acting like a child because they're not a child, but in that moment they are a child, just in a human's body. So it's like they reverted to a split personality. We switch into a an old version of ourselves, a young, 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 young version of ourselves, right? Way before we knew all the stuff. And so I feel like that's important to know underneath there. His thoughts and general energy around your son's illness. Let me just take a look at all these here. I'm just gonna turn these all around, and we will see what we've got going on here. Yeah, right. And the custody and child support. Oh, yeah, let me put that on the bottom here. I think I didn't grab that one. We'll move that over to here. So can be as if that's what he was surrounded by, liars and cheaters and individuals. You're exactly right. They see the world as they are, and even if it's not true, that's how they'll if that's how they felt they had to survive or how they saw things handled growing up, then that's their life, right? Yeah. So, I feel here, we have the Knight of Swords, which is a movement of thought, a questing of clarity, trying to see things from a different perspective. Um, and the Three of Wands is an energy of going a different way, than expected, a different way than we were planning to go, kind of energy. We've got the Knight of Cups too, which is movement of heart, movement of emotion energy, with the Queen of Swords, which is a balance between head and heart. Which again comes to here, we've got the Nine of Cups. This is this energy when I was saying, like, everyone has a dream that they're wanting to do, something that they're pursuing. And, sometimes we don't see things clearly, but when we're calm, and I feel like this Queen of Swords, like you balancing your head and your heart, so that when you guys go to this, do you have an appointment coming up, right? Yeah, follow-up appointment Monday. That, it's like it's not getting any better, and so he had originally was allowing, you know, because he was gonna allow you to recover at your place, and now he changed his mind, you said, right? And his refusal to let him recover here, right? And so I feel like, you know, it all has to do with if you approach it from this other place of caring and love for our child, for our son, and we want him to get better. And, you know, again, I feel like it's his fear is that this is going to make him look bad, right? And, oh, he got sick again. Wow. Yeah. And that there's this fear, that he's gonna have him taken away, right? Yeah. So, yeah, because he keeps on getting sick, going to preschool, he's just gonna get more sick, right? It's a bed of infestation of, uh, energy. But, I feel like the energy that's coming in here, like, all around this, his thoughts in general are, I'm not looking at what you're wanting. I'm not looking at what anyone else wants. I'm only looking at what I want. I'm in the me energy of the Empress of the part of it that's coming in here, which is I'm nurturing me and what's best for me. And, um, and this is what I feel. This is how I feel safe. I don't feel safe, allowing them just to be over there because I feel like his fear is that, with all the custody and all that, he's going to lose him. And so it's almost like admitting defeat by allowing him to stay over there because I'm not a good home. And that's what you're saying. And that's what he's afraid the courts will say, right? Yeah. Yeah. And so, um, you know, when we're trying to change someone's mind, all we're gonna get is resistance. Resistance. If we're trying to pull someone somewhere, they're gonna just pull back, right? And so the way that we change situations is not through trying to change people's minds, because how many of us get our minds changed from things, right? When we think something, we get fixed and we hardly ever change our mind unless there's something really impactful that influences us and impacts us. Then we're like, "Oh, wait a minute," like you know, "This will save us so much money," It's like when you realize, um, like a a commute twice a day for school, you know, a 2-hour commute twice a day is not, good for them. Who's doing the commute? Is he doing it? Or someone else, right? If it doesn't impact him, then you're like, well, if you want to, um, you know, you want to take them, yeah, it would be him, then let him say, it might, I know instead of going, because it's almost accusing to their mind, right? It's, I know that if I had to drive him 2-hour commute to go to school twice a day, it would be challenging for me, it would be challenging for me, and plus, I feel like, financially, it could save us a lot, it could save a lot of money. So those are just 2 things. What are your concerns? Are we asking him what his concerns are? Are we, that's the kind of approach I feel like that would need to happen with them because they're totally fixed on me, 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 me. So we have to show them how it positively impacts them. And if he doesn't wanna do it, then let him. Let the money, let let him have those 2 hours twice a day for what is it 5 days a week? I feel like very fast he'd be like, "You know what? I think that preschool is a good idea." Let him experience it, right? And yeah, I mean, it's not in the best interest of his son, but he's doing a lot of things not best interest of his son. It just gives more, right? Um, yeah, yeah, exactly. You can only do so much and you can't control him. So I feel like, that's the important thing is to realize, you know, um, he is in that mode. And so when you know that, then you can approach it in that way if you want. If you want different results, we can't do what we've always done and expect a different result because we're not going to pound it into them and get them to make sense of things, right? So we have to do a different thing and just go, you know what? Um, and just document everything and, and have it be an email conversation or recorded conversation, of I feel like, these are the reasons why I feel like this would be best for our son, um, and for you financially and da 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 da. And if he responds, "Brah, rah, 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 rah," then, you capture that for court, right? And you can only do so much, you can lead a horse to water, right? But you can't force him to drink. So that's the thing is, we can only do so much, but you can't force him. And so you can only do what you can do. And the more you get energy up around, frustration and any lower vibration, the more we invite more of it, right? And so in some cases, it's best just to, um, do what we can, release the rest to the creator, do what you can through, like I said, CDC and all the stuff that you can do, but you do it from a place of love for your son, not for, revenge or anything against him. Lower vibration brings us lower vibration things. We make sure we're doing it from a place of love for our son and what's best for them. Um, and for the best of the everyone involved, right? Which is what you feel you are doing, but they're not getting it, right? So capture, capture, capture. Let me do that, right? Your fortune cookie for that one is what do you really want? X marks the spot. Let's see here. 27. Let's see what we have here. What do you really want? Really? Beyond the parameters of what's possible and what's likely, and beyond any constraints of time and money, what do you want? Regardless of your current situation and regardless of what you wanted yesterday, what's that big sacred dream that stares back at you when you allow yourself? Oops, sorry. When you allow yourself to indulge to magical thinking. If it seems like the dream is too far away to accurately conjure up in your mind's eye, then you've got some work to do. This journey, your spiritual and creative trajectory toward your what with your why in tow is your life. It's time to ensure that you are enjoying it and that all your efforts along the way are working together to build that ideal reality that you've chosen. Be mindful that you're not toiling away at a tiny, superficial, or safe version that could never bring your soul the joy it desires. Be mindful of spending energy building something that will never be enough. Instead, define what success means to you and know how you'll feel when you've reached your goal. What do you truly desire? Only by clearly defining it can you finally see the path that will take you there. Ooh, I like that. Yeah, right. I get it. Right, so that's for that portion of it there. So we'll allow that one to be that one, and then let me take a quick sip here. I don't think anyone else came in of this strawberries and cream, my little dinner. Cheers, cheers. What tastes like that? What was it? Wasn't Count Chocula. They had a pink one, I remember. Right? Stop trying to compromise and just take him to court, right? Aren't you already in court? Frankenberry, yes, that's it. That's right, you have kids. Yeah, alright. So let's dive in here and see what we got going on. 436. 28 is for this one. Alright. And this is the X adjacent. You have to take them back? Yeah. Yeah, it's like put it together a game plan and understand, like you said, checking with the CDC, checking with the daycare, you know, finding out options and things, right? That's the big thing, and then, seeing where we go forward from that. So what can we know about the legal issues and crimes against you, and your with your ex here? Something that just came across here is this something to consider instead of looking at it as crimes against you, crimes for you. You know, why is this happening for me? Instead of looking at it as something that has happened to you, that it's something that happened for you. So the legal issues and crimes that are happening for me with my ex. Interesting, right? Let's see what that brings in here. Let's see. You have energy on making a police and federal reports where relevant, transferring the custody case to your county, energy around legal action suing against his county for the corruption level just so cases are handled, taking any kind of legal action suing him for the crimes effects on your children or just your daughter, and of course, POV versus reality where relevant both dices. Okay. Yeah. Because what are we learning about ourselves through this? That if it hadn't happened, what would I have not have learned? I mean, you've learned so much, this transformation, right? If you were just having a la 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 la, smooth relationship back and forth, and you know, you wouldn't have learned about your power of choice. You wouldn't have learned so much that you've learned already, right? There's that gift right away that I see that this was happening for you that you wouldn't have seen and experienced had you not had this conflict. You wouldn't be moving somewhere else. You wouldn't be possibly having um, complete custody of your son with, child support and, um, you know, all this stuff. There's this, we don't know what's coming, until we're there at the end of it and seeing the ripples of everything from it. But the thing that it develops is a trust that we can trust the creator, we can trust the universe, that it is kind, that it does want everything for us, and that everything that unfolds is for us in some way, somehow, even when we can't see it in the moment, it will be for us. And when we realize that, then we stop like resisting it or fighting it. We flow with it instead. And there's a difference of energy where when we're resisting and fighting and fighting and fighting, that fighting is the downward spiral, right? And when we're flowing with and surrendering and doing the things that we do, surrendering it doesn't mean just going sitting there and doing nothing, right? But it's the energy on the inside is I give this to you and I'm going to do what my heart feels to do it, but I'm not attaching to an end result. I'm living in the moment, surrendering outcomes and loving my life and things as we go around, right? So, we do go through that, right? So, I feel like that's kind of what we have there for that kind of piece. I feel like that is a big thing in itself. Hey, Dason, yeah, I did get you. You're on the free list. You're number 14 on the free list. All right. So let's look at these other things here. You're welcome. So let's look at the energy around making police federal reports where relevant. So what kind of energy does that bring in here for you? All right, these three here and the bottom. Yeah, of course. The bottom card, the justice card. Justice will be served. All right, let's see what we got here. What's the outcome when you do these here, right? Yeah, I mean, you got this, we've got this balancing energy that comes in here, right? We've got, first of all, you got the Queen of Swords, balancing of the head and heart. We've also got, well, hold on. There we go. And the Two of Pentacles, which again is a balancing energy in the outside world, and the whole justice scales balancing, right? We do have, you've got the Six of Swords, which is letting go of some old ways of thinking, seeing things from a higher way of thinking. So I feel like what they're saying here, because you got the Queen of Cups, the Five of Cups, this is ruling over our emotions with which with this Queen of Swords and all this balancing is as we go into making these reports and doing these things, it's not so much of what we're doing it, but the emotional energy around how we're doing it. And and that's so important because the energy that kind of radiates from the action is what draws in, energy that matches energy. And so, like, if I go in with, like you said, I'm frustrated and I need something to happen. That's lack energy, right? Because we're not grateful for what is happening. We're focusing on something needs to happen. A need, it means I don't have, which is don't have energy, which equals lack, right? And when we do that, the energy that's around it is lack, which means, okay, we need lack in this area. Let's bring in more lack, right? And so, you know, like, if we go in with, let's say, the police reports, the federal reports, that kind of thing of going, "I'm so grateful for, that we have law enforcement. I'm so grateful that I have somewhere to go. I'm so grateful that there's a process. I'm so grateful that I don't have to bribe people to do the right thing. I'm so grateful." There's all this energy we go in with gratitude and, you know, um, that kind of energy. It does transform things. It balances the scales instead of them being out of balance when we're focused in on the negative, negative, negative stuff that's happening, right? We get to switch it and then we get a different result than we did before. And so we look at, those things, right? Yeah, right. Yeah, and so, there is that, we have the Full card, which is letting go of expectations and look at it as an adventure full of possibilities instead of that, right? Oh, the outcomes, right? Yeah, lean into your Virgo. Yeah, and you have the action energy, it's a blessing. If we look at the Aries sun, there's high vibrational expressions of Aries sun, which is they can start things and they have endless energy that they can invest into something. But the expression outward towards others is what we can bridle, and we can funnel it through actions and not through reactions, because it's all about our emotional response. We can have fire that causes a forest fire because the flamethrower, it's an explosion, or it can be, a specific thing we're doing with the fire. It's a controlled burn, right? Instead of a out of control forest fire. I like that. So I feel like if you go about it that way, so if you do change, right? Yeah, that's the go-getter, that's the birth, it's the first, of course, the first sign in the zodiac, it's the birthing, it's they have all the energy to start stuff. The finishing stuff, your Virgo is good for finishing in details, so that's good you have that balance, because the Aries alone, they're, like, good at starting stuff, it's not finishing stuff, but the Virgo, very much so, right? Yeah, very well said. Exactly. So if you do change your approach emotionally to that, then how does it end up here? Yeah, I like it. You got the Ace of Pentacles. So that is abundance. There is also with the Moon card, this Cancer Moon, Mama Moon energy. There is things that also more things get revealed as well through the process. So it feels positive with those energies. But it's all about the emotional energy in which we do it. It's always about that energy. And then what about transferring the custody case to your county? Yeah, I feel like here it'll go a little slow at first, but once it hits, the chariot card is about movement and victory. Here's moon energy again coming in. And the chariot rolls over all four horses. So there is this action, this movement that kicks in. So the transferring of the custody case, it takes time for it to get done, but it feels like it's worth the effort to bring it into your county. Um, around that, which of course, now that I see, like, because there was corruption in the other county, that makes sense. With your second portion here of, taking legal action or suing against the county for the corruption or unlawful, unjust way your cases were handled. Let's take a look here. So, what happens based on current energies if you pursue action against the court? Wow. Yeah, you've got, wait, yeah. There's, we've got the Sun card. We've got the Ace of Pentacles again, two abundant energies coming in with that here. Um, but again, the emotions at which we go about it is very important with the Seven of Cups, right? Because whatever, like, I like this that they're showing it to me as, it's like tofu. Whatever flavor emotion you put with it is what it's going to taste like. That's funny. But, I do feel like, if you go about it, and I don't feel like the suing, it feels more like they're giving me, like, because they 'cause they're held accountable, there's places you can go to put complaints and um, those things, and if that doesn't work, then you go for suing, right? Um, but there usually is, because county is usually, um, they're still governed by the state, and they have state, um like for insurance, we have a department of insurance. Each state has a department of insurance that deals with the state stuff, right? So the state has court, things that they have to, that, are the checks and balances, and they do the investigations and that, um, and I feel like that's kind of what they're nudging to go to that first. But of course, all about the emotional energy that we have in doing that, right? And then taking any kind of legal action or suing him for the crime's effects on your children or just your daughter. And these are proven crimes. These are not proven crimes yet, right? Yeah, I feel like on the bottom of the deck they have like a different route, and it does feel here with temperance, like for the effects on your children, this is wait, the Nine of Pentacles. It's worth waiting to do that first. Um, and for your daughter too. Yeah, I kind of feel like there's this, and we get it, it's the Three of Swords is it wouldn't unfold as expected right now. But I mean, we've got you got the King of Cups, the Queen of Pentacles, the Four of Swords, the Three, of Cups. All this energy is like, I feel like later you can bring in this, when there's a balance between head and heart and, this abundance energy, and I feel like there's all this it it's best to wait, I feel like, on pursuing this one. There's a lot you got going on, and once there's this organization around all of this, the crimes, and we're getting, um, convictions and different things, there can be, things that are there, right? Yeah, and that is good. It's the to prove the crimes and the effects, that's what we'd have to prove, right? And right now it doesn't feel like that proof is there because there's still stuff in court and there's still stuff investigating and different things like that. So I feel like with that, they're saying wait on that until there's other stuff. And then you might even be able to make that part of one, like, I don't know if it'll depend on, the your counsel will tell you, because of course, disclaimer, I'm no legal counsel. You already know the disclaimer on the bottom. I talk about it all the time, right? But your counsel will determine if it's best to do it as like one big thing where this is included, that there's this kind of damage, there's this thing from this, there's this thing from this, there's this thing from this, and it's all one thing, to make it all, or is it better to split it up and keep going back and back and back for all these different things, right? Or if is it just to go as one big case to do something and it be done kind of energy. But I feel like that will come up here, and I feel like moving it from that county to your county and maybe finding a new lawyer. If your other one's not calling you back, I feel like there is that, a restart with that full card, you know? It's like, "All right, let's see what we can do here," right? All right, and then lastly, we got custody and child support. Where is, your ex coming from on that energy, and what is reality, right? Yeah, I got the Page of Pentacles overall underneath. His idea is, yeah, fight, 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 and, you know, seeking clarity, planning, trying to find out things. I feel like you know, they're conflicted and they're trying to gain clarity. They're trying to figure out ways and ways. And just feel like they're in their head trying to figure out stuff right now is their energy, but they're very conflicted. In reality, yep, I feel like here with the King of Pentacles, this is abundance, one of the big abundance cards, that the lies and deceit and things do come to bear. The hidden thievery is one of these cards. The thievery, the lying, the deceit comes forward. And that is what results in the King of Pentacles, which is an abundance energy. But if they don't know about it, then nothing happens about it, right? So I feel like, um, new action is required, right? So I know that's a lot going on. Wow. All right. Let's take a look here at your fortune cookie, see what else they bring in here for you. Raw intention. Boom, boom, boom. Master number 22. Let's see what this is here. Intention can be raw or it can be refined. I like how you said refine it with your Virgo. Refined intention gets polished and perfected and turned into marketing, a resume, a vision board, and it is always tinted by layers of our own perception. There's that tinted too. Raw intention is wilder than that. It's pure, unrefined, and authentic. It's the mother who lifts a car with her bare hands to save her child. Look at that. Because raw power does not ask questions, it just does. And so it is. By virtue of simply being human, you have this wild and natural magic inside of you. And you may be spending too much time filtering your raw power as a way to fit in or as a way to be who others want you to be. Unleash your pure intention, and you will radiate so much innate magic that you'll move mountains. Allow spontaneity and divine love to guide you. There you go. And pay attention to whim, desire, inclination, and impulse. If you notice any unwanted emotions surfacing like anger, sadness, fear, or guilt, simply be with them, hear them, notice them, ask them why they are present, and they will likely point you to a much deeper need that sounds something like, I am seen, I am loved, I am accepted, I am safe. Remind yourself that you are all of these things and draw your power from there. Wow. Pretty awesome card there, I do believe. I do believe. All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again so much for your donations. Let's see here. I just had one come through here. All right. So, Maria, thank you for your additional donation. I will get you. You'll be number 20 for that one. Let's see, that one was okay. You are so welcome, Rubici. The adventure. All right, let me just finish up this protein drink before it gets warm. I hate warm protein. All right. There we go. And let me just chug that down here. The coffee chaser. There we go. All right. And then up next, we have two from Twin Flame. So your first one is 4:59:10. There is your timestamp. And messages from your twin flame from now until you meet. All right, let's take a look here. Let's see what messages they have. 1 and 2. Yeah. On the bottom of the deck, temperance, patience, 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 right? Things are flowing slowly but surely. Things are moving along. So that's their first message underneath the surface there. You have this death and this rebirth energy. He's like, I'm sorry I died. Maybe next lifetime. No, I'm just kidding. Oh man. No. So the death card is this is a rebirth. And I feel like they're saying, you know, you're going through a rebirth or you have a significant rebirth you go through. I have a significant rebirth I'm going through. And because of that, that's what's taking time because we don't want to be coming together as these cranky caterpillars. He's like, we're coming together as butterflies. So I feel like they're saying here, we're doing a lot of our inner work before our relationship so that we don't have to taint it by going through it together. We'll go through our own growth and everything as butterflies, but that individual stuff, it's messy, and we just want to kind of keep that separate. We agreed in this lifetime, keep it separate until we become butterflies, and then we'll flutter together, learn and grow at those higher levels when we do that. But he's saying that the timing, everything's happening on purpose, for purpose. You're going through your adjustments. So, try not to look to the future for something, focus on the now because um, it's going to be a while. And instead of going, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? They're showing someone in like a little kid in the back of a car. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? And they're like, it's a 3-day trip. Just sit back and oh, it's 3 days. Yep, sit back, enjoy the journey instead of I want to get there, right? Kind of energy. That's funny. And then the 3 of Cups you have here too. Focus on your joy, focus on this will help the trip go faster, he says. You know, if you're on a road trip, a 3-day road trip, if we're, again, if we're focusing on how many miles have we gone? Are we there yet? What's happened? What's the progress we're making? How much is left? What's not happened yet? Oh God, we have that way to go instead of looking at what's going around and listening to the radio and talking with each other and having a blast. And you're going along in this wonderful energy, going forward. There's this great, freedom energy that comes in. And it makes the trip seem like, "Oh, wow, we're already there," right? Versus if we're focusing in on, we're all cranky, we're all fearing, we're all there's any kind of that energy, it feels instead of a 3-day trip, it feels like a 3-month trip, right? So, the energy about which we're going with our, you know, cross-country road trip towards meeting your twin flame, it's about enjoying each moment because every moment on the way is part of living your dream, not just when you meet them. It's every step is part of your dream and your experience, and that's what you wanted to come here for. So I like that. So what your fortune cookie says here, all right, boom. You've got return to the path. Beautiful energy here. And it says realignment, purpose, restoration. No matter how far you wander, your path waits without judgment. So when we wander off the path, it's okay. Just come back. Just come back. Come back to gratitude. Come back to the now. Come back to joy. And then, okay, there we go. I feel like I'm in my flow. When we go off into expectations, we throw anchors out the car that slow it down. We're right. So I like that. So that's what they have for that one. And we got Gabby. Hey, Gabby, good to see you. Get you here on the free readings. You'll be number 15 on the free readings there. And we got Lady J. Hey, hey, hey. We'll get you. You'll be number 16 on the free readings there. All right. And then we are back to Twin Flame. For your second one, we got 50415. And when and how to bring up dental care and braces with Caesar. All right. So first of all, we'll look at how would be that one there as it comes out here. And the when, we'll pull one of these other cards here for you. So when card. All right. It's interesting how to bring up dental care and braces with Caesar. The bottom of the deck, you do have the Justice card, and you have also the Two of Wands. Justice card energy of the scales of balance, you know, it's it's an energy of it's a bad energy with the Two of Wands. It's the energy about with which you're going about something, right? Um, it says by the end of the week for the when, this is like why put off what's to so the end of next week, right? So, you have this time and it's like, why put it off? What are we afraid of? Because the Two of Wands is you're either going to go about it with an energy of gratitude and higher vibrational energy, or it's, lower vibrational need, want, expectation, supposed to be, should be energy, right? And so, when we're looking at this with dental care and braces, if this is like you have the two sides of the scale. Well, if I do this, how do I think that would end up? What would I feel like if how someone approached me about something, right? We put ourselves on the other side of the scale and go, I'm over here and I have this the way I think things are supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be kind of right. And we go, let me go over here. And if I look at it from that, standpoint of where they're coming from, how would I feel if they're approaching me with this? And, because if we're trying to convince something to something, you got to make it about what's good for them, right? And when we have this energy of, like if it's, let's say we have a child with someone and it's about our child's dental care and braces, then you bring it up going, hey, we have a couple choices. It's like with a 2-year-old. We can either do this or we can do this. What do you prefer? Right. And that's all this balance, justice card, 2 of Wands energy. We approach with options and things like that, right? If it's we don't have a child with them and it's about their own dental care and braces, um, then, um, you know, it's like if someone they're bringing back this meme. Besides the obvious, what do you think you would change about your body? And they're like, "Well, I mean, what do you mean? Besides the obvious?" Well, like your teeth, you would wanna change your teeth, right? It's like, "What? What?" Like, yeah, but it's understanding your why behind why you're asking is really important here too, but I feel like it's really important, you know, um, to, uh put yourself on the other side of the scale, uh, before presenting anything to see how would that feel if someone said to you, "Have you ever thought about, getting a nose job?" And they're like, "Well, because you snore, and then you also it's kind of too big for your face." I mean, we'd be like, "What?" So it depends on what this approach is with all this all, but I feel like they're kind of, saying, you know, uh it's about the energy in which you do it, but before you do it, I feel like they're saying, "Put yourself on that side of the scale first," right? So, I feel like that's what they want. Alright, you got Keeper of Blossoms, which says, "Beauty, growth, awakening. What blooms around you reflects what blooms within you." I like that. What blooms around you is what blooms within you, because what blooms within you is what blooms outside of you as well, right? So that is what we have for a Jew. So hopefully that helps to inflame that. Is what they got for you. Many blessings to you. All right. So Ruby G, we do have here. I did get your Cash App here. All right. So that'll be number 21. All right. And you wanted a one card for this one. Let's see. You had an estate benefits. All right, I'll have to read that when I get to it. That's a lot of reading for this moment for me. I'm like, I can't focus on reading all that till I get there. So we'll do that. You just want to kind of like know, was this your ex? Okay. So you're okay. So the question is, what was that? Okay, gotcha. All right, very good. And I think we have everything else. Okay, very good. So we have here coming up next, we got Maria P. Your first one, 51101 is for your first one here. All right, and that is the email and down here. This is right before Maryland, so it should be right here. It sure is. All right. So we've got Wally's relationship with you. Okay. And then work for you as well. All right, and then one extra card there, since it's like 2.5. All right, let's see what we got going in here. Bottom of the deck, you do have the Ace of Pentacles. So, with both your relationship with Wally and work for you, the Ace of Pentacles is pointing you to this journey of your self worth. The Ace of Pentacles is like it's abundance, new opportunities, too, new beginnings kind of energy that comes in here, right? And um, another underlying energy for both of them is also the Hermit energy. This is the September energy. Well, August 20th to September 20th um, is the Virgo season, right? Ish, more or less a day or two in either direction. But um, there is this about stepping back and finding out what you really want, right? Because you've got with Wally's relationship, you've got the Four of Wands, the marriage card, right? And there's this energy of, is marriage something that's important to you? Is that what you are wanting in a relationship? Is that one of the things you would like to have, right? And is Wally, if so, which I imagine, I feel like this is, otherwise they wouldn't be bringing it up, right? Or something to consider, to ask yourself and be serious about it. Is it really something I really want? Yeah, I do. I do want to be married again in the future. And you're like, or for the first time. I think you have an ex, but I'm not sure if it's an ex-husband. But I feel like, this is the realization you need to kind of step back and realize, is this likely to happen? And if not, then I have a decision to make, right? This Ace of Pentacles, then it's time to see things the way they are and go, you know what? I've given you 2 years of wonderful adventures and I've enjoyed this and I've learned a lot about myself. But if this isn't heading toward marriage after a couple years and you're not planning on leaving over there, then it's time for me to, let you go, and for me to go on the direction that I wanna go on, right? Because even for work, you've got this energy here with, the 2 of Wands, which is a choice of, do I wanna keep the same old thing that's going on in my life, or am I ready to choose a different path and, you know, go this direction into something that feels abundant, feels like me, feels like what matches it up? There's this, I was listening to this, well, I saw it on, like, Instagram, I forget, I should have wrote down who it was from, but they were like, "Where do I feel most alive, and where do I feel most like myself?" And that can be for job and relationship. Do I feel alive in this relationship? Do I feel most like myself in this relationship or job, right? And I feel like this energy of really clarifying it and going, I need to choose for me because if I don't, they're not gonna choose for me. The job and Wally or anyone else, they're not gonna choose for me. They're gonna keep doing what's best for them. They always will. Until I choose to do what's best for me, no one's gonna do that for me except for me, right? So, I feel like that's the message that's coming in with that energy there. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here as well. And we got moonlight silence, which is stillness, presence, reflection. Quiet is where the moon plants its wisdom. Interesting, right? That hermit stepping away, really, really figuring out what it is you really, really want, right? So that is what they have for that one. And then your second question will be number 20 when we circle back around for that one. All right. And then up next, we've got Marilyn times four. Thank you so much, Marilyn, for your donations and for using Venmo. I appreciate that so much. It does help me get 100% of your donations. So I appreciate that so much. Here's your first timestamp. Let's get into your first email here. And I want to take a look here about the current thoughts, feelings, and tensions of LRJ regarding the project. Is she interested or even excited about it? All right. So LRJ, what can we know here? What are their current thoughts? Their feelings, intentions. Got all those for intentions. And is she interested or even excited about it? All right, we'll take a look here. So, current thoughts. And we got the Ace of Swords and the Eight of Wands coming in here. Thoughts energy with this. I mean, the Ace of Swords is an energy of like trying to see things from a higher perspective or a different perspective, trying to gain some clarity. Um, and this Eight of Wands is, I feel like they've got so much going on. This Eight of Wands is like a lot of energy. It's like swirling, swirling, swirling. And I feel like they're trying to grasp the project and with everything else going on, how it would fit in with everything else they've got going on. And oh my god, I got so much. And I just feel like they're kind of almost ADHD energy, quite honestly. It's like this when I channel and connect with, individuals that do have ADHD, it's like I'm running on 8 railroad tracks all at the same time, and I'm like, "Whoa, buckle up, here we go." You know? If you ever seen, like, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, when in the end, when they start doing the music, they start doing it fast. That's what they're showing in my head is like they're just all over the place. Um, what are their feelings though? Their feelings can be different. Yeah. They have the emotions. The 10 of Cups, there's joy and happy feelings around it. Their King of Swords are kinda stuck in their head though. King of Swords is 2 times the swords energy, 2 times, the air energy that's there. So, I feel like there is that, kinda their heart is excited, but their mind is the one that's derailing action and movement kind of energy that's coming in here. Kind of overthinking things, rethinking things instead of just take it for what it is, let's go, kind of energy. What are their intentions? Let's see what we got here. Yeah, I feel like we've got the 9 of Wands. They do wanna break through this barrier because there's like this little hold for a moment, but we do have the card 2 of Cups of partnerships. We do have the card of, the 8 of Pentacles, which is putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears to get the reward, and the 4 of Swords is to gain that peace of mind, and kinda this is like a getting out of the head and calm it down and bring this balance in as well. So, I feel like that's the intentions. Are they excited or interested in the project? The Hierophant and the Strength card, I feel like with this fiery Leo energy, they do wanna step forward with this. They do have the courage to step forward there. I just realized strength was misspelled in this card. Strength and the Hierophant, which is an energy here of, you know, uh, trying to see it from a different perspective and maybe a little bit of changes around it, ideas around it too. They feel like there's growth here. I feel like they're a little bit, thinking, okay, there's I don't know, not that it feels like it's maybe a stretching opportunity, a growth opportunity. Like, they might feel like it might be a little more challenging than I'm used to, but the strength card is the courage. It's like stepping forward even though you've got fear. It's step forward anyway, right? So I do feel like they're wanting to do this. On the bottom, we did have the 7 of swords, which is, this fear, this is their thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that usually cheat them out of opportunities because of that fear. And that makes sense here that they're really, I feel like that's why they're overthinking it, is because it's stretching their comfort zone. But it does look like they're tending toward wanting, those intentions of wanting to get past that barrier, wanting to move forward, wanting to create that partnership, wanting that movement. So it feels like they're haven't quite decided yet, but I feel like that's where they're currently heading with their energy. Um, but that 7 of swords seems to kinda cheat them out of other opportunities before, so they've sometimes let their fears and the fear of failure get the best of them. So let's see what else we have here with your fortune cookie. The sacred flow of yes. That's a good sign. So maybe they will go with the sacred flow of yes. Let's see what this says here for you. Have you ever noticed how happy, optimistic people um, I'm sorry. Have you ever noticed how happy, optimistic people have all the luck? And how the haves keep winning at bingo while the have-nots just keep encountering barrier after unfortunate barrier on their path? I feel like this is what they have experienced. Like a stream of helpful energy, the sacred flow of yes is being where you're meant to be. When you are on the right wave, you are on it. You are so completely enveloped in your right vibe that it practically whooshes everything you need right into your lap. It brings a whole lot of easy flow. Yes to a new contract. Yes to a better price. Yes to a dinner date. It's time to act like water and flow around my problems, or any problem, sorry, that you may be experiencing. You may be forcing your way upstream right now and stubbornly pushing into a dam that's meant to guide you toward a more prosperous path. Since I know you're not a salmon, there's no need to be swimming into headwaters right now. Instead, flow around the gates of not yet by finding the path of least resistance. The sacred flow of yes is like a river. So remember that rocks are only put in your way as markers meant to nudge you towards your simplest solution, not as challenges meant to be dominated or controlled. Ooh, interesting. So if you feel a resistance with this in the future, say yes to yourself and find the flow that more matches the easier kind of flowing path, right? So I like that. Right. So that's for the first one there. Let me catch up on the chat real quick. We'll go on to number 2 here. So we do got Content. Hello, Content. Good to see you. Long time, I think. We'll get you number 17 on the free reading list here. All right. And we got Josie. Hey, hey. Thank you for your donation. We'll get you. You'll be number 22 on the donation list here. Give that a love. Give that a like. Also, good night. Oh, look at you. Chicka chicka bow bow. All right. Sleep tight, my friend. Good to see you. Much love. All right. I think I'm all caught back up. So, Marilyn, for your second one, we got 52601. There we go. And that one we got up here. So, what are the current thoughts, feelings, intentions of Peg regarding the project, right? All right. So, first of all, what are the current, all right, thank you, the thoughts of Peg here? Cards just flying out. All right. And then feelings. Got feelings and feelings. And we got intentions here and here. And then if you have a manager call on your behalf, will she be cooperative? All right, let's take a look here. All right. So what are their current thoughts here? Yeah, I feel like here, there is and the Ace of Pentacles is, this is a new opportunity. I don't know if there's anything between you guys in the past, if there's any kind of because I got the Six of Cups, which is something coming back from the past. The High Priestess reveals kind of hidden energy. But I feel like there's this full card, which is let bygones be bygones, fresh start, full of possibilities. Um, without a lot of expectations. I feel you've never met her. Um, there can be here something here with this something coming back from the past, though. If it's not between the two of you, it's something like they might have had like a similar project or they've worked on something similar and it was horrible experience for them. I feel like whatever this because it feels like I feel like there's a lot of history that comes up. It's like, "Brr," you know, it's like, oh, it's not good the second time either. But I feel like there is this feeling, this fear, because even on the bottom, we've got the Nine of Swords, which is nightmare and insomnia. So I feel like they've got that kind of energy of like this reminds them of something that didn't turn out too well. But I feel like underneath that Nine of Swords, we got the Nine of Cups, which is like a dream come true kind of energy. And it's funny because of the nightmare, and then you have a dream come true, right? But there's this I like this thinking with the Ace of Pentacles and the Full card because it's almost like there's this, "That was the past, let me let that go, let me look at it as a possibility and not feel like I didn't like the experience I had before with a project that this is reminding me of," right? It's like there's a ghost from the past that's haunting her, and so I feel like, you know, that's what's going on in their head anyway. Their feelings around it, yeah, I feel like they're wanting to kind of move past it with this Eight of Swords, which is letting go of the thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that used to keep me feeling blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. This Queen of Wands energy, she is about action and movement and let's do it, and I feel like they're ready to overcome this old what she felt was a failure before, and it's like, "Oh god, here it's coming up to the surface," right? Yeah, and it is, there's a movement of emotion, the Knight of Cups, like, "Alright, come on, pull up the girl, big girl panties, let's go." That we can create a different story this time kind of energy. So I feel like they're motivated here, but I feel like they're if you've sensed some hesitancy or there's some delay, I feel like they're working through that, kinda side of things, with that. Um, intentions. Alright, yeah, I like this here. The intentions is to change the energy, the Five of Wands. There's this keep on getting these change energy, right? I feel like we have the King of Cups, which is a balance between head and heart. And we have the King of Swords, which is, this energy of 2 times the swords getting in their head and wanting to learn, wanting to see things from a different perspective. Again, all that energy we kind of been talking about. But I feel like their intention is to work there. Um, I feel like they're hoping here with this, the Five of Wands is I don't want to battle with someone. I'd want to work with someone that's balanced between head and heart. because I feel like they feel like they're the king of swords, like, I get caught up in my head and I get into all this stuff, but having someone that's a balance between head and heart, they can pull me back, and instead of it being a battle and that we have conflict, that there can be resolution that comes in. Because I feel like last time, whatever project that they worked on that was similar to this, there was, like, conflict, I mean, conflict between the people, and, and that's why they're kinda having PTSD, right? Around it, because 'cause they're just kinda like, "Oh god, it's back," but it's like, "Oh, no, 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 no." I feel like they're talking to themselves here. If you have a manager call on your behalf, yeah, absolutely. I feel like that will really help. You got the Wheel of Fortune, one of the big abundance cards. You got the Magician that gets things rolling as well. So very positive energies around that, and I feel like they'll give, the reassurance they need. They're like, "Well, what type of person is Marilyn?" You know? And they're like, "She's a movie star, you know, you just gotta do what she wants." Your picture Marilyn Monroe, right? Um, but I feel like they'll say, "Oh, you love working with her, you know, she's very balanced, you know, between head and heart," you know, in a way. They basically give them the, reassurance on the concerns that they have, and I feel like that changes. Did you like that? You're like, "Oh my god, talk about a diva." But she knows what she's doing, she is a star. Alright, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too, it looks really good there. I feel like but it's good understanding where they're coming from. Yeah, wow, we got limitations inspire innovations. Wow, yeah. Let's see what we got here. Which one of these 3 words on this card grab most of your attention? Did you get excited about the idea of being inspired or about the amazing opportunity you have to create something totally innovative? Or did you immediately get sucked into the word limitations with a twinge of disappointment or lament for the things that aren't going to happen today? Right? I feel like that's the difference, right? I feel like they kind of went the lamenting route, and you're all about the inspiration and innovation, right? This is an extremely positive card despite any appearances to the contrary. When we have the self awareness to sense our current limitations, we can clearly see the opportunities for improvement and progress. Adopt a mindset of self mastery and see the hurdles for what they are: self imposed limitations, lessons in disguise, amazing opportunities for self discovery and growth, and limiting beliefs that beg to be released. That's what you're talking about. I feel like this is their energy. It's a great opportunity for them to turn that around and kind of, what is it? Save as, I'm going to save this as a new experience, not, the old. I'm going to edit the old experience. I'm going to save over top the old one, right? This limitation is not permanent. It is indeed changing rapidly, and you will transcend this barrier to your success. Allow your current limitations to motivate your growth. I love that. So that is that one. I really like that one for you, Marilyn. You are. You're gonna, like, help them, in a way, overcome these limitations they feel they have in these nightmares, right? You're gonna help them turn it around where they don't have the nightmare anymore. Dun, dun, dun. Alright, and let me just grab one quick here, and we will get into there. April, hey, good to see you. We will get you onto the free list. You'll be number 18 on the free list once we get to those. All right. You hope. Well, if they are ready, that's what matters, right? All right, and then for the next one, we got 53630. So thank you again for your multiple donations. And for this one, we've got how will Lacey receive the letter? Um, uh, is that you wrote? It says AI. Did you let AI write your note? Will she be interested or even excited to work with you? All right, we'll take a look here. Oopsies, Freudian slip. I did let AI write the note. So, how, based on current energies, how will Lacey receive the letter that you wrote or that was written? However, it may have been written, it's there. Um, what else can we know about this here in these? And then will she be interested or even excited to work with you? Let's see here. All right. This one, the bottom of the deck, we have the Magician card. Magician card energy does talk about our power and our power of our energy. You know, what kind of stories am I creating? My emotions I'm choosing to fill, my energy I'm putting forward, my physical actions and the energy behind my physical actions. So we'll see how that comes in here. So will Lacey receive how will she receive it? Wow, let's take a look here. We've got the death card and unexpectedly they're gonna receive it in an unexpected way. I'm glad they gave us 4 more cards. What the hell is that? So let's see here. Got the 9 of Pentacles. Wow, they are off on a little I wanna be alone energy here with the 9 of Pentacles. I just wanna be alone with spirit in the garden. Very big hermit energy that's coming in here. What do we have here? 10 of Wands. Yeah, we've got this energy. She's been feeling very burdened. It might even be, I mean, this is like the 4 of Pentacles reminds me of home, like the 4 walls of home. And it feels like a barrier, like a walls around her. And you have this world card here, which is last card in the major arcana, which is like an ending, significant ending with new beginning energy. So this is interesting here. Is she interested or excited to work with you here? You know, I feel like with you, there is excitement, the 8 of Wands and the 3 of Cups. So this doesn't feel like this has to do with you or interested in working with you. There's something big going on with them here. They might even this death card might even be a death in the family or something significant where they're just overburdened and they feel like they don't have the capacity to do it with this energy because it feels like they've got something big, a significant ending, like we had the death card and the world card coming out together in here. And the 10 of Wands too is an ending energy that's popping up as well. But and it does feel like it's something that feels heartbreaking to them. So I feel like they're like, I wish I could, I just can't. I've got my life is falling apart kind of energy. That's coming in here. That is, no, it's tough. Humanity, I swear. Let's see what else. Anything else we can have in here? I know, right? Let me see what we have here. Yeah, again, you know, there's joy, joy, joy energy. This is about family too. So something's going on with family. But again, there's this joy energy, um, you know, around, you know, they would love to work with you, but I feel like there's too much going on here. Yeah, and they'd love to create with you and collaborate with you with the 3 of Pentacles. It's just not good timing coming in here with that. So there's something big a brewing, and I feel like it's already happened in their life, but it feels like something significant has just pulled the rug out from underneath them, and they're just not in a place of um, doing more, at least in the energy of today. Uh, and it could be they're still in the brunt of the newness of whatever this is that hit them here. Because some people will pour themselves into work to not think about the outside world, but this does feel very much about family and with that 10 of cups too. 3 of cups is also your tribe. There's something hitting their tribe. Yeah. Yeah, I know, right? Send them love, for sure. It says, "Overrate your intuition," which is number 2. But, and everything happens, if it's something that you wanna work on with them in the future, then that could be something that really helps uplift them in the future. Just like now, it doesn't seem like the timing will be there, but they do wanna work with you. Says overrate your intuition every single time. This cheeky crystal ball is winking at you, babe. It's saying, you already know this answer. Quiet your mind and listen for the nudges of your soul. It is speaking to you, and it's time to pay attention to your gut reactions, hunches, and best guesses. When you tune in to the language of metaphor and dreams, you will notice the subtle signs that are continuously directing you, and your unconscious mind has some potent messages for you right now. If you run into an old friend or make a serendipitous connection with someone, it is meant to be noticed. If something feels untrue, it is meant to be noticed. There are no coincidences at the moment, and your intuition is a powerful tool that is becoming even stronger. Bask in the knowledge that whatever you do next will be exactly right for you, as long as you check in with your heart and decide what feels good and what feels off. If something feels right, you won't be disappointed by the experience it provides. I like that. So trust the intuition we can trust, right? All right. So that's that one. Let me take a sip here. All right. Let me back up here. There it is. All right. And then for number 4 for you, again, thank you so much. I appreciate all of your donations here. See what we got going on here. All right. Excuse me. So, did LRJ discuss the project with her husband? All right. We'll just ask that first here. So, did she? Not yet. This 9 of Pentacles is that energy of kind of keeping it to herself. Will she discuss this project with her husband? Yeah, when she gets the courage. That's funny. When she gets it courage. When she feels she has it right. This is funny that they misspelled the strength card. But, I feel like she will. Let's see on timing here. Sorry. We're approaching 6 hours. That's usually the time my voice starts to go, "I wanna throw out lozenge." Alright. Let's see, based on current energies, when is she gonna tell the husband here? Yeah, looks like October based on our current energy, but we have August on the bottom as well. So anywhere between now and October, and whenever we get those kind of ranges like that, that depends on our energy. So something that we can do, of course, is kind of adjust that to focus on what we're grateful for rather than, if we can like slide into that expectation and that's supposed to be and should be and need to be and I need this, I want this. That's lack energy. That will, take it in a pulling away energy instead of a raising up. Hold on just a moment. I'm so sorry. Hold on. What is this? The not having the like her throat chakra is not wanting to speak, right? She's fearful of this for some reason. This should help too. All right. So let me see. Let me just ask real quick here. What are the obstacles? What is she fearing here? And she's fearing an argument. Maybe he's been in a pissy ass mood. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, she's protecting herself, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, Ace of Swords. And yeah, here again, that hermit energy with that nine. They must have had a fight. And so she's kind of keeping it to herself, waiting for things to simmer down between them to so they must have had a little bit of a tiff. Um, and so she's like, not a good time to ask him. So that's why it's August to October, depending on their energies, you know, that's happening between them here. Um, Based on current energies on the trajectory, when she asks him in the future, based on current energy, what would his thoughts be? Right. And does he want to join in? Right. He likes the creativity. So there is collaboration there. He does see movement. We have the Six of Swords. I feel like he gives some, feedback to his wife about how, we can make this from choppy waters to calmer waters. I feel like he gives his perspective on how it can be more successful where he's coming from. I feel like I don't at this point with this emperor, he's kind of undecided, but he's thinking of I don't know, are they divorcing? I don't know. The Eight of Cups, bye. No, I don't know if that you never know. I'm kinda getting this energy, but I feel like they're on the fence with this emperor energy, trying to get out of their head and into their heart, but there is this energy of wanting to leave relationships and emotions behind that don't serve, kinda move in this direction. So I feel like they're kind of still undecided, but they like the creativity, the project. They feel like it could be, profitable and successful with that Wheel of Fortune. And the Six of Swords is that energy of, of course they have their 10 cents, not just two. They got their 10 cents that they always have something to say, is what I hear. There's always something. Um, so that's probably why they got in a fight. He he doesn't know when to shut up. But, but I do feel like here, you know, there is movement. Let's see, what else can we know about timing? Anything about timing? We got the Eight of Wands. I feel like, when we look at our energy, that's what can help speed things up too. I think I already talked about that, right? About when we focus on those energies. I might have already shared this with you. If I did, my apologies. But I have a podcast called The Easier Path. And one of my podcasts is Abundance, Where It Be, is one of the episodes. Here it is. I'll post it out here in the chat. And it talks about things we can do to help draw things to us. And also, there's this inner child energy that can have an out of balance giving and receiving energy, where when we were growing up, they thought they had to do so much to deserve so little. And that kind of seeps down into our subconscious. And we run on that till we consciously bring it up to edit it, bring it down to 1 to 1 instead of 1,000 to 1, because that's not fair that we have to give 1,000 and get one back. We deserve 1 to 1. And so when we adjust that with our inner child, we save and we push it down, and then the gates open up and things kind of flood in there as well. So I highly recommend that if you haven't checked that out. It could be helpful in opening up all these doors that are meant for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie is for this one. All right. For this one, we got Cozy Up with Risk. Yum, yum. Nice little fiery, colory card here, number 61. And it says, risk is inevitable when you are pursuing your dream. So go on, cozy up, and get to know each other. Risk is a little bit like a campfire. Both need to be watched and tended carefully. Neither should be feared, and respect and responsibility are part of the deal. And just as a campfire can be a magical catalyst for 100 wonderful stories, risk can be the catalyst for 100 realized dreams. Encountering risk means you are aware, pushing boundaries, and innovating, and you are bravely trying new things, testing ideas, and living. There's that innovating again. Trust that your reward will be waiting for you when you take your leap of faith, and that you'll find your soft landing in love, in your investments, or in your creations. This is a catalyst for something better. You are working toward an extraordinary life, and the only way to arrive passes right by the warm, inevitable glow of the unknown. Fun, fun, right? Um, I feel like I want to read these. There's these questions after here. It says, are you worrying without any real cause? Are you stressed when things go exactly as planned? Are you blowing your risk out of proportion? Are you ruminating over things you cannot change? Are you worrying about something that hasn't happened yet? And what area in your life requires a little more trust from you? I like those. Those are great questions. All right. So that is what they have for you, Marilyn. Thank you again so much for all your donations. And sounds like you are being an innovator by all those cards in there. So I appreciate it so much. You're very welcome. All right. We got Cat Mia in the house. Let me just check over here real quick. All right. Cat Mia, thank you for your donation. You'll be number 23 on the donation list here. Here's your question. Okay. Very good. I think I've got everyone here. All right, and we're circling back around for Maria P. We got 554.43 for your second one here. So here's your second donation. And that's going to be over here. And then what do you need to know about Walter? Yeah, we've changed from Wally to Walter. Uh-oh, he's in trouble. Walter. All right, let's take a look here. So we got that and we got that here. What do we have here? Ooh, okay. Sorry, I'm going to crunch my cough drop real quick here. Keep you in suspense. So, the bottom of the deck, you've got the Seven of Swords. Seven of Swords energy can be, not telling the entire truth, or an outright liar, cheater, deceiver, thief energy too, right? Now, you also got the Moon card and the Chariot card. Now, the Moon card can be hidden things, and the Chariot card is ruled by the Cancer Moon energy. So, and I feel like this can be about movement and action energy that's below the surface, that I don't feel like they're cheating. I feel like this is energy more of like not telling the whole truth kind of energy, right? That there's, you know, little facts and things kind of not stated and left out that are coming in here. Um, and let me just do I'm just go to clarifier because I don't want to have to get out my voodoo dolls and take Walter out. I don't have voodoo dolls. That's just a joke. But what can you tell us what is the Seven of Swords about? I just want to do this here. Yeah, I got the Hanged Man. And we got the Six of Swords, the Six of Pentacles energy here. I feel like this feels like, the things he's been saying about changes and, you know, transformation and balancing things out. And, I feel like he's not telling the whole truth here. I don't know. The bottom of the deck, I mean, we do have here, let me just cover up some naughty bits here. We've got the Lover's card and the Two of Cups, which it's like they're hiding things about the relationship, about your guys' relationship, of course, right? They're not telling anyone about it. But it feels here, I mean, you've got the 10 of Swords, which is all about the expectations and energy here. I feel like they're just not being truthful to you. And they're not giving me I feel like this is just confirming for you too. I feel like you have felt for a while that there's just something they're keeping back from you. But I feel like they started to tell you like, I don't really want to change anything over there." And they're right. I feel like they're realizing that, you know, they this 10 of Swords, this trying to live up to your expectations, I don't feel like they can. And but they do love you, and obviously this relationship energy of the Lovers and the Two of Cups, they do care about you, they love you, but I just feel like they can't do those things that they know that you know, you would want from them, but I feel like they're slowly telling you things, but not telling you the fullness of it kind of energy. And that kind of goes back to your previous reading too, realizing that they're not going to be able to marry you. And if you've right out asked them, "Are you ever gonna," I don't know if they're officially divorced or not, but it's like, "Are you ever gonna get divorced, and are we ever gonna get married?" And if he's like, "I don't know," then that's a no. And then we just believe that, and then we just are like, "Okay, that you don't know is an answer for me." Um, so, appreciate your honesty that, you've told me this. Um, and I'm gonna go think about what I want to do. And I feel like if that's fair, if that matters to you, right? Based on your previous reading, right? I know, Maria. I know. I know. We got the Home Within. Oh, what a beautiful card. Grounding, inner peace, belonging. Your deepest home has always been your own steady heart. Yeah, that's the love you're looking for right here, too. Right. So hopefully that helps, Maria. That is what we got going in right now. So many blessings to you. Hang in there. No murder. Don't do it. Don't do it. All right. And then we got Ruby G circling back around. Thank you for all your donations this evening. So here is your timestamp. And So we did the $1 for the one card reading. You had an out-of-state benefits alert. Oh, pop up last summer, an alert for your state assistant saying you received benefits in another state you didn't live in anymore. Oh, and your account was flagged for possible fraud. Oh, was this your ex? Right, I think it was this. Shane, I don't know. I was wondering if you could take it and spin it with if you did something else. Okay. All right. Let's take a look here. So, based on the past, right? Was it your ex that did this out of state fraud stuff? So, what can we know here? Nope, none of those. This one here. All right. Oh, I feel like you got the bingo energy. The sun card is it's a bright light, shining light on things. This would be an affirmative for me here as well. We've got the 8 of swords on the bottom, which is an energy of, feeling blinded and bound and trapped and restricted kind of energy, and I feel like they were in a tough space. Well, and they always have been, but it's, you know, I do feel like they did commit that, you know, maybe they have some sort of proof somewhere too, right? But I don't know if there's an investigator, if they investigated it, if you submitted that already to be investigated in that other state, um, because that can be, uh, another little thing on the long list of things they've done, right? But yeah, that sun card is like a big affirmative, not even just a yes, but a hell yes, capital YES energy. One of the most bright, powerful affirmative cards. So I would say that is a yes there, Ruby, Ruby, Ruby G. Not surprised, I'm sure. Let's see what your fortune cookie says here. As well, you got the water charm. Yeah, I like this. Flow, intuition, and cleansing. Says release what cannot stay. Clarity follows the letting go. And we had that from your earlier readings too, right? It's um, do what you can, surrender the rest, and let go to the outcomes, right? You can't control the outcomes. You can just get things started and then go submit and and then wait to see what people will bring in and results, right? But it's I like that for you. So many blessings. All right. And then Chelsea, you're up here. Chelsea, we're at 6:04. 28 is for yours. Hope you slept well if you're watching this in the middle of the night or in the morning. So you wanted to know if you reached out to him in a month or two for just a little hookup. Woody, Woody, Woody. All right, let's take a look here. So, based on their current energies, what do we have here? Well, we'll start off with the Queen of Wands energy, which of course is that fire energy with emotion behind the scenes. Under on the bottom, well, on the bottom of the deck, we do have the Page of Cups, which is happier emotions, like happy, higher. And they got the Knight of Wands, which is the Hodaddy energy in a way, moving passions, energies. So it does feel here. We even got the Ten of Cups, which is another joy and celebration kind of energy. And the Two of Pentacles. Two of Pentacles is a balancing energy, power of choice energy. Um, and in fact, there might even be, because of the cycle energy, that kind of loops around like this infinity symbol. It's like not just once, um, Yeah, but maybe in a month or the next month too, it might be something that they're really open to making, like we were talking about before, just a nice little individual you can have some, feelings with, but not like, "We gotta get married and be together" feelings, and that you can just share some intimacy and then, be gone, and, enjoy the rest of your day with a smile on your face and a spring in your step, right? So it feels like that kind of energy is there. Um, I like that for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. So about to drop everything. Shook me up. No, I'm just kidding. You got the path of whispers, direction, intuition, discovery. Says follow the path that feels like a quiet yes. I like that. So that's what they got for you, my dear. Bum, 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 bam, bam. All right. Shake a bow bow. Is that what it is? All right. So many blessings, Chills. Thank you again for your donation. Then we got Cat Mia up. 60743 is for yours. So Cat Mia, here's your timestamp. Thank you for your donation. You want to know, is Mega T the one with the highest positive outcomes that you're searching for? All right, let's take a look here. Is it? Is it? Is it? Nine of Pentacles. The Nine of Pentacles is a card of self-sufficiency and abundance in the outside world. So it is an indication of a very positive energy that comes in with that. The bottom of the deck, you have the Six of Swords. Six of Swords energy is leaving some small T truths behind, a little bit of movement of thought that takes you from choppy waters to calmer waters. So I do feel like it is the one with the highest positive outcomes that you've been searching for, with a little bit of tweaking to it, whatever that means for you. Yeah, even got the Queen of Pentacles underneath, which is one of the big energies of abundance, fullness, etc. So looks really good. I think you might have a winner. So I like that. All right. And let's see what your fortune cookie says here, too. You have the Serpent of Renewal, shedding some skin. So, shedding, rebirth, evolution. What you release makes room for who you are becoming. I like that. So, there could be something too having to do with that. You can apply it to what you're looking at too, something being shedded and removed, like they said with that Six of Swords, right? So hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you, Cat Mia. So thank you again for your donation. Many blessings to you. All right. And I do believe we are done with donations. So we will move into the free readings. So up first, we got Debbie O, 60950. For you, Debbie. Here is your timestamp. Let's see here. What is the message from Spirit this day? Oh, nope, they want this one here. Yeah, you got the 10 of Pentacles. It's a beautiful picture. It's family, it's relationship. You've got the couple that's there. You got the child over there. You got the dogs, the old man. You got the money. You got the mansion. Fullness of life, right? And there is something here, and you might even have got it in one of your readings, maybe in your oracle, your piece of cake that said, how do you define success? And I feel like they're saying, write that down. And then and ask yourself, why does that have to mean success? What do you feel is missing inside of you that you'll find in the future or out there that you don't already have in here? And as you write that, you can kind of question going, yeah, why am I defining myself out there? What do I think that'll bring me that I don't already have access to in here, right? So I feel like that's the question of the evening or the morning. Good morning. We'll see you later. All right. So many blessings. See, that's what they got for you. And then Miniheel, you are up. So Miniheel, here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And I'm doing good. I hope you're doing well. So, any major secret or something that your future spouse gonna hide from you? I know it's a secret, shh, but still, you're so funny. All right, so let's take a look here. So, is there anything, a major secret or anything that your spouse is gonna keep from you? Two of Cups. Relationship is important to them. Um, this is like their honesty. It's the that's a no. I mean, it's no. I love you. I don't keep anything from you. Why would I? I know better. You're gonna find it out anyway. Snoopier, you snoop. So that's a good energy. Snooping around, you're always gonna find it out anyway. So why would I keep it from you? They're funny. All right. So that's what they got, Minheel. Very easy breezy. I like that energy. All right. And then Sudeshna, you are up. So Sudeshna, there is your timestamp. And wanna what's coming in for your career at Cognizant? All right, we'll take a look here. You've been a bit busy. You'll definitely check out the email and people. Okay, good, very good. Thank you so much. I appreciate you doing that. Just make sure that new link works there, right? Yeah, of all the cards, they're like Cognizant is being left behind. It's like, at a parade when you see a horse, it's the poo-poo that leaves behind. You will move away from there. You're gonna follow your heart. Something's gonna draw you into something new. This doesn't have to be that heart thing that they've always talked about, right? But they're like, "Yeah, it's not where your heart is. You're gonna move somewhere." Even on the bottom of the deck, you've got the 6 of Swords, which with a different perspective and letting some old expectations go, you do move. You make a change here, and you have movement that takes you to a different place. So you definitely are not going to be at Cognizant for your career. It's it's not it's not home. It's like heart. Home is where the heart is, and this job doesn't feel like they. It doesn't feel like family. It feels like slavery. And you deserve to be with somewhere where it feels like family, like we're all supporting one another. And that place feels like stabbing in the back, and everyone's for themselves and not for each other. And I feel like that's the environment that you thrive in, and that's where you're going to head off to. Right. So that's what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we've got Butterfly. You are up. So, Butterfly, here is your timestamp. And thank you again for all of your contributions in the chat. As always, I'm so grateful for that. And a message from the ethers. So let's take a look here at the ethers. What message do they have? All right, right here. Got the Knight of Wands. Yeah, there's this beautiful movement with the Knight of Wands. It's the quest of stepping into your power, and there is this energy here about, realizing, I mean, just really how powerful your energy is in your life, and that, you know, we don't have like a contract, is what spirit shows me all the time. We didn't come down here to, it's like you go to the playground, you don't come down to work, you come down to play, and that's what we're down here. We're playing, we're discovering, we're on this journey and this adventure. And so we're not in this work energy. We're not in this that we have to, like we're behind and we have to become something. This is an energy of you already are a perfect, beautiful mountain, and you're wandering around it, exploring it, discovering who you are. And we come down as all these different types of vibrational beings. Of course, the ultimate summit being just a step away from creator, right? The rest of this mountain range of what we are has different things and different vibrations that we come in as expressions. We wander around to discover, things about ourselves, and oh wow, I didn't know that. And like this experience, when we're having the lower vibration of darkness, we can see ourselves more clearly in the middle here, where if it was all beige, you wouldn't see ourselves. And so we experience these lower vibration, and that's quite all right. We come down here for that experience. And if we If we don't like what we're feeling, we have the power to change it. We're like, I'm done with that. Now I'm going to focus on a higher vibration of gratitude or joy or laughter. But it's okay to feel and experience a low vibrational energy now and again as well, because that's why we came here. It's what adds the little extras around the outside out here, right? So I like that for you. Realizing your energy, your power, your choice. You get to choose what kind of experiences you want. There's no good, bad, ugly, right, wrong, less, better. It's just different choices, different experiences, different outcomes, and enjoy the freedom of not feeling like you have to do anything, that it's all about adventure. And I like that for you. All right. So that's what they got for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. Have a good one. Right, and then Kat Mia, you are up. Thank you for your donation earlier. Whoops, try that again. There we go. Here's your timestamp. And how can you stop from having nightmares? Just stop. Just stop. Whoa. It's like these cards came flying out. We got two here. You got the Queen of Cups and the Page of Wands. So, two energies that come in with that, of course. Queen of Cups is realize you are the ruler of your emotions, that your dreams, the nightmares we're having, really, the Queen of Cups is our emotional world, right? That's where our dreams happen. And the Page of Wands is our energy and our power. So, this is the power of your emotional energy. They want you to know that nightmares, first of all, don't happen. I know it feels like they are, like we have this nightmare and then we're giving that fear power, when really a dream, an intense dream that feels like a nightmare, is actually our emotional system bringing up a fear for us to start to look at. And they make the dreams intense so that when we wake up, we'll remember the dream instead of waking up going, I think I dreamt about something. I can't remember what it is. Because as soon as we start to wake up, we forget, right? But when we dream of, someone chasing us with rattlesnakes, or whatever, like we're like, ah, we wake up going, now, why was someone chasing me with rattlesnakes? Write down the dream, write down what you experienced, what you felt, what you saw, the symbolism. And once you get that out there, then, um, and you look at it, rather than running from it because of fear, we embrace this message and we take it as a message from spirit that they're trying to show you something so you can be freed from it. Because they'll start bringing stuff up through our emotions and our dreams. Then they'll start bringing things in the outside world that match that, so we could see other people going through it. And then they'll bring us the root that's ready to be released inside of us. And then that's when it stops. But to stop having nightmares, we stop looking at it as a nightmare and something fearful. We start looking at it as it's a gift from our emotional body, our spiritual body, our posse, and they're bringing it up for us to be released from something. So we step into it with power instead of that it's something like happening to us, and then you'll see a transformation, right? So that's what they have for you, Kat Mia. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. All right, and then Rose Crumb, you are up 62009. So Rose, you want to have a message. You would love a message. Let's see what Spirit has here for you. You got the Five of Pentacles. Yeah, there's this wonderful transformation that's coming in here for you. The Five of Pentacles, of course, is this energy of feeling like we're going to be abandoned, left out in the cold, not have enough, not being enough, be left behind. But there's a beautiful energy that comes in with the card, which is the Five of Transformation, right? And the transformation, we move from this fear of lack, of not having enough, to something bigger, because we realize the reason why we feel those fears is because a human or humans back when we were younger did create the opportunity for us to choose, like we're feeling abandoned, right? Because when a human is feeling unsafe or out of control, or uncomfortable, these little alarms go off and, um, send our human, into fight or flight mode, survival, which is I need everything or I'm going to die. So I pull everything to me, including maybe what I was giving to you, which makes this feeling of abandonment right there in your face, right? But it's because humans fear that we all go into that fight or flight mode, and we all do go into that survival mode. The transformation that, one, knowing that, going, "Oh, that wasn't about me, that was about their fear. That wasn't about them abandoning me, that was about them fearing they're abandoning themselves," and all this other energy, right? When we realize, and this is where the big transformation comes, is that it's not humans that bring us what we need in each moment, it's the creator, it's source. That's why they're called source, right? They have endless resources. They never go into fear. They have unconditional, eternal love for us. So eternal never ends, unconditional, not even one condition that we have to do to earn it, nothing we can do to lose it. That energy, you know, um, you know, that's that solidity. It's consistent. It's forever. They will never abandon us. They'll never go into fear, like I said, right? So we can trust that they will always bring us what we need in each moment, and not just the bread and the water of what we need, but more because they love us so much. They wanna bring us abundance. They wanna bring us extra because they love us, and they might deliver it through humans, so it's like when you order from Amazon, you'll get it through the Amazon truck directly, or sometimes UPS, the post office, or, UPS or FedEx or whoever will get it different from different sources. The 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 shipping comes to us from different places, but the source is the same. And when we realize that it's not humans that bring us our abundance, not humans that give us the jobs, not individuals that give us the love, but it all comes from the creator to us through those situations, through those people, through those things, then we can have a new solid foundation of worthiness. One, because we start to really realize I am eternally and unconditionally loved by the mother and father of all things. They love me and they want to bring things to me and support me and show me their love, right? Sometimes it's not what our ego wants. Like our ego wants $1 million, but they're like, well, we're not bringing that yet because maybe our energy isn't open to it. Maybe they want to bring us $1 million, but we could have some low self-worth, right? One of my podcasts, Abundance Where It Be. I'm just going to throw that out there for you. I'll put it out in the chat if you're watching right now. If not, I'll put it also under your timestamp in the um, pinned comment underneath. And so you'll be able just to click on that and go to it. But it talks about things we can do. Yeah, I even got abundance on the bottom, 10 of Pentacles. Um, about what we can do with our energy to help draw things to us, and then also the working out of this energy below the surface where we feel we have to do so much to deserve so little. So that can also help abundance. Whoops, flow right in as I knock things around. Sorry. I'm getting excited, evidently. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, Rose. So many blessings to you. Hang in there. All right. And then Bird Girl, you're up 62504. Bird Girl, here's your timestamp. And you want to ask what stands out in your love life this fall, winter? All right, let's take a look here. What stands out? This one here. All right. Ooh, the Sun card coming in here. So, of course, this is a beautiful, abundant, bright energy. But what stands out is a naked baby on a white horse. That's what's sticking out. But this is your inner child, and I feel like what's really coming in here, because the sunflowers, they follow the sun, but this energy, it points to our inner child and looking at our inner child work. And when you're looking at, like, our love life, you know, we can't love anyone more than we love ourselves, nor receive love from anyone else more than we love ourselves. So, this inner child, this transformation, this raising your love vibration burning away that which is not you, burning away the thoughts and beliefs that don't serve you, your emotions that don't serve you, your energy that doesn't serve you, the physical things that don't serve you. There's this brilliant, beautiful transformation that comes in, with this. And as you raise your love vibration, that's what speeds things up. So they're pointing you inward is the thing that helps things move the fastest, helps things move and attracts things at a higher vibration, which is what you're looking for. You're not looking at doing what you've always did and get what you've always gotten, right? You're ready for something, a higher vibrational love, and that is what they're focusing in here and just saying, you got this beautiful, big, bright energy. Bottom of the deck, you have the 9 of swords too, which is, this is letting go of a lot of expectations around what is that relationship supposed to be, right? Who are they supposed to be? What are they supposed to bring in to the relationship? And how's the relationship supposed to progress? All of those expectations. It's about freeing ourselves and moving past those so that you can, um, instead of having a limited view, like it has to be in here, you have a bigger view, which allows things also to come in faster for you. So I feel like it's more right now they're focusing in on clearing the way, doing the things that allows things to come in. It's like you're removing obstacles to allow love to come in at a higher vibration setup that we've done before. So that is what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. And we've got me new uplifts. Hey, hey, we'll get you on the free reading list here. You'll be number 19 on there. All right. And we are to Olivier Vagara at 6:28:20. So Olivier, here is your timestamp here. And oh, that's right. This is your mama's birthday today. So like an oracle reading for her, please. Let's see. Did I have? Yeah, we'll do what we did for your daughter, and we'll pull here from the spirit messages. See what someone from the other side. I feel like this is coming in. It's like her mama. Her mama's on the other side, right? I feel like it's a side. If it's a divine feminine energy. It's an older energy. So if it's not her mama, it'd be her grandmama. But this is what's coming in. We got self-sabotage. And it says, when you learn to get out of your own way, there will be no stopping you. Most of the time, it's not others who prevent you from achieving your true goals. It's that inner voice that derails those carefully woven plans. Ooh, interesting, right? Goes on to say that, so I feel like it's mom, right? Or grandma, but that mom, I'm going to say mom is showing you everything that you can be, but it is also she's also reminding you of your own worst enemy, yourself. This is a time to confront your fears and purge them from your psyche by having positive conversations with yourself. Yet, before you can do that, you have to recognize and acknowledge the signs and symptoms of self sabotage. Whether you're considering a new relationship, changing jobs, moving house, or any other major change, it's easy to allow that inner dialogue of doubt to creep in and convince you that you're not good enough or that the new person isn't right for you, and find a million reasons to justify and sabotage the outcome. Next time you're confronted with these thoughts, stop for a moment and step aside so that you can have your own dialogue with those voices. It's time for you to start believing why you can as opposed to why you can't. Just remember, you do matter. And once you believe in yourself, you'll be surprised how others start believing in you more. Wow. What a powerful message. Such a mom message, too. That's what moms would say, right? So that is what they have for that. Let's see what your fortune. Oh, you don't have a fortune cookie. This is free reading. Sorry. Well, let's give you one. We're going to give you one for birthday. So we got rebirth of light. It's beautiful. It's awakening, clarity, transformation. What felt lost is returning in a form made for who you are now. Wow. What felt lost is returning in a form made for who you are now. It's like the shell, right? I love that. So that's what they got for you, Olivier. So many blessings to you. Happy birthday. All right. Feliz Capianos or something like that. Wait, yeah, because Feliz Navidad is Merry Christmas, right? Fail. Bzz. Okay. And then Ruby G, you're up. 63205. We're gonna move right along. So Ruby G, thank you for all your donations this evening. And let's see, what message from Spirit? What do they want to bring in here for you? No, what message? Okay, thank you for Ruby G. You have, yeah, the Two of Cups. I like this power of emotional choice. It's a powerful card. It tells us, of course, every moment we're choosing the stories of what is happening in the outside world, right? What are we making that mean about us or the world or someone else? And instead we can choose the story differently instead of like their actions mean they're evil, they're a thief, they're a liar, people are mean, whatever, we can change the story to go, they're in fear. And when we really see that, you know, we get to the root of why people do what they do, then we can release their intentions, that their intentions are to harm me. And instead we see that that is just an expression of their pain, a perfect expression of their pain, the way they need to express it. And when we realize that, like, yeah, we wish that it wasn't we weren't in the area, but when a little monkey starts throwing its shit around, if we're around nearby and we get hit by it, we're like, what are you gonna do? It's what monkeys do. That's what humans do. When we're in our fear, we do all sorts of stupid stuff. When we realize that, we don't take it personally. Like when a bird flies by and they poop on us, they didn't plan it. We just happened to be in the location that where it fell, and it and we were talking about earlier about how we can choose to look at things are happening for us, that, we wanted to understand this and experience this so that we could, move forward. And this Two of Cups is about once I am able to change my story, then it's easier for me to choose my emotional choice and do a different soundtrack because it's difficult to put like, can you imagine, Friday the 13th with, "Dare, dare, 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 dare," instead of like, "Dee dee," kind of scary music, right? It just doesn't fit, right? It's difficult to put happy music to a scary movie, but when we make it a comedy, like Scary Movie 1, and then they do that, "Ha, ha, ha, ha," it works better, right? So I feel like they're saying here that, start with our power to change the story of what we mean, what we make things mean about us, and then we can change our emotional tune, realizing no one makes me feel anything. I'm the one that chooses every second how I feel. Sometimes it's a reactive emotion based on old conditioning and old habit, but we can change that if we want. We have the power. And of course, you're listening to my podcast. We talk about a lot of that in the podcast. So you'll come across that. All right. So that's what they got for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. And then Maria P, we are at 6:35:37 for you. So Maria, here's your timestamp. Thank you for your donations earlier. And general for you for love and work. Let's take a look here and see what they got here. Now, I don't know if you know, free readings are now just one card. If you're wondering, I'm only doing one card. So when we ask about love and work, it'll be a combine kind of energy, which you have the Hanged Man. There is this energy about seeing things from a higher perspective, a different perspective, and transformation, moving from a caterpillar to a butterfly. I feel like you got this before. I feel like you're about to go through some transformations that are for you. When a caterpillar is losing its skin and it's becoming caterpillar juice in the cocoon, it feels "Ugh, weird. Why am I soup?" Right? I'm gooey. I don't have any form anymore. But then we reform into the beautiful butterfly. When you get out and you see your wings, you're like, damn, I look hot, right? And so you've got this. I'm so glad. And the struggle and the to get out of the cocoon is what gives the butterfly the muscle, the wing muscles to be able to fly. Because if you cut out a cocoon, a butterfly out of cocoon or a chrysalis, they will die because they can't fly because they don't have the wings that was necessary for the struggle of getting out of the cocoon. So I feel like that's important for you to know right now. The struggle is real, but the struggle is for you because it's going to allow you to fly. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Right. And then we got Blueberry coming in. So, Blueberry, hello. We got you here. Here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. And a general read. Let's see here. What does Spirit have here for you? So, right here. Ooh, got the Wheel of Fortune. Beautiful energy, 10 energy coming in. I feel like there is some sort of significant ending, new beginning as the wheels of fate kind of start to turn here. But it is for you. So, whatever this change is, the tune of for you, the four tune, Wheel of Fortune, right? So there's this beautiful, uh, trust that we can have in the spirit world that when something is going on and happening, even when we look at it and go, what the hell is happening here? I don't know. I don't see it, right? I don't see what the gift is in this for me, but it doesn't mean there's not one there. It just means we're not able to see it yet. And we can ask spirit, instead of looking at, oh God, this is happening to me, that'll just take us on this loop of that energy, right? We can instead go, hey, spirit, this thing that's happening, I don't get it. So can you help me get it? Help me see what is the gift behind this thing that I don't yet see. Can you help me see it? And they will. They honor our free will and we don't, they won't, stick their nose in if we don't ask them to because we wanted to do it on our own kind of energy when we came down here, like, no, let us let us go through it unless I ask for help. They're like, are you sure? Sign here, initial there. All right, here you go. And then we will. And then so when we ask them, they're like, oh, so excited to help us. So don't be afraid to ask spirit for that. But there are this big change coming. It is happening for you, and if you can't see it, ask and they'll show you. So I like that. That's what they got for you, Blueberry. So many blessings to you. And we got Twin Flame. Thank you so much for your donations this eve. So grateful. And your timestamp here. And you'd like a general. Let's take a look here. Here we are. Got the Seven of Pentacles. I know, you got Temperance before it too, and I think I remember now, because you got this patience energy, right? Last thing that grows on the fruit tree, be the fruit. It takes time, right? For a little seedling to get out and to grow and to bust through the ground and to form a stem, and then eventually the branches, and then eventually leaves, eventually the blossoms, and then eventually the fruit. And it takes time to get there to have that happen. And it is, because something slowly built lasts forever. It also gives us the opportunity, the slowness of things in life to really work on ourselves, to prepare, to let go of thoughts and beliefs and motions and energy and physical things that don't serve us anymore, to really bring us into alignment. And even in midst of it, sometimes when we get to the middle and we look at the fruit and we're like, that's not what I wanted anyway. I'm glad that I'm noticing this far in, I'm gonna sell this tree, this orchard, and I'm gonna go do something else, and I'm ready for doing something differently. Gives us the time to adapt and realize that, if we chose everything we did that we think we wanted when we were a child, we wouldn't we wouldn't choose the things we really want today. So it's about knowing that the choices that you're making can change in the future and allow yourself the slowness because then you realize this isn't what I want. I didn't know that was available. I'm going to go this way instead. So it gives you the flexibility to make change and to understand what it is you want and what it is you don't want. Right. So that's what they got for you. So many blessings to you, my dear. Enjoy. All right. And we got Lely or Laylee or L. We're going to call you L. I want to call you L. So L, did AS ever love you? However, all the damage she caused to you, and does he come to, do you come to his mind nowadays after he got married? If yes, please go right. Okay, let's take a look here. We have the Two of Swords. I feel like with all this here, that there is love there. I don't when you say love, the bottom of the deck, you got the Page of Wands, which is more fire, more, I would say, passion than love. Because I don't feel that he loves himself a whole lot, so he can't give you something that he didn't have for himself or receive something from you that he didn't have for himself already, right? And when you're looking at this Two of Swords, this is the change of story, right? And I feel like this is your ability to go back and look at these situations from a different perspective. And that's how because when we were taught that when he did these things or didn't do these things, said these things or didn't say these things, that these meant things about me, and they don't. That's opinion. That's our old ways of thinking that have been regurgitated throughout centuries, and it's like, no, I define who I am, right? Their actions didn't cause you any damage, right? They just were. The damage, we can have physical pain, like if they hit us physically, yeah, that's gonna hurt. But our choice of the story that we chose to say what that means about me, that came from inside of us, and it could be a regurgitated, repeated story that we heard when we were growing up. But the power with the Two of Swords is I can now change that story that their actions were about their pain, about their lack of self-love, didn't have anything to do with my worth or my self-love, because I determine my self-love, I determine my self-worth. Their actions were about them. If they were expressing pain because they were in pain, it wasn't meant to create pain in you, but the story we created is what brought the pain within us. And so now we get to change our story. We get to see things differently if we want to. My podcast series, The Easier Path, we talk a lot about transforming and the change of story and different things. So if you're interested, it's a free podcast down in the description area of the video. Or if you click on my name, it takes you to the main page. It's at the top, the playlist. To start at number one and work your way through. It'll help with transforming thoughts and beliefs and mindsets. That'll make the path be easier instead of harder. So I feel like this is what they're really bringing in for you now is realizing what they did had nothing to do with you. That was an expression of them. You get to change that story, rewrite your story. And who cares if he came to your mind or not after he got married? Um, that's thank God for unanswered prayers. We're like, thank Ra or whoever, right? Thank you for that I'm not in that anymore, that I'm in a place where I'm going to find someone. As I raise my love vibration more and more, I'm going to find someone that matches that energy. They could never have given me what I was looking for. So I'm grateful that they were removed out of my life for me, right? So I feel like that's the energy they want you to know right now. So hopefully that helps. L, so many blessings to you. All right. And then Jason Case, you were up 64612. So, Dason, here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. Take a quick sip here. Okay. Your question is, there's this guy, Kevin, that you know, and you saw him at powwows. Oh, nice. He has about 16 hats. Would he give you one if you asked him? You've been talking with him a few times. So, what's the outcome? Let's take a look here. Yeah, I feel like wait a little bit with the 7 of Pentacles. The 10 of Swords is, letting go of expectations and, um, I feel like really get to know them and ask them about the hats, ask them about, the inspiration around them and how he made them. And you never know, maybe there might be this totally different approach here. I feel like Spirit's going, wait with that 7 of Pentacles. That's the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. Allow time to unfold because I feel like, there's something that unfolds here. Don't like get to know them with the expectation, oh, they're going to give me a hat. Get to know them for who they really are sincerely, right? And there's this great energy of like, really asking them, how did you make those? Did you create those? I don't know if you're interested in becoming like a, uh, what is it called? An apprentice, and to learn how to make them, you might be able to make them yourself, if they're like, what inspired you to make these and what what kind of, process do you have? Do you hear from the ancestors? Do you hear from the spirit of our ancestors, from the great spirit, the father sky, mother moon, grandmother moon? Do you hear from them? Do they inspire you? Really getting to know that and seeing if they are, if you're interested in doing that, but just, I feel like that's the kind of route to go with it, and then you can see how things unfold, but I feel like there's more to it for you there than meets the eye right now. So, that's what they got for you, Dason. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. All right. And then we got Gabby Rock. You are up. So, Gabby, here is your timestamp. And your free question, please. So, has JF thought about reaching out to you? All right, based on current energies. All right. Well, not yet. We got the 9 of Pentacles. This is like hermit energy. They're alone with spirit, just hanging out all by themselves, not wanting to contact. The 9 of Pentacles is, "Shh, I'm in my hermit mode. I'm in my cave. Do not disturb sign up." So I don't feel like they've thought about reaching out to anyone or anybody. I feel like they're just really in this self pointing energy right now. So that's what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Right. We got Lady J, 64951 for you here. There we are. And has he been avoiding you on purpose? That rat. I'm just kidding. Has he been avoiding you on purpose? 3 of Wands. Yes. The 3 of Wands is like choosing to go a different direction. It's like, oh, don't go down that path. Oh, go that path. There they are. Go this path. Oh, go that path. So I do feel like they are avoiding you on purpose here. Why do we ask? Why? We got the Justice card on the bottom and the Emperor too. So this energy and the Hermit too. There's all this energy. I didn't mean to flip you off there. Sorry. Whoa. Screw you, right? But there's this wanting to be alone energy. Even the Emperor clears the throne room so that they can sit with themselves and get out of their head and get into their heart. And the Justice card is trying to gain clarity, around their what they want in a relationship and what they don't want in a relationship. And trying to, balance the scales, trying to understand things. So I feel like they're just not ready to talk about things, or they don't know what they want, and so they're in that little kind of in between energy, and so I feel like they're kind of avoiding having a conversation because they don't know what conversation they wanna have. So they don't wanna, you know they don't wanna say the wrong thing and encourage if they're gonna, back away, and they don't wanna be short if they wanna move forward, and so I feel like they're just kinda like, "Bah, run," kind of energy. So hopefully that helps, my dear. That's what they got right now. So many blessings to you. All right, and then content, you are up 6:51:58. So content, here's your timestamp here. And how do people at your previous company, how did they react when Ian left, right? So what did they add here? Queen of Cups. Yeah, there was a lot of different emotions with the Queen of Cups. I feel like, this is a lot of emotion. So there's a lot of different feelings. Of course, everyone, looks at it differently. On the bottom of the deck, we got the Knight of Wands. Of course, the people that would have, been dramatic about it and really amplified it. The people like the King of Swords, people who are like really intellectual that were like, oh, I understand why they left. Everyone, of course, responds differently based on their own, you know, um, how they grew up and their perceptions of things and how they see things. But, definitely a lot of different emotions that happened. But I feel like shock from some people. I feel like that was a lot of like, it was a surprise. It kind of does feel like that Knight of Wands that it came out of nowhere and they were surprised that he left. Some people were just like, what? I thought if anyone was gonna stay, that they would've. Why did they leave? And then, of course, a lot of people's reactions are, "Oh, what do they know that we don't know, and what's going on, and da da da, and ba-da-da," it starts to make people get fearful about their own, I know when I was a manager in corporate life, someone got fired, all of my direct reports were like, "Why did they get fired? Did I do something?" And I go, "What? Do you have something that you'd like to confess?" And they're like, "No, no, I just don't." I go, "Trust me," especially where I worked, I go, "It's hard to get fired here. You have to do something extreme or consistently, and we give you chance after chance after chance, and if something doesn't happen or you do something blatant, like, definitely against the rules," but, and so I feel like people got kind of riled up around it all, and, most people think about themselves, not the other person. They were like, "Him leaving, what does that mean about me? What does that mean about my life?" They're not so much usually concerned about the other people, right? So hopefully that helps. Content. That's what we have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. And then April, you're up 6:54:37 is yours. So April, thank you for your question here. And you want to know, what has Yarrow been thinking of you lately? All right, let's take a look here. What have they been thinking of you lately? Oh, this one right here. Well, we do have the lovers card here, which if it's not romantic, energy, I know you put both females, but that doesn't mean anything, you know. Um, but there is this, like, you're an important relationship in their life with this lovers card coming in. And it is about emotional choice too. And I kind of feel like there's this energy of going back and forth of, I don't know how to feel about this. I don't know how to feel about you. And I'm going back and forth from lower vibration of fear energy, sadness, anger, going into love energy and joy energy, remembering the good things or picturing the good things, and it's kind of going back and forth and just feeling um I wouldn't say emotionally unstable because it's not like that extreme of a, reaction or whatever, but it definitely is a lot of emotions that are there and, you know, a lot of contemplation. We're right in the middle of eclipse season. We just had the full moon, not the full moon, the new moon in Leo solar eclipse on Wednesday. And then in a couple weeks, we have the full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces, emotional energy. So there is a lot of energy going on with fire and water right now with this emotional moon energy. So they are back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, energy that's happening there. But a lot, a lot of flood of emotions, I feel. So hopefully that helps a little bit. That's what they got for you, April. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Minu, you are up. Lastly, but not leastly. So we got you coming in here. Here's your timestamp. And you wanted a general. So let's see here. What does Spirit have for you this day? We got this one right here, which is the Ace of Wands, your power. You've been given this gift. I feel, the Ace of Wands is this, reminder. It's a great reminder for us that your life is in your hands, that we're not just on this, we haven't been kidnapped by the universe and thrown into a car, like this is our car, thrown into this car, and we're being drug around our life saying, you just better enjoy what you're getting. This is a beautiful reminder that we're the driver of the party bus, and Creator is right next to us as our co-creator, co-pilot, and they're handling the radio and the snacks and the air conditioner and heater and seat warmers, all that kind of stuff. And then all our spiritual posse are all these puppies in the back, just excited to be going along for the ride. But our energy, whatever we're focusing on, is what is drawing in things to our lives. It's drawing our experiences. And so if we're focusing in on gratitude and unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace and play, we get this higher vibrational experiences and relationships and events and circumstances, people come in that match that. Of course, also, if we're focusing on lower vibration of, any anger, fear, sadness, lack, need, want, energy, then we're drawing in things that match that energy, right? And there's not right or wrong when it comes to the power of the aces in the tarot. It's I get to choose what I choose, and it's just different choices with different experiences, different outcomes. Not right or wrong. From spirit standpoint, it's an adventure. They don't look at it as that, you know, with that judgment. They're just looking like you came down here to explore and to have fun, and that's what you're doing. So what's next? Where are we headed next? Honk, honk, beep, beep. Here we go, right? So I do feel like that is what they have coming in there for you. I feel like it's a reminder of your power, and that whatever you focus on, it does, you know, um, expand and grow and come towards you. So I love that for you. So that's what they got for me. Hopefully that helps. So many blessings to you. All right, everybody. Well, that was it for tonight. I'm actually about to hit 7 hours anyway. So we finished all the free readings, we finished all the donations, and then um, and I'll be back tomorrow night. So I won't be on in the morning session because I finished everything tonight. If you haven't checked out my podcast, be sure to check that out. If you want more information, here is the link. The link is also down in the description area of the video, as well as if you go to my main page, it's at the top there. The most recent one was episode 21, which is What They Think of Me. And so that's a good one, really, because it talks about why do we care so much about what people think and how people feel about us. It's human, it's normal, it's natural, but we can make it an easier path instead of a harder one. I also did put out an update uh, on my streaming sessions here, and also mentioning a new type of private session that I offer called a what did I call it? A YouTube. So it's a YT chat only live session. It's a private reading session where it's just you and me. You see my hands, you don't see my face. I have the camera down where you see my hands shuffling the cards. You have a chat where you can chat, but it's not like face to face or chatting like the other ones. So it's a reduced price, and it gives you something, kind of in between recorded personal readings that I do, or live virtual sessions. It's kind of in the middle. There's also a secret mentioned in that one too. So be sure to check that out too. All right, everybody. Hey, Dason, you have one question. Can you use a free question for tomorrow? Right now. Nope. Sorry. Just one free question per session. Sorry, I have to stay consistent with it because if I do it for one, then it's not fair that I don't do it for other people too. So I hope you understand. If anyone makes a donation, I do, so only one free per session. But if you make a donation, you can do as many donations as you want. But my session's actually up anyway at 7 hours. So hang in there. If you're searching for something, you might even check out my podcast series. There's some, and on my main page, there's a variety of different, you know, uh, playlists and stuff. You might find what you're looking for there. But yeah, I hope you understand. Yeah, yeah, not a problem there. Um, so thank you for understanding. All right, everybody, I am out and I will see you tomorrow. Until then, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the mother and the father of all things, our creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So until I see you again, much love. Hang in there, sleep tight. Still enjoy this eclipse energy, probably dreaming some weird dreams. I know I am. So enjoy. All right. I love you guys. We'll see you soon.